I've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fate's immortals, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail.
White blade knows no mercy. Few or many, you will die all the same. Tired of living? Leave it to me. White blade knows no mercy. You shouldn't have come here.
I've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fate tomorrows, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail. 的交替，但我依然是过分的狼。直到凌晨我才拿到消息，等我来，他们无处可藏。留下一片火海，我挥手继续，众人脸上都是王牌。摇摆的酒吧的血本无愧，要么就下个变成不留。I won't sleep and I wake up， 等着叫我去打不足球。最往下想没叫做恶人又如何？闭上我眼一念就深深我沉默。世俗都想让我经历，任由它吞噬我，磨碎我，就听你说。你说让我怎样才能不心变弯弯，找不好那暗码的放不低温。慢慢结尾虚妄，地上没见我故事深夜的却像上山顶盖。但未足的他，却掠过每片尊重顺悬崖。但未足的他，却掠过每片尊重顺悬崖。
Hello everybody and welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. We're kicking off summer season. I'm Got Moxie. I'm joined by Mr. Duncan Donuts. And Dunk, we are in for an absolute treat because not only are we getting to kick off the trio season, we've got a couple of new teams coming in, some familiar faces returning to the league, a whole new map that we got to see in Koi, and we also have Mr. Kylan coming through as well. And looking at some of what these teams have been scrimming, I'm pretty sure that we're going to be seeing him very quickly today.
Absolutely. I do think there are going to be a few changes. We've definitely had a hint of it recently in some of the regional competitions. We've seen a little bit of, if any of you are sort of avid watchers of the Chinese player VODs, all of these teams, there have definitely been a few team compositions that have caught our eye. One of which Moxie and I were talking about earlier, is Kylan, Hardy, and Zipping. As some of you from EU may know, Hex, our local, goats in EU for trios, have been running this competition, running this comp for quite a while and been doing extremely well. But enough of that. A quick note: you all know the drill, ladies and gentlemen. The Twitch drops for sticking around and watching these series, these NBPL series. Make sure to get your account linked to your Twitch account, that being your NARAKA account, linked to your Twitch. And if you want to check if it is linked, if you're progressing, go to the top right of the screen on the web browser for Twitch, click on your icon, and there should be a menu called Drops and Rewards, and you can go there and you can see if you've got it linked. You can collect all your rewards, etc., all that good stuff. But back to NARAKA. I'm excited. I'm certainly excited. Obviously, I mean, I will say this every single time. Tarka would obviously be a very cool thing to see in trios, but it's not going to happen. I feel like at some point I will come to accept it and no longer mention it.
I mean, we have Tarka in trios, and it's called a Flamebringer. that's
Flamebringer.
the Tarka
Flame Breath
representation.
Rupture Gale.
Yeah, Flame Breath Rupture Gale. Basically a Tarka is essentially how good he is in trios. But no, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of Kylan coming through, like you said, looking at some of what these teams have been running. One of the big ones that the CN teams have been practicing in hard teching is that Kylan composition with the Hardy and the Zeeping. I think it's going to be really strong, especially since Kurumi is still incredibly overtuned in terms of that support role at the moment. So having a composition that allows you to replace the Kurumi with that Zeeping in that support role and not really eat into your hero points is going to be really important for all of these teams to have to get to grips with. And speaking about teams, these are the teams that we are going to have. It's going to be groups A and B going head to head, and oh my goodness, to say that we have a treat of an opening day is the understatement of the year. We've got GG, the current defending champions, both from NBPL Season 1 of this year, but also from Koi Cup. We've got JL, who still have all of the players that they picked up from TE, the current defending world champions. So there's going to be a lot of to and fro. We've got the now rebranded J team also going to be debuting today under the label of Zone. We've also got some of our new teams getting to come on through, with X1 also getting to come into the mix alongside ASE. So we're going to be seeing a lot of very familiar faces, but also some very new ones coming through. And that's always really exciting, because when we look at the new players who've been coming through, especially in terms of solos, you think about how impactful players like Arano and Star and Verse have been this year. I'm really hoping that Trios gets something similar.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always nice to see some new faces and some old faces. Shout out to the original Taka Greatsword GOAT DAY1, who made his re-debut yesterday in solos. Unfortunately, there's still a ways to go. You know, when you're coming back into this kind of environment, it's potentially a shock to the senses. You don't always do well on your very first day, and I'm assuming the same would definitely be said for Trios. You know, hey, with Trios, it's triple the issues, or well, I mean, triple the emotions. There's triple the players on a team. You know, and a team is only as good as its as strong as its weakest link, you know, as the saying goes. If one person starts to feel it, you know, it can really affect everyone's mental, the morale, the confidence in general. You know, in a trios environment, on a team, you have to be able to trust your teammates to be there and know and do exactly what you expect of them. You know, that's why they put in all of this work. We talk about it all the time, the amount of work that goes into playing at this level, not only in trios but in solos, being able to be prepared for every possible eventuality. Obviously, there are infinite possibilities, so you can't prepare for everything. However, you can create a formula, if this kind of thing happens, then we need to do this sort of thing. You know, the lines, the preparation, everything. A lot of work goes into this, and I'm sure that a lot of work has gone in from each and every one of these teams, along with their coaches. You know, hey, they've got the binders out. They're ready to go.
I was gonna say, some of these coaches have like 100+ pages of binder just standing behind their players, because there's so much information that they have to record. It's not just about like how your team plays, it's also the teams around you. And for a lot of these like new coming teams, that's going to be an extra hurdle that they're going to have to get over. It's not just sort of adapting to how the lobby plays, it's also figuring out the teams that they're going to be up against, because for some of these familiar faces who've been in the Pro League as long as they have been, even though they don't actually see the people that they're going up against, right? Everything is hidden, it's default skins, the nameplates are hidden, they're still able to figure out relatively quickly which teams that they're up against based on either hero picks or weapon choices, or even just, you know, the positioning of like the 1, 2, 3 of every single specific player. They have all of that experience that they can very quickly tell. For some of these teams coming in that are a little bit fresher faced, they're not going to have any of those pointers, any of that base information to be able to guide them and figure out the teams that they're up against and how best to play into it. Speaking about how best to play into them, everyone is going to be looking at one team in particular, and that is going to be GG. Since we're going to be starting on Padoria, they've started running this Valda composition. I say started running, they've been perfecting this Valda composition over the course of the entire year. We got to see it in Season 1 of NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League, where they'd run it a little bit in the BIWEEK finals, and then they showed it off properly on the actual finals day, and it actually allowed them to take a map, because they had the Valda V2 managed to just health reset past everybody else and live through all of the potential dangers of the Hardy ultimate and the Matari ultimate coming through. Then we headed over to Koi Cup, and we thought maybe we're going to see more of the Valda composition, and sure enough, they ran it both times that they ran Padoria. So I am fully expecting that it's going to be the Valda locked in for this team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've been the team that's been making it work, and they've been doing it well. They've gotten an MVP or two with it as well. And hey, I don't know. I think that they just got it completely mapped out, because we've seen other teams try and use this comp but just not to the same effect. It's just not gone as well for them. They've definitely got the secret sauce in there. You know, they figured it out. They know exactly what they're doing. They know the lines. They know the procedures. We'll have to see if another team has managed to figure it out going into today. However, when we talk about sort of all of these procedures and all of this preparation, etc., and how you talked about certain teams not having that information to help them going into these games and that sort of thing, one of the things that you cannot necessarily plan for is a weirdo composition just coming out of nowhere. You know, just something that no one's seen before, something that no one's prepared for. That kind of wild card composition can really just flip everything on its head. Obviously these players are, you know, they're at the top of their game. They're extremely experienced. They're able to adapt on the fly, but it is still, you know, you're just throwing a spanner in the works. You know, it can mess up a lot of preparation and potentially just completely derail certain teams' sort of confidence and just like calm mentality going into a fight. You know, you see something that you've never seen. You know, you're gonna. I don't even know. I can't even think of anything. F2 V2 Taka or something ridiculous.
You're
you know,
really trying to summon this Taka into existence.
But F2 V2 Taka would be absurd because that would be the worst possible version of Taka that you could possibly run in Trios. And he's like, what on earth am I looking at? What is this? You have done like, mental damage to me, and now I don't know how to play the game anymore. You know, it's something that could theoretically happen, but it's unlikely. However, as I said, the Kylin comps, Kylin Hardy zipping, I think we'll likely see that at some point today. I think we'll probably still see a little bit of Viper, a little bit of Wu Chen. Might see a little bit of Wu Chen with other characters, though, interestingly, as obviously the Wu Chen rework has taken place, as we have all been subjected to in game, you know, being had fire rain down upon us from the sky.
Accurate Wu Chen.
Blades. Oh my god! Let me move, please, bro. You know, it's a lot. It definitely works with certain compositions. I think we definitely saw Wu Chen, Kylin, Matari even being a composition that was played a little bit. You know, there's a lot of stuff that could be done.
CC lockdown over
CC.
and over and over. Yeah. Now, though, we don't have to theorize. We will get to see.
Indeed,
we have to remember that the first 3 maps of today are going to be no extra Fireflies. It is going to be back-to-back-to-back Fireflies for the last 3. So it's probably going to definitely have an impact on the compositions that we see coming on through. Especially since for a lot of these teams, it's going to be the opening of the season. They want to figure each other out. So it does look like we're going to be going for the more consistently meta compositions. GG haven't locked in theirs yet, still expecting the Volta to come through. But it's going to be the Xiphon with the Sand Siphon coming on out from our first 4 teams. Every single one of them prioritizing the Kurumi. No surprises there. Kurumi being so important with the fact that she can cleanse that fire tick in her ultimate, as opposed to the Z-Ping, who just has to take the heal cut reduction. GG gonna be locking in. Ooh, that's our first Kylin. T's also going to be locking in a Kylin. It is going to be a Kylin Hardy Z-Ping coming on through from both GG and TE. As it's going to be a Sand Siphon Kurumi variant for FPX alongside a Xiphon with Kurumi coming through for our 4th. JL unfortunately haven't locked the Kylin just yet, and that is something that I do want to return to, as Baider is going to be locking in with the Wu Chen Tessa Viper. And OUG also going to be locking in that Hardy Z-Ping Kylin alongside X1, who's going to be locking in with the Blind Date variant. So a couple of compositions going to be looking for the third party. A lot of these other teams, however, going to be getting incredibly aggressive right off of the rip. And I mean, that is something that you see a lot on Podoria. A lot of these really high point of interest map locations, things like Imperium, places like Arcadia, you want to take compositions where you're going to be able to sustain through the neutral, hit your ultimates, and absolutely murder everything in sight.
Yeah, absolutely. You do. I think there is also an argument to being able to like obviously sustain, but burst through things, but be able to get out as well. And I think that one of the things that I've heard when talking to Raven about these games and what people are playing and what they're likely going to play is that the Viper Tessa Wu-Chen is still a very strong composition, especially on Perdorio, because you have all of these open spaces. However, you do have that just sort of that dog pile situation, you know, like remember at Koi Cup, for example.
Oh
when
yeah, Arcadia, 7 teams just dropping in.
Well, I mean Arcadia, and then we also had Imperium, where Hex just got mobbed by 7 teams turning up in the same time when they had White Tiger's prowess and everybody else had Vermilion Bird's might. You know, they just got absolutely mobbed. And everyone was just oogling to their heart's content. It was insanity. And in those kind of situations, having a Wu-Chen, even though he has been nerfed, even though you can tell where Wu-Chen teleports his team to, and even though it doesn't go as far as it used to, it still gives you that small window of time to immediately turn and grapple away into the distance as fast as you can. You know, you can still get a disengage with Wu-Chen, and that's why we're still going to see him get played alongside the Viper and the Tessa. As we see here, we've got 3
V1
teams choosing to go for it. Yeah, V1, exactly. I think V1 is definitely the pick for Wu-Chen still, if you're going to play it with Viper Tessa. If you choose to play it with something like Matari or whatever, you know, it is definitely possible to go for a V2 angle, but for this composition, I think V1's still the best. Having a look at OUG's zipping setup here, we've got F1 and V1, interestingly. V1 being the ultimate that it doesn't give your entire team the Mortal Defiance proc, where it protects your teammates from death once you've activated. It is in fact the ultimate that just once you activate it, it grants your entire team healing, but it also amplifies the healing that they receive from all sources. So for example, with Kylin is going to be able to get a little bit more healing when he hits people with his ultimate, etc. So it definitely has value. But it is still interesting though, considering that the V2, although it has been nerfed, it is still rather useful, as we well know. But into the action, Moxie, let's go. Who's getting first blood? Oh, there it is, EWG.
EWG immediately getting that first kill. However, it is going to be TE currently going head-to-head with Zone, looking to try and come in with that Kyle in hand, already getting the fist blades. Charging up that RMB, managing to just cleave through absolutely everybody, trying to knock them into the lava at the same time as well to get a little bit of extra damage. Tesla Combo Breaker also coming through, just clearing up so much of the space so that TE are able to find this 2 versus 1. It does set up a really nice Dragon Slayers into Nezhas coming through to cleave both of their players on top of them. However, these fist blades just being able to move in and out and keep up the pressure almost constantly through all of this stagger is so crazily strong for Han. Unfortunately, he gets hit by another Dragon Slayers into Nezhas and immediately will go down. OUG Jinyu now being the one with those fist blades, putting all of the pressure onto the Z ping. Does take a little bit of cleave, comes in with that F1 to be able to keep up the pressure onto TE's YZZ, who is going to go down, as we've already got a Tumultuous ultimate now going to be coming on through Bowder, and DRG going head-to-head. Tessa V1 as well, managing to find the 3-second stun enchantment onto the Takeda. Still has one of those shelves to be able to come through, is using it to just be able to offset all of the organization that Bowder wants, plastering them against the rock, setting up the follow-up, and that is going to be a clean sweep for DRG, showcasing why Sand Siphon is still one of the strongest compositions in the meta.
Absolutely, it has become one of those staples, as traditional Transformers was back in the day. You know, hey, if any of you have been around for a while, you'll remember the monk metas, where you'd see every single team in the lobby running traditional Transformers, that being Tianhai, Yuishan, and Karumi, one of the staple comps of the past, which sadly we don't see very much of these days, as the overall power of that team composition has just sort of dwindled a bit, as a lot of other team compositions have been discovered. But yeah, DRG doing an extremely good job in this fight. Dong-Q9. How are we going to say this? I think it's Dong-Q, probably the best way to go for. I don't know. Just saying dongs feels a bit strange. Dong-Q definitely doing work with that Takeda ultimate and those dual halberds. As my good friend Spoon always says, if you find dual halberds off spawn, you just kill everything, as these weapons are extremely good off spawn. It's very hard to catch you, and it makes it much easier to catch other players. But we do have an engagement here, DRG and FPX. We'd seen FPX lurking on the outside, biding their time, preparing to jump in at a moment's notice. It looks as though they have prepared a Moonbane for themselves as well to try and take down this team. It looks as though they managed to take down one. WX98 has been taken down. The Kurumi ultimate, unfortunately, just was not enough to keep them alive in this situation with the Moonbane on top of all of those abilities as well. It is just simply too much, unfortunately. And now the Lonely Tamulk is trying his best to stall for as long as possible, giving time for his Takeda to get out of danger and save the loot that they've managed to pick up. But heading on over, Zone and ASE scrapping out. The Ballista is also in play. And ZDI has already been taken down. I'm not sure if that was because of the Ballista hit coming through. But GG coming in to vulture this as well. The Kylin Hardy zipping composition that we did say we'd likely see today. I'm interested to see how well this does in the long run throughout this game, in this lobby. Hardy being a menace, as we all know he loves to do. Lemon trying his best to stabilize, trying to get on top of that Kurumi ultimate, but Kylin is making it extremely difficult, knocking them down the terrain. The double dash through, the triple dash through, the quad dash. Lemon finally able to get his F off, trying to disengage, but he's being chased down. The scale rush away. Can he make it out of here? The fist blade's doing a bit of work, but it's not to be, and he does get taken down.
True, but JL showing up for the fourth party has actually managed to vulture. GG! They showed up thinking it was going to get a meal, and unfortunately it's them on the table. As Free just takes all of the hits of these fist blades coming in through from TXJ. Helped off of the back with Feng as well, coming through with that fan, putting pressure with the charged verticals. And it is going to be them managing to take down the Xiphon composition, now turning on to X1, who have licked their wounds and come back into the fight anew. XLY doesn't have the Takeda ultimate, but does have the charged R&B of that pulse, so if he decides to try and cleave through some of their plays, looks like they don't actually want to take the fight. They know that they're down to ultimates, they know that there are too many teams around. This is one of those hotspots that everyone gets drawn into. As the rounds continue, Imperium is incredibly important at being the center of the map, and also everyone wanting to try and get as many kills as possible to potentially kite over and find that longsword portal. And as a result, everyone is going to back off. No one wants the mutual assured destruction as OUG. Gonna be silver surfing their way down the Mercury River. Already managing to pick purple armor. What is the luck that this team is running? Free purple armor and multiple epic weapons as well. They have just been quietly pushing away all of this loot, picking up a couple of kills here and there, but not really painting a significant target onto their back. As it does look like some of these teams are just going to die a little bit away from the action and prioritize looting on up. One of the benefits of running the Xiphon composition over the Takeda Sand Xiphon is you only need one set of purple armor for your Xi to be able to properly get into the economy that you want to, as opposed to the Takeda who running V3 has to have all of his teamers. We are going to see the F3 come through from Lu Wei. Now, does have that ultimate, hasn't chosen to use it. Instead, EWG going to be dropping a Bane's Breath to be able to cordon off this fight. Trying to find potentially the hit onto FPX. So Zhao, who is incredibly low and is just being pushed into the corner of this waterfall, putting all of the pressure from the side. There's the next F3. Now managing to find the connection right through that Tumultuous ultimate. We're going to be using the second one with the ultimate activation to remove himself from being caught up inside that sand. Well, is FPX going to start getting a little bit more aggressive? EWG put themselves into a position where they were going to be isolated, and as a result, FPX are going to start putting a little bit more pressure properly into the fight. Kurumi Teva from the Kurumi of Xiaohu onto Jun so he can reposition away. And now and try and take this fight back up against the Zyphon, who's going to run out of the V2, but still has that Matari ultimate, as well as the F3 next cycle from this Zai. No Kurumi Teva, man, you don't get your 90% damage reduction to be able to tank the hit. And EWG stagger their ultimates in a way that we don't traditionally see with this composition, but it did allow them to win. But now they're getting third-partied. Zone comes through, huge Tesla ultimate from Gen 1 is going to be able to lock down Lue. And unfortunately, the Zai just didn't have the sustain once that burst window had evaporated.
The assassination, you could see them just crouching, waiting, and then immediately pulling the trigger, executing that Zai who'd wandered on over to try and loot up the body of the team that they had just eliminated, only to get eliminated themselves. But jumping into the realm of Yang, let's go, ladies and gentlemen. OUG up against, who is this, JL Jinyu, immediately getting focused down off the rip, forced to use that Hardy Cube to disengage. Now trying to find an opening but not able to, popping that Kylin ult, dashing through, trying to make something happen. Now JL extremely aggressive here, already eliminated the king, already taken down Jinyu, now taken down to pretty low HP, but able to regen some of it with that ultimate healing. SS is now in the sky in the Hardy ultimate. I think he put down the Q, but yet again, so that he's able to get this combo break off. But it's not going to be enough. That just it just all exploded so unbelievably quickly. It absolutely executed, immediately focusing down that Kylin. Extremely nicely done by that team. And now we've got the second realm of Yang. GG. CJS on the Kylin. Just running rampant through this fight. TE trying to stay on their feet, but it's not easy. Han getting knocked about. CJS, now the ultimate has expired, running up with the overhold on the pulse sword, forcing out that combo breaker from the enemy Kylin, going up to the air, sending out the R&B focus, trying to catch him, overholds the parry yet again. Leo goes to the sky with that Hardy ultimate, the tech chase coming through from the pole sword. He's just an absolute menace right now, swapping now to the nunchucks to try and chase down these players slightly quicker, and TE's Leo is going to be eliminated for the moment. Han charging up in the background behind the pillar, but perhaps wasting a little bit of time there that he could have used to heal. Now jumping in, CJS does get taken pretty low, but it's not going to be enough to kill as he immediately gets topped up by the zipping. CJS with a beautiful parry off of the stone form dodge from the pole sword, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen. GG are going to take their realm of Yang win as well. JDG, it appears, has likely picked up their buff from a Spirit Well. However, the timing is a little bit similar. No, there it is. Yeah, I was gonna say it is likely a Spirit Well, likely wasn't picked up in a realm of Yang. 3 Vermilion Birds Mites, 3 Yang depletion teams. JDG on the prowl with the White Tigers prowess. Here we are, ASE jumping in immediately, getting value out of their buff, taking down Balda's Yu. Unfortunately, caught out in the open, a lonely Wu Chen without his ultimate is easy pickings for a team that's 3-man strong. OUG are going to be looking for that Yang depletion cleanse with the Soul Blooms, and they may have found a team to fight.
Yeah, there is TE. The problem is all of these teams are incredibly hard to pin down. Just as we talked about having a lot of mobility for the early fights, that's also going to carry through into the ability to disengage inside these fights. With Yang depletion, TE going to be feeling the situation out before they decide to full commit. OUG, no reservations. They need to take a fight before another team can come through and potentially third party. And there's going to be an all-in immediately as Jinyu tries to find the lockdown. He's managing to clear up some space for his team. Unfortunately, already having to reposition with the help of the Hardy to kite away from the fight, drop back down, come in with those dual blades and potentially put up some pressure. Hasn't popped either the F1. Now he's going to use it for that combo break, as well as coming through with that V2 ultimate. Out onto the sidelines of the fight he goes, looking to try and crash through as many of them as he possibly can. Gets a little bit of that zip sustain to be able to set up another time, putting all of the pressure onto OUG Jinyu so that he can't crash out on the rest of TE's players, giving YZZ and Leo an opportunity to be able to get a little bit of self-heal going before they come back into the fight. Han incredibly low, loses almost all of his health, is still getting hit by all of the OUG Jinyu's V1, but he gets a really good bit of sustain from his Z-Ping, will be able to live, as well as getting that Hardy to kite him out of the fight. OUG's SS now had withheld his ultimate, comes in with the late V1 and cleaves through every single one of these players on the low ground. They're managing to find the lockdown. TE's Han is going to go down. Now utilizes the glider to be able to keep the chase going onto TE's Leo, who runs into the zone trying to disengage, but OUG are under that same level of pressure. They have Yang depletion just like TE. They need to win this fight, and as a result, they are not letting any of these players leave their line of sight. Leo will fall, and OUG will be able to come through on top. Lovely late ultimate from SS to be able to tie that one up with a bow, as we head over and look at JL potentially going head-to-head with, I believe that is Zone, going to be below them. VVV with the legendary spear already going to be setting up and doing so much potential damage when his ultimate starts to pop on offers. Off camera, ASC's Lemon will be able to take down DRG's Kakaishi. We'll probably get to see a little bit of that fight closing up in a matter of moments, as everybody is now going to be starting to position over towards the next iteration of those Realm of Yangs, and it is going to be a huge scrap over towards that one in the east. JDG, S1 and GG all going to be heading over there, as well as EWG. ASC and JL going to be fighting over the one left in the north. As a result, VVV with the cannon putting a little bit of pressure onto ASC before they can go through that portal, before heading on to the rooftops. He does have that spare. If he wants to go for a drop-down Dragon Slays into Nessos, he absolutely can if he wants to, and VVV is very familiar with going for those drop-down fights, being Viper as one of his most prevalent heroes. However, it looks like the cannon was just to put enough pressure onto ASE to force them off of the entranceway and allow JL free portal, free Realm of Yang, to go head-to-head with anyone who tries to challenge them. TXJ already with a legendary armor. This team is almost fully kitted out. TXJ with a legendary soldier as well. I'm guessing that's going to be Aurora Burst. We'll have to wait and see if they have been able to pick it up, because Matari Aurora Burst is the SS tier combo, as it is going to be GG versus JL. Both of these teams insanely kitted out. GG with that Kylan composition, JL with the Zai variant of it. We'll have to see how well both of these teams fare. VVV going to be utilizing an F3 early on to keep himself airborne as long as possible, using that cannon, starting to chip away at the defenses, putting pressure onto the Zip, given the fact that she doesn't have to cleanse before coming in with that drop-down vertical. Matari ultimate going to be coming through early as well, setting VVV up to try and find an isolated target, still putting all of this pressure, and with that cannon and the flames breath there within, CJS going to be pushed away from his team, so he can't utilize that Kylan V1 to cut through everybody. VVV now going to be getting that V2 from the side to be able to reset into another F3, and still CGS has been refereed away from his team entirely. VVV now trying to come through, cleave through everybody, does get pressured out by the Kylan V1, just pushing the Zaya away from getting that Kurumi armor circle to keep themselves supplied and stocked up in this fight. No cleave, no fire tick, no pressure on the rest of GG's team. VVV is not allowed in this fight at all if this Kylan has anything to say about it, and it's another F3 to reposition into the F for the cannon, but he gets tracked down. LXM with a huge Hardy triple charge of the V1, managing to keep an eye on where the Zai was coming from. However, it is going to be LXM now versus TXJ, VVV, and One Feng. All of these players up and alive since the Kurumi was not brought down. The tether came out onto the Zai, and everything that GG did is absolutely pointless, Dunk, because Kurumi just says no.
Yeah,
Karumi just says no. What a fight, though. The Kailin and the Hardy did an excellent job of focusing down VVV on the Zai. They kept bouncing him out of that Karumi circle. Unfortunately, they just weren't able to finish him off early enough, so it just ends up being a sustained fight. And although Zipping is an extremely strong character and can still provide that sustain that you need in a fight like this, Karumi with that F3 allowing for the essential complete damage immunity for a certain amount of time is so valuable in these kind of situations. And then, as you said, since the Karumi hadn't been taken down, he was able to resurrect his teammate. It wasn't looking too bad. GG lost one member and then out of nowhere lost the second, and they'd managed to make it a 1v2, but then 3 versus 1 against a essentially full armor Matari with focus slide and pulse sword. It is just an unwinnable situation, unfortunately. I think it also stems largely from the fact that they were a little bit undergeared in comparison. LXM being on that blue armor and blue pulse sword in comparison to the other team who had a gold armor, 2 purple armors. You know, they were definitely a bit more stacked. And it is what it is. I think perhaps if they'd been on equal footing in terms of loot, that it potentially could have gone in GG's favor, considering how good of a job they did at focusing down VVV. But
I mean, it still felt like the Zip just wasn't able to find the sustain with all of the constant cannon pressure from VVV with the flame buff.
They just got focused down by the Matari. The Matari just an absolute menace, extremely hard to deal with as a Zipping. Once your F is forced out, you don't have that extra dodge. Your ult as well, considering that you're running the V1, only giving that, it gives the amped healing, the increased healing boost. However, it's not going to save you. It's the healing
still
sometimes
takes
isn't enough.
Heal reduction from fire to effect.
Exactly, the fire just it negates a lot of that sustain. But we're back into the action with GG looking to cleanse this Yang depletion, immediately engaging onto Bowder, but Run with that Viper ultimate able to secure the stun onto 2 players. It looks as though LXM might be in a little bit of trouble, but no, manages to make it out. And then the Wu Chen port going to be coming in clutch as well for Bowder, leaving JL to focus down GG. A very unfortunate situation for GG. However, they haven't been they're not down for the count just yet. They did have the Hardy Cube available. However, it looks as though 3-3-0 is going to be the sacrificial lamb in this scenario. BVV, One Feng, and TXJ immediately taking it upon themselves to hunt this player down and eliminate him, separating him from his team. Unfortunately, now GG is only 2-man strong, and it's not looking good as they are running into a couple other teams, ASE being one of them, or at least one member of ASE, as I think the Zai on this team is dead, and then the Karumi has also been taken down. They managed to cleanse 1 Yang depletion. CJS does get that Yang depletion cleansed. Not sure about LXM. I'm not sure if he's managed to do the same thing. No, he hasn't, no. For the record, chat, if you're watching at home, if you're ever unsure if a player has Yang depletion or not, if you have a look, we can't see now because LXM just died, but on the left, on the little, on the leaderboard overlay that we have on the left, if a player's icon has a sort of orangey red border, then that means that they have Yang depletion. If it's ever purple, then it means that they've been killed, but they are still resable. And then obviously the X means that they are fully dead, at least for the moment. GG having 1 member still alive. I feel like this is the character that you'd want to still be alive as well. Kailin, as we've seen a few times now in recent tournaments, if he manages to survive till the very, very end, he can be an absolute menace in that heal-off scenario, as he does have that essentially complete damage immunity for 4 seconds once he reaches that 400 health HP threshold. You know, you just can't kill him, and he becomes so annoying to deal with in that situation.
It's the knock as well. Like the fact that he can knock people into the corruption tick as well as having the combo break on his F1 for extra survivability. And you can see that, oh, I was going to say GG did try and prioritize making sure that he lived, but it's going to be a little bit hard to do that as we have the spirit. Yeah.
Wait, no, CJS just died in the zone.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's going to be a little bit hard to do that because he just died in the zone.
What?
As it is going to be the spirit wall coming on through. It does pop almost immediately. However, Tessa was able to throw in an ultimate and catch X1's XLY, who does get the Kurumi Tower for that healing as well as damage reduction so that he can reposition and start to try and stabilize as everyone in the area saw that the Takeda did go low. And is continuing to now put pressure, not just onto the Takeda, but onto the Kurumi as well, to try and force that teleport so that the Tether snaps. And those 90% seconds can start to tick down, but the Takeda is going to be targetable again. However, OUG and JDG and EWG all not really wanting to take a fight at the moment. Everyone just very much pressuring the other team away. We've got Bombshell and coming on through alongside Twin Shot, the combined soldier that we don't often see as much as Flame Breath and Rupture Gale, but it can still be incredibly brutal at putting pressure onto these teams. JDG have got their hands onto a Dreadful Whale that's going to be equipped onto their Viper, so keep your eye on that one. So far, we haven't seen any Aurora Burst or Merciless Havoc, which is very surprising, but then again, with the cost of all of the Immortal Wars, Soul Jades, and also all of your resources rising, plus a lot of these teams pivoting away from the Xiphon composition and prioritizing the Hardy, Zeeping, and Kylan, where you need multiple sets of purple armor. It is not surprising that some of these teams haven't been able to go for the Soul Jades that they've been wanting to, or maybe they're just sitting on the Soul Jades and not wanting to show their hand, as anyone who does have Aurora Burst in the back pocket is immediately going to have a much better advantage over the teams that do not. However, it comes with one of those little bits of asterisks where you don't want to reveal that you have it too soon, because that silence can be absolutely devastating, but only if you're not expecting it. As OUG going to be keeping up the pressure, wanting to hold themselves onto the high ground trail, as a result going to be chased away somewhat temporarily, it seems. However, as the Kurumi is still going to be nosing around that position, exchanging a little bit of pressure, both of these teams trying to keep the fight going as much as possible to start shredding through these resources. JL have identified that OUG are running the Z-Ping, not the Kurumi variant, and as a result, that fire tick is going to be oh so much more devastating. And VVV is very reluctant to leave the area. As a result, Spirit Wall is going to be coming on through. That's one of the reasons that OUG were chased back onto this high ground, so that JL could occupy themselves into this placement. Any damage that comes from the inside of the Spirit Zone is able to go out onto the players around them. However, any of the teams outside of the dome cannot damage the players therein. And as a result, JL got a bubble of safety, quite literally, from all of the damages around them. And for this reason, we often actually see teams prioritize keeping that dome up for as long as possible, rather than popping it immediately and making off with the loot. They've been able to isolate XLY. Looks like the Takeda from X1 was trying to make a play and greed for some of the gear that dropped. JL very quickly going to say no to that one. TXJ using the Matari ultimate so that they do not get punished by the rest of the team before they turn on to EWG and start pushing them into JDG, having identified the Dreadful Whale and knowing that they can sit in at the sidelines with that Xi V2 and push all of these players into forcing out so many ultimates.
Teleporting right into the clutches of JL. That is not what you want. Two-Tick is going to go down to the spear of VVV. Good lord. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like if you're letting JL get this spirit well, get this buff, you're kind of not playing to win, big dogs. You're just it's a little sus G, in my opinion. You can't be letting this go for free. The amount of value that you get from these buffs is absurd. Not only does the Mystic Might is of course extremely valuable, extremely useful, because it gives you full knowledge of where everybody in the vicinity is. It gives you that sort of that bell buff, the UAV buff, as some people call it. But White Tiger's prowess, if that's the buff that you're going to get from the Spirit Well, that's even more devastating in this kind of area, as the AoE of that White Tiger's prowess blast when you get a kill. So with this buff, you get an elimination, it sends out a shockwave in a certain radius that does damage directly to health bars, not to armor, to health. In a zone like this, where heal off is a huge priority, staying alive is so important, it devastates the entire lobby. But nonetheless, Mystic Might is still going to be extremely valuable for them, as they also get all that loot. You just can't be giving this away. I feel like it needs to be contested, as you can see, JL are just having full agency to just dictate the pace and the tempo of this lobby, of this end zone, just going in on everyone that they come into contact with. This is Rosemary is stuck in a pretty bad situation, and VVV there is going to be able to pick up the kill. Zone XLY is going to go down as well, but VVV is just running the lobby right now. He's server admin with all of these players clutching to the cliffside, trying to stay out of the clutches of JL down below. They don't want to be down there. They don't want to get focused down. EWG now in a very dire position, trying to stay alive, but it's not to be. Luoye is going to go down to the cannon of VVV. OUG now dropping down. Jin Yu getting taken very, very low, but the immunity on Kylin's ultimate is going to keep him alive, but only for a second, as TXJ is going to come dashing through with that Mataria and immediately take him down the moment that immortality ends. The King now sending that R&B on the fist blade, is going to get parried. One Fang going to pick up the kill. EWG still alive and kicking, still has one member. I think that's a Karumi who's trying to get the tether onto one of their teammates so they can get the resurrection. JDG now teleporting again into the clutches of JL. Kiki is going to go down to the bonk. Zwan did get resurrected, however, extremely low HP and have immediately been spotted out now. The Zai fire wave is going to come through. It goes through terrain, ladies and gentlemen. OUGSS, the last man standing on the Hardy, trying his best to stay airborne, trying to stay out of harm's way as long as possible, but it is not an easy task, especially as the fire damage did come through, and he is going to get eliminated regardless. JL, what a game to start it off, ladies and gentlemen.
20 bomb. First 20 bomb
Indeed.
of the summer season
First
coming
game,
through
first
from
20
JL. I mean, we said, right, when that Spirit Well capture came through, you could see that JL, they were posturing it for it. They put pressure on the only other team that could potentially have contested them for it with OUG. They made sure that the second that they clocked on to the fact that it was a team without a Karumi with a Z-ping, it was just Karumi tether for VVV so that he could keep up that pressure, keep up that forward position, and Cannon out, Flame Breath continuously chipping all of those resources and pushing OUG further and further and further back so that JL would be able to set up for that Spirit Well. And the second that they got it, they just started running the lobby. Like you said, VVV became server admin. He saw JDG and he was like, okay, this team has a dreadful whale. We're going to start pushing these players closer into going on top of JDG so that if people want to get away from the team, they have to use the Wuchen teleport. And then they just repositioned to be directly where the Wuchen was teleporting his team to. And the Zai just went, this is mine now.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
all that you potentially could have had, these are mine. That's what Zai is incredibly strong at doing. The fact that her ultimate can just scoop you up, scoop you in. Very similar to the grab on the fan with the charged RMB, where you just grab them and pull them closer, and there was absolutely no escape because you either ran away from JL and your spine was broken by a chain scythe in the back, or you tried to contest them in the front line and they just overran you because there was an unkillable Zai running around with a Karumi tether who was getting all of the damage reduction and all of the sustainability. Like, the fact that they kicked off the Matari ultimate to chase OUG away didn't even matter either because the Zai didn't need the healing. She was just absolutely unstoppable. As this question is definitely not going to be stopping anyone from thinking or potentially grabbing this answer. If you get this wrong, I'm not going to be angry. I'm just going to be disappointed. Which team won game number 1 today? Was it A, JDG? Was it B, OUG? Was it C, GG? Or was it D, JL? Get your answer into chat, and you will be whispered if you are the lucky winner to get your hands on a Summer Split random gift. But I think that very quickly answers the question in terms of the pecking order for the Kylan composition with the Hardy and the Ziping versus the Xiphon composition. Like, the fact that the Fire Tick just melts through that composition still keeps Xiphon and Sand Siphon on top, in my opinion.
Yeah, I do think though that JL they are one of those they're just kind of crazy. They've been doing extremely well for the longest time. You know, these players, the ex J Cup champs, or at least a couple of them, and they've just been doing well ever since. You know, they're unstoppable, and they've definitely been doing really well with this Xiphon composition. And as we can see, that's not changed at all. It's not changed. However, I would like to say this, is that although this composition still has value, although this composition is still strong, I think the Kylan Hardy Zipping composition could potentially be better. However, as you'd expect in this kind of environment, if you're going into these lobbies, into these games, not really having tested out and fully just sort of mapped out certain compositions like this new Hardy Kylan Zipping composition, there might be a few things that you're just not aware of, a few situations that you haven't prepared for, and that can result in the composition not doing as well as it could potentially do in the future once these things have been fully figured out. So we shall see, but the Xiphon comp still coming in strong, still doing extremely well. And hey, they were looted and booted. They got the buff from the Spirit Well. They just ran it. They ran the lobby. And another thing that it's just insane with these Spirit Wells in these endgame situations, with certain characters, you can use your ultimate just before the Spirit Well pops, and then have your ultimate recharged and ready to go, but have the ultimate that you used still active. As VVV demonstrated, he popped his ultimate just before the Spirit Well came through, and then was able to use his ultimate for the full duration, and then have another ult ready to go if he so chose to chain it back to back, and just have an entire minute's worth of huge pressure with this Zai ultimate, with the gold armor, the gold weapon damage, and that damage reduction coming through from the Mystic Might. You know, Spirit Wells, they have to be contested, and I think this is a perfect demonstration of that fact. 20 kills is absurd, and it's a lot of kills. It's not unheard of. However, it is still quite a lot of kills to be coming into the first game, with the first trios game of this split, and I'm excited to see what they've cooked up for us and are going to demonstrate and put up, you know, just serve us some delicious compositions. Perhaps JL has mapped out the Kylan, Hardy, and Zipping composition. Perhaps they are going to be the team to take it to MVP. But having a look here, we're going to have a look at the highlights from the game. TXJ on the Matari being a menace, dashing through the pole sword, the gold, the charged up Matari F doing so much damage. Hey, we're all accustomed to Matari at this point. We've all experienced it. That is one way that a Zipping goes down, to focus slide, and just being focused down, focus slide, unlosable neutral, as it is said. This Jade, there's a reason why it was removed from solos back in the day.
I mean, you can see as well that he's getting to utilize that Matari for us to keep up with the Kylan dash as well. so that Kylan isn't able to isolate the target that he's looking for, because he was trying to lock the Zai down to stop the V2 from putting all of the pressure on his team. But he doesn't get to do that. He doesn't manage to find the isolated fight because that Matari is still able to keep up with him. And it's actually TXJ being able to come through with that thrust on the Matari that actually cleans up a lot of these kills for JL. It's his last kill, actually, that's able to take down that last player of OUG before the Hubby can go down to the zone, locking up the 20 bomb rather than the 19 kills coming through. As we can see that Matari and Pulsar is still incredibly strong. Matari and Hangsword with Aurora Burst is probably the strongest, but if you don't have that Soul Drake, then that charged RMB is absolutely devastating. As you can just see TXJ able to keep a track on every single one of these players, continuing to put pressure onto everyone who's trying to just stay up in the air away from that Zai V2. And no surprises, it is going to be TXJ, one of the players who transferred over from TE at the beginning of this year, who is going to be walking away with that MVP. 35,967 damage done from the Matari in game number 1. 13,275 of that coming from the pole sword, 7,850 coming from the cannon, but a whopping 7,779 coming from the skills and ultimate. That is a lot of damage off of the back of the F2, as we can have a look at the Soul Jade layer. That is the blistering edge. That was also allowing him to keep applying fire tick on that pole sword, as well as the focusing slide. That was the undoing of the Z-ping inside the RAM of the Angle. But it feels like a very fitting way to start off the summer season for NBPL, because I think if there's really like a player that's been a staple of trios meta for as long as NARAKA BLADEPOINT has been around, it is TXJ. He is known as the god of NARAKA, and he has a huge lot of respect from every single player in the pro scene.
No, absolutely. I think I've been told that everybody always pays attention to what TXJ is cooking up in the kitchen. They all copy him. Every single team. They're always keeping their eyes on him, as he is somewhat an innovator in the scene. Just he's coming up with new things, new lines, new just strategies. It's always TXJ. He's just Mr. Astro Brain. And he's been demonstrating how well he can put that brain to use. I mean, if today's any indication, well, hey, the day's not over yet. There is still plenty more NARAKA to be played. We've got another 5 games. That was only game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. So strap in, as we are in. We're in for some interesting games. I cannot wait to see the Firefly games. I am obviously, as most of you well know, a Firefly enjoyer. Having that extra uptime on the ultimates always makes things more fun, more interesting, at least for me. However, having no Fireflies definitely is also rather interesting, as you find a lot of teams sometimes do better on no Firefly than they do on Firefly maps. As like you have your preferences, you have your strengths, you have your weaknesses. Being able to pick and choose those moments where you know that teams can't possibly have their ultimate up. They know they can't because there's no Fireflies. So you can timing attack extremely well. The macro decision making that comes through when there's no Fireflies, but also when there is Fireflies, being able to rotate in the right parts around the map to be able to maximize your ult time, etc. There's a lot in there. Also, for anyone who doesn't know what I mean when I say macro plays, I mean macro in this sense refers to that big picture kind of stuff, the decision making that makes a big impact overall. Where you choose to land, where you choose to go once you've landed, the path that you choose to take around the map to try and loot up as much as you can, or find as many fights and players to take down as you can. Where you're going to go, what you're going to do, and the impact that it has on the remainder of the game. Now, on the other hand, there is micro, and when people refer to micro in NARAKA, they're talking about the raw mechanics, the dodges, the parries, the timings, and all of that stuff. So if you ever hear us talk about micro and macro, that's what it means. But I can't wait to get into this next game, Moxie. What do you think we're gonna see in this next coming game?
I mean, it's still no extra Firefly spawns, but it is going to be second game, so I feel like a lot of these teams have already got a lay of the land in terms of compositions coming through. I don't think we're going to see any bonkers compositions just yet. I still think everyone's going to be going for like the old faithful, you know, Takeda, Sand, Xiphon, potentially a little bit of Cannonball. We didn't get to see any Cannonball in that first game. In fact, we didn't get any Farrier. So no Farrier, no Yushan, but we'll have to wait and see almost immediately, actually, because game 2 is going to be starting in a matter of moments. So do you know what? We can look ahead to the next 20 seconds or so and try and figure out what exactly all of these teams are going to be locking. I definitely think it's going to be interesting to see the drop locations as well, because a lot of these teams, even if you're, you know, newer to the league, as we talked about, some of these teams potentially struggling with that lack of information. There are certain maps and there are certain teams where you know exactly where they're gonna go, right? If it's Holoroth, OUG is gonna drop Salvation Podium, GGG is gonna be dropping Imperial, so that they can just head on up over to Waterfall. And then if it's Morris Isle, then they're gonna be dropping Secret Tunnel. We've seen a couple of teams contest GG in the past over Secret Tunnel. It's never really ended well, especially since GG have started running things like Valda composition, where they utilize the Water Trap Trinity, that Valda F3, to be able to capitalize on the little space that is available in Secret Tunnel, so that if the Valda does manage to get either the F3 catch or she's able to get the Fireflies hit into the V2, it's pretty much game over in terms of being able to get out alive. From Secret Tunnel, it just becomes Secret Tomb instead, because you either get caught up into the CC or you dodge the CC and go into a different weapon attack, which is something that GG are incredibly well known for. Their cohesion, their synergy, especially inside a realm of Yang, I feel is the reason why they are one of the rare teams that have been able to make things like the Valda composition work, because they're able to communicate as cleanly as they are. And like that decision making, that communication, it was seen in TE, it was seen in JL. Now that 2 of their players from TE have moved over, there was a little bit of teething issues when they were trying to put Feng into the roster, but it feels like with the downtime that we've had from Season 1 to Season 2, a lot of that teething issues have evened out, and Feng looks much more natural in the composition this time around.
I'm wondering, what are we gonna see going into this game? I don't think. Wait, this is Morris. No, is this Holoroth? No, it's Morris. I can't remember. I think it's Morris. But hey, regardless, if it's Morris, we probably won't see all that much Cannonball. If it's Holoroth, we probably will see some Cannonball, but I'm not too sure. However, we will be finding out relatively soon. I do really want to see JL pull out the new Hardy Kylin zipping composition, as I want to see what they can do with it, how they can put it to good use. What is this graphic in the bottom left? What am I looking at right now? What is that? I'm not sure what that means, but it looks like a good meme, regardless.
It's Holoroth, by the way. Holoroth is
okay, it's Holoroth. There is Holoroth. I couldn't remember. I've been it's confusing.
It's
at times.
Pedora, Holoroth Morris, Holoroth Pedora. That's okay. the rotation for trios.
Okay. It is always a little bit different, and sometimes it gets swapped around. Regardless, I'm gonna try and find out what that little graphic meant, and I'll let you guys know in a little bit. But if it is indeed Holoroth, then we are likely going to see some Cannonball, at least some variations of that composition, as we've seen plenty of different variations of this comp. Originally, it was the Yueshan Feria Yoto, but then it turned into Yueshan Feria Hardy. We even saw some
Aramak.
Yeah, exactly. Some Yueshan. I think it was Yueshan Justina Yoto, Yueshan Justina Feria. We've seen Yueshan Feria Akos, Yueshan Feria Valda, exactly, the GG special. You know, it's interesting. I'm curious to see what what third character is going to be picked up. Who knows? We might even see a Wei-Shan Farrier Kylin. Who knows? It might be possible. It might happen. Another composition I think is also theoretically possible is a Kylin Tomolk zipping, Kylin Tomolk Karumi. That kind of composition, as Kylin, he's got the demon vibes, the edgy vibes. He could definitely replace the Takeda in that composition. You know, it is possible, and it definitely would work to some extent. However, I'm not sure how good that variation would truly be, but I'm interested to see it. But we'll see.
I think we just heard what that little graphic was. Apparently LYD is becoming a farmer in his spare time.
Oh, agriculture and NARAKA. That's pretty cool, actually. Is farmer LYD out there chopping wood, feeding the chickens, you know. That's cool. I like that. I like that there's a graphic for it as well. That's awesome. But
you know what we could see as well? Because this is a composition that a couple of teams have been practicing. Hardy zipping Tianhai.
True, we could see that. I think there's also Takeda Karumi Tianhai too. I think that's...
Yeah, there've been a couple of teams that have been putting that into play. And I mean, Tianhai is pretty strong in terms of Holoroth, which is really funny because I remember when that map, like before Padoria was the new map, Holoroth was the new kid on the block, and everyone was like, oh yeah, so much verticality, we're never gonna see Tianhai, there's like a 45% chance that it's a good final zone for a monk. And literally the first game that we ever saw in terms of Holoroth in the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League was just an entire lobby of Transformer compositions, and we were like, well, I guess we're still going to see Transformer stick around. That was back then, though, when Transformer was the meta composition, and times have definitely been changing. Things have also been changing in terms of the hero phases. It's going to be GG, FPX, and ASE, as well as TE, all now getting to pick first. We'll get to see what exactly they lock in. My money would be on the Karumi being the support role of choice that everyone is going to be picking up, making it much more expensive for everybody else in this lobby, as no matter what composition, whether it's Transformers, whether it's Siphon, whether it's Sand Siphon, Karumi does definitely outshine Zipping.
Indeed, I completely agree with that. It's, although I don't know, the zipping still can do quite a lot. It kind of depends how you want to play the composition, as we've seen time and time again where sometimes the Karumi variation does better and sometimes the zipping variation does better. Obviously, Karumi is objectively the better pick in a lot of scenarios. However, it is slightly harder to pilot, as with zipping, you know, you just throw out the F in the general direction of your teammate and it's going to work. And
you still fight. Yeah, you still get to fight.
You can still fight. Your ult is just passive. You know, you don't have to stay in a circle to have the healing, you know.
True, but I mean, that stress has lessened somewhat since they gave her the recast. Like, the fact that she can move that armor circle once per ult usage is insane, as it does mean that even if the other team is successful in being able to baseball ball bat you out of that Kurumi ultimate circle, she can still recast it to be able to cover whoever has been CC'd out. That being said, it still does feel like these teams are leaning towards the Kurumi, and as a result, it is going to be almost all across the board Sand Siphon picked for everyone in the first phase. Everybody else now going to be leaning, having seen that the Takeda, Tumulch, and Karumi are going to become more expensive, into running the Siphon variant. JDG trying to figure out what exactly they're running, having a little bit of discussion with their coach before they decide to lock a composition in. Still no sign of the Farrier, as JDG are going to be locking the Kylin with the Hardy and the Z-Ping coming on through, despite knowing that all of these other teams are going to be running that Karumi. UWG going to be locking the Viper Tessa Wu Chen. JL, you get your wish. It is going to be Hardy, Kylin, and Zping coming out from JL. Is DRG going to be locking in the third-party composition of the Wu-Chen, Tessa, and Viper? And what exactly are we going to see from our last team, Wu-Chen, Viper, Tessa? Not a single team running Cannonball. It could be that they're all saving it for when the Fireflies are going to be active, since a huge part of Cannonball does rely around that Pharah being able to cycle through as many V3s as possible. But this is still a huge anomaly for what we've seen in the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League so far.
Yeah, I'm very surprised. Typically, we see the Cannonball, the Aeromech, whatever you'd want to call it, being picked up on the Holoroth games, as it just performs better on this map than on Morris Isle. It is definitely strange. You might be right that they could be saving it for the Firefly version of Holoroth. However, I'm still rather surprised that this is what they've chosen to do. Also, I am very interested to see if JL can make this composition work into the Sand Siphon. Now, I've been talking to Raven about this a little bit, and we were saying that this composition is so unbelievably good, and the only composition that can really contest it all that well is, in fact, the Sand Siphon composition, the Takeda to Mulk Karumi. That's at least what he said. He said it in passing, but I do distinctly remember him telling me this, and I think I'm not sure. I want to see it though. I want to see it. I want to see what JL chooses to do in this matchup. And
I think it's going to be the F2. It is the F2. So this is really interesting, because VVV is not the only one running the F2. Jing is also running the F2. This is something that I was talking to you about before the broadcast, because we were having this debate about like F1 or F2 variant for Kylin, and I was telling you that having watched JL practice the Kylin composition with the Hardy and the Zping, VVV has been running the F2. Specifically, he's been running the F2 with a default 2 fist blades, and he's been utilizing it to be able to hold a person CC'd for 2 seconds so that his team can get an additional focus strike off before he goes for the kick follow-up. And it's been really, really strong. It's a very aggressive use of the utility, but one of the reasons why we see so many of these teams lean towards the F1 is that has a combo breaker as opposed to the F2. This doesn't really surprise me that it would be JL that would be pushing towards that playstyle though, because JL were the team that in the past would run things like the Yodo F1, where they would utilize just a really aggressive bit of kit instead of relying on the more defensive that you could sort of put it towards, like for the Yodo having the F3, or when the F3 got nerfed, moving over towards the F2 to be able to cover those spaces, as opposed to utilizing the F1 to be able to take initiation rather than having to play reactive. That being said, VVV is a very influential player, so it's going to be interesting to see whether or not other teams start taking his lead and leaning towards the F2 over the F1. OUG going to be starting out over towards Jin's Armory, going to be finding a fight almost immediately against both TE and JD. Jihan waiting for the 40-year-old to move through before coming on in with that longsword, looking to put pressure onto JDG. Already going incredible. It doesn't have any armor, gets the Kurumi Tether, which is going to break immediately so the Kurumi can come into the fight and help out herself. Unfortunately, that means that the 4 seconds of 90% damage reduction wear out, and as a result, hand goes down almost immediately to Kiki, coming in with those fist blades, and TE getting a little bit too over-eager to get the Kurumi into the action, just mistime it.
Unfortunate for them. There was a big parry as well coming through, but it wasn't enough to keep them on their feet. ASE Ace up against GG. Corky has already been taken down. However, CJS also is down for the count, and I think the call has been made for both of these teams to resurrect and come back and try to fight this out. However, Lemon is managing to get this Dragon Slayer into Nezars, forcing 3-3-0 out of the Kurumi circle and taking him down. It looks as though EWG is on the prowl. A pair of purple fist blades for this Viper for Zwan is going to be devastating damage if they are able to get the confirmation hits through. The Tumulk ult being utilized to try and buy a little bit of time. LXM sending out the aggressive RMB on the Greatsword. just immediately getting parried. One of those attacks that if you're a little bit too oogly with, you do just get immediately punished for, as the second half of that swing is a little slow and rather readable. However, look at that. Wait, FPX, I'm not sure if they must have. It looks as though they landed on Salvation Podium and have managed to pick up golden fist blades. Now immediately gone over to the south, the very south of the map, to this money spot, as a lot of people call it, as you're able to pick up a lot of Darktide coins to find themselves JDG looting up. Although they haven't died and resurrected here, they just happen to be here. This is a pretty decent fight for JDG, as if they're able to come out on top, it will be very, very good for them. Getting themselves some golden fist blades would be very nice this early on. It looks as though they might be able to do so. The Moonbane has been committed, a very useful resource early on, as we all well know. Jing stuck in the sand wall, though. The double release coming out from the fan, and FPX are turning it on its head. 2-tick now. Looks as though he parried the golden fist blades off of Junks. And unfortunately, he's not going to be able to get them back. Bowder looks as though they have died and resurrected close by, spotting out this Moonbane, and are now immediately rotated over to it. As Moonbanes, although they're extremely useful for the team using it, they do somewhat act as a dinner bell to everybody on the map. Oh, there's a Moonbane. Let's go, boys. Let's get down there.
But JL. Gonna be that Kylan V2 coming on out. VVV just putting all of this pressure onto Xuan, who's not getting to do anything. Viper ultimate now comes on for V1, not V3. Everyone from jail as a result going to be breaking LOS around that pillar before starting up the fight once more. As VVV with those extra dashes is going to be able to take down one, forcing that Wuchen teleport reposition almost immediately, but it's so close because of the nerfs to that distance, and as a result they're not able to get the Viper up in time. Lue is able to find one heal, but Cookie has to stay behind, utilizing the shield coming in through from that Wuchen to get an extra little bit of stabilization, putting himself onto the top of the cliff. Just trying to keep the attention as long as he possibly can for Lue to be able to get out and fully recover as Cookie is about to go down. He's an absolute sliver of health. JL are going to keep up the chase, but the Wuchen's going to run them further away from his Tessa. And that is going to be JL walking away. 5 kills now to their name as OUG and X1, who are now the Barons of the legendary fist blades. Very much past the parcel with this weapon in particular. Going to be coming on through with that Viper V1. 5 seconds of stun. Who's it going to be? SS is going to immediately get CC'd. The King now gets pushed onto Tumult Ultimate, comes out trying to just buy the Kurumi the opportunity to live a little bit longer, and it does enough. The King is able to absolutely shred with those fist blades. Blue rarity, but still just doing so much damage, and as a result it is just full reposition coming in through from X1 before one of their players can come down. Wuchen teleport, invested Tessa, combo breaker also now utilized to push in you further away, trying to close up the distance with those fist blades. Going to be pushed further away as it's going to be the Wuchen blades to get a little bit of the shielding back. Jinyu coming in with the jump horizontals, keeping up the pressure. XDI unfortunately going to go down. XLY now on the back foot. Takeda Fury Shov's going to be holding him in position, not allowing the disengage so that the fan can come through with the follow-up. And that is OUG now just having to figure out where LYD's run off to. And you know what? They figured it out in the space of about 5 seconds. Fury Shove just to keep the Wuchen in lockdown, and OUG will be able to finalize that fight. And it very much feels like those legendary fist blades are just a little bit of an unfortunate sign for the teams that carry them, because we've seen them go through 3 different teams and every single one of them has had some form of misfortune befall them when the camera's been on them.
Indeed, hey, I don't know, but the cursed fist blades. Everybody wants them, and everybody wants to use them as they just do so much damage. However, it's possible that the reason why this has happened is that because of how much damage this weapon really does, everybody who has them, because it's the gold rarity, like, it's gonna do a lot of damage. I gotta send this blue focus. They immediately get parried.
Yeah,
Damn it!
listen.
I've lost the fist blades, boys. It's possible that's why they've just changed hands so much. I don't know. You know, it's the desire to release the focus attack. Yeah, but hey, we'll have to. Well, I don't know. We'll have to figure a little bit more about it. We have seen some teams in the past opt to not use their golden weapon, not to use their highest rarity weapon, so that they can just send a blue focus without the risk of losing an extremely high priority weapon. But it's a bit odd. Not really. Is it really worth it to use a blue weapon to send a focus attack if you have a gold weapon in the back that you could probably get the focus attack?
If you ask OG Jinyu, he was able to find the kill with blue rarity fist blades. So, yeah.
True. Blue fist blades do as much damage as gold longsword anyway, so yeah.
That is, yeah. Fist blades are insanely powerful. I remember when the weapon first released, there was a huge debate over like what was the most powerful weapon, and Mike actually did the in the Discord, he came through and he did a one-on-one, well, not rather like a one-on-one, but an AMA, and he was like, yeah, I think fist blades are really good, but I still think Fan is stronger. It would be very interesting to talk to him now that a little bit more time has passed and people have been able to tech fist blades a little bit more, to see whether or not that answer has changed, because Fan is still incredibly strong and incredibly good at what it does, but fist blades are just incredibly strong in terms of amount of damage that they can do, plus the mind games aspect of it all, right? Being able to utilize those dashes to keep up the pressure, but also just going like, we can either full send this blue, but if you try and go after us, we can use it to go for the instant parry. It's so fun to get to see them in the hands of the pros, as we're going to have a look at GG versus JDG. It is going to be the Takeda traditional Sand Siphon, except with the Kurumi instead of the Z thing, as CGS is going to get immediately aggressive, trying to put pressure onto this Hardy so that the Hardy has to utilize that movement as much as he possibly can. CGS with that blue fan, now not reading into the parry, throws out the charged vertical and just starts displacing all of the members of JDG so that when they try and react to that charged vertical, the rest of his team can step forward and punish, as Hardy ultimate is out onto the field. CGS as a result is going to get the Kurumi to have it, start getting that damage reduction as well as the healing, as LXM drops the Tumult ultimate, cordoning off a huge area of the realm of Yang that the Hardy cannot possibly go towards. Tutekne grounded, is going to be chased further away. CGS is going to get CC. The Kurumi armor circle.
No ult!
To come through, and no ultimate, as it is now going to be the V2 from the Kylan, pushing everybody outside of the Kurumi. There's the recast, no more recast available, however, and as a result, every single one of these dashes is just going to be further pinwheeling GG away from the area and source of sustainability, and JDG just have to go for cleanup. That's so unfortunate from GG, as LXM still alive on this Tumult. Might be able to find something. I don't think he's got his combo breaker up, and unfortunately, he will fall.
Indeed, he will. I think this was fully in GG's favor up until that one crucial moment where Takeda just wasn't able to get up and use his ultimate. Unfortunately, if he had gotten that ultimate off, I think it was over for JDG. And I think, interestingly, both times that we've watched a Realm of Yang take place with this composition in play, the Kylin has always been immediately focused at the very start. And then the moment that sort of like initial damage comes through, it baits the zipping from the Kylin team to immediately come on over and try and help the Kylin. And then those players who were originally focused in the Kylin immediately turn their attention to the zipping and try and focus down the zipping, which is a very interesting line. I think that's likely what these teams have theorized is the best strategy when dealing with this composition, and it was going extremely well for them up until that one moment. The Kurumi circle just not being in range, just a few inches away from that Takeda, just not able to get up, stay healed, and get that ultimate use off. Unfortunate for them indeed. It looks as though we're going to have a Yang depletion fight taking place here. SS1 and FPX have spawned very, very close to each other. The Siphon up against the Sand Siphon. The brother and sister comp, if you will. Rosemary getting caught out of the air. The tether is on him. Interestingly, that is actually F1 on the Kurumi for SS1, not F3, not the damage reduction F, the healing F, interestingly. Rosemary using that F3, taking a moment to now heal up a little bit. FPX Jun is taking a bit of damage and is trying to get away, trying to heal up a little bit, but is forced to re-engage using that ultimate to great effect, taking down one of these players. Now in a 3 versus 2 situation, SS1 are going to have to do pull out a miracle right now to win this fight. This Kurumi, oh, the parry comes through, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. The heal does come through from the F1, trying to stabilize, trying to disengage, trying not to get focused down, but it's not an easy task. They managed to buy a little bit of time, but it's not enough, and FPX are going to cleanse their Yang depletion, eliminating SS1. And in the, while this was all going down, EWG also has been fully eliminated on top of Bowder, who I think was fully eliminated, excuse me, fully eliminated a little earlier on. Jun X almost has his ultimate up and ready to go yet again as well, but I doubt we're going to see a fight come out from them just yet, as they've cleansed the Yang depletion, and Yang is spawning up yet again. We have a lot of these teams rotating over to these Yang portals, taking their time.
Oh, we're getting a Salvation Podium dust up.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Salvation Podium. No one cares about the realm of Yang. Everybody.
Everyone.
Everyone is going to Salvation Podium. It feels like GG are going to be prioritizing the Spirit Well instead. He going to be deciding that there's too many teams on top of Salvation Podium. Here's the reason why everyone's going Salvation Podium. It has a dealers. It has a shop. Everyone is going to try and move over to that shop to roll for soldiers and then potentially go into Realm of Yang with those soldiers. JL, having just capitalized on that, Assault Smolder going to be picked up for VVV, so they do have fire tick that they can start putting pressure on a lot of these other teams before heading on over into the Realm of Yang, as we talked about in terms of that kiting path. This is a fully stacked squad. Oh my goodness, they've already got 3 legendary soldiers, legendary dual halberds as well. Like, this is insanely good, and you can see that they're prioritizing all of this just brunt damage onto VVV, given the fact that his Zeeping is actually missing a Soul Shade slot. They've prioritized stacking their Kylan with as much damage as possible. It's OUG going to be on the outskirts of a Realm of Yang, not wanting to go in first. This is something that we do typically see from the teams. They don't immediately want to take the Realm of Yang because the strong teams immediately go into the Realm of Yang. It's much better that they try and hold off a little bit longer. That being said, I don't think OUG even went into a Realm of Yang, as JL are just going to be able to pick it up for free.
Indeed they are. This is... JL's just, I feel like they're being gifted a lot this series. Gifted the Spirit Well buff in game number 1, and now gifted a Draco Storm in game number 2. And they are going to be running rampant in this lobby, in this mid to end game transitional period. I do think, though, that as you pointed out, that GG was heading on over the Spirit Well, and there they are, waiting on the Spirit Well. Interestingly, they are choosing, as they're going completely uncontested on the Spirit Well, they're choosing it to extend it for as long as possible so that they can maximize the amount of time that they have on the Mystic Might buff. JL are lurking on the southern side of the zone at the moment, trying to find all of those potential lonely gamers hiding at the edge of the zone, trying to stay hidden and not get focused down in this during this time. As
it is surprising they didn't go to the Spirit Well. I mean, I wonder if they knew that would extend it this long, that potentially they would have gone to the Spirit Well. But having Draco Storm, I find that you either have Mystic Might and you run into everybody and you just die or you pick Dracostorm and you run into nobody.
Yeah,
Because you don't have
kind of how
the
it feels a
information.
lot of the time, isn't it?
Like you need to be able to like have the best of both worlds, and by that I mean pick up Dracostorm and then find a bounty scroll.
Yeah,
Just
or find a
follow
red
the
bounty.
all the way
Pseudo Mystic
to a
Might.
different team. Because either the team with a bounty just sacrifices their player and sends them off to die to the team with Dracostorm, or the team with a bounty doesn't want to sacrifice one of their players and runs the team with Dracostorm through another team. Is TE going to be running away from OUG? A lot of these teams know that teams that either went into Realm of Yang or went towards the Spirit Wells have buffs currently active, and as a result, everyone is very reluctant to actually take a prolonged fight. Which does make sense, as well as the fact that we have to remember, JL went uncontested inside the Realm of Yang. So there is not actually a team in the lobby that has Yang depletion. Which is a very rare occurrence, but it means that there's no one really forcing a fight. You don't have any teams on Yang depletion having to take a fight. And as a result, no one wants to take a fight, because if you take a fight, you're going to get third-partied. As JL eyeing up a fight against DRG, they've still got 30 seconds left of this Dracostorm. They're the only team in this lobby that want aggression, and as a result, they are going to start forcing it. It is going to be DRG that they're eyeing up. VVV taking a little bit of time, gets caught by a wisp, however, and takes so much damage. Has to get his Hardy to kite him out of that fight. But unfortunately, the concussion just means that he gets absolutely melted. Longsword charged vertical right to the spine. Z-Ping sustain just not enough. And he goes down before he can pop his ultimate and try to reposition. And DRG, having got that fight, now just immediately scarf it away before they can get punished by any other team in the area.
Damn, that is heartbreaking. That is very rough for VVV. I'm not sure if they're even going to be able to get this res off. No, it looks as though he's immediately held E, and his team has immediately run for the hills. And GG are still waiting on this Spirit Well. What on earth?
Oh, there you go.
That's hilarious. They've waited for what feels like 5 minutes.
Yeah, but they're the only team with a buff, and they get Mystic Might, which means that they're going to have so much information on all of the teams around them. Potentially, they're going to have information on JL. As it is just going to be a split-up approach that it looks like JL are going to have to try and take. One thing on the zipping, just having to kite and distract as long as possible so that TXJ can make it out, because as we talked about, both the Kylan and the Hardy are two heroes that you want to make it to the end game, since they have that aggression. They also have the kill potential. Zipping is very much just for that sustain, and one thing's job now just becomes distract the team long enough for TXJ to get into a more favorable position. Is underneath just 3 players of FPX full focusing him down. There is naught he can do. And that is FPX up to 6 kills as GG now start to decide whether or not they want to take a fight. Looks like they just wanted to go through the resources of the body that was left behind. No one full committing, and it is literally just going to be fan pressure and cannon pressure onto the players of FPX to chase them away so that resources can be picked up. As when all of these players start getting pushed into these small spaces and the fight's gone on as long as it has been, resources are incredibly scarce, as potentially JL have been able to gather a rebirth charm, but no. TXJ, he was around the soul altar. We even got the third person pan to it, but it looks like he didn't manage to do anything except grab a purple armor and potentially die to the zone. Oh, he just managed to slide out of that last little bit of corruption tick damage, and he hasn't been spotted either, which is crucial considering X1 is still in the area and could definitely have utilized any of either the Tesla or Viper cooldowns to hold him in place and let the corruption tick damage do its worst.
Indeed. Looks as though they also have a red bounty, allowing them to see everybody in the surrounding area, but it looks as though they haven't recognized that that is a lonely JL member with no teammates. It's so rough when this kind of thing happens. You get caught by a Tumulk Wisp and you just get absolutely cooked, and then your teammate gets cooked in a 3 versus 1 trying to escape, It's so unbelievably unfortunate. Heartbreaking for JL. It is what it is. It happens. It happens to the best of us.
Oh,
And,
it's the tuna share party. Everyone's packing their tuna sandwiches.
Optimal as all hell. Swapping the tuna between your teammates so that you can all get the buff. Looks as though X1 is not happy about it. Like, stop there. They immediately head off in the other direction. I think perhaps they.
Oh, GG's on another spirit well.
Gold armor. Oh, GG. I don't think you're gonna be able to stall this one out though. It's probably not gonna. They're probably not gonna be able to do that. They're gonna have to pick this one as soon as possible. But look at that. VVV has actually been rezzed by a rebirth charm. They've picked him up. They've got him back in the game. It's not over just yet. And GG, oh, getting full committed on. The Tumulcol is going to come through. They do manage to get the spirit well, but I don't think they got the armors from it, or they didn't get all that much loot.
The Kylan made off with it, I'm pretty sure.
Yoink.
That is unfortunate. But I mean, for GG, it is definitely, it's not the best of the situation that could have happened. However, they were actually dueling TE for contesting the spirit well, and TE have their hands on Merciless Havoc. So the fact that they made it out with all of their players alive, I would say is definitely a plus sign. As we can see the Soul Jade setup coming through from DRG, no legendary Soul Jade for Kakaichi. So it has been 2 games and we are yet to see a single showing of Aurora Burst. Just like we are yet to see a single showing of the Farrier, which is incredibly interesting. Like you said, that is very much when we watched Koi Cup, every single team that MVP'd for like 5 out of 6 of the games had Aurora Burst in the back pocket. So you can see how influential Soul Jade it is with that silence effect, as well as just the sheer amount of distance and AoE that it can cover. Alongside that Matari ability, just teleport into place, full charge it up and drop it on your doorstep. Is JL's TXJ going to be removing themselves from the situation, just positioning right next to, as you talked about, VVV, who has been rezzed back up. They do not have their Z-Ping, but they do have the Hardy, they do have that Kylan. That is a lot of space pressure coming in through, as GG gonna just be making sure that no one is able to collapse on top of them. Bane's Breath, no one's dropped this. This is just the automatically generated one that randomly applies to an aspect of the map that is still available, and as a result, no one really wanting to make the first move while it's active. Everyone just very much swapping over to the cannons and starting to pressure all of the resources from the teams around them. Ballista could also potentially come into play, and as a result, no one's really wanting to go out into the open. Everyone trying to hug the blind side of it. As we can see, I believe that was X1 who threw out the Tester ultimate.
Yeah, I think so.
And managed to catch GG just so that they didn't try and get a little bit aggressive when the reposition and Bane's Breath eventually abated.
Indeed, but look at this. 26 players alive, and there's less than 5 minutes on the clock. The Spirit Well now spawning on in FPX, taking it upon themselves to immediately go over to it and try and lock it down for themselves. And seemingly going uncontested for the moment. FPX now committing that to Mulk ultimate, try and secure it. Karumi ultimate coming through, the Takeda ultimate as well. And the reason why they're able to do all of this is simply because they get all of those ultimates back the moment that the Spirit Well pops. And not only that, but they're gonna get their hands on the White Tiger's prowess and now look to try and force fights throughout the entire lobby. Jun going position 1, trying to engage. Does find a Hardy. TXJ on his own for the moment, immediately getting full rushed down. And there it is, Xiaohu able to pick up the kill with a quick musket shot as he falls to the ground. Very nicely done. Ace now trying desperately to scramble away, not looking for the smoke. They don't want to get engaged on by this team. OUG, it looks as though they are on the other side of the zone, sitting pretty, waiting, biding their time. Ace still alive, managed to find a moment to breathe. They do have 2 blue armors though, and they could find themselves being the target of a lot of these teams. DRG grappling sky high. They do have a lot of trees to work with as well. This is possibly
lost TXJ.
the one time. Wait, did they?
Yeah,
Is he
lost
dead?
TXJ. He's dead.
Well, he was dead, but did he?
Yeah,
did he,
portrait crossed out. He just went out. Yeah. That is really unfortunate. Now it's just up to VVV on Kylan. I don't think he would have been able to find the rest. I think it was just a case of try and cut your players and hope that 1 out of 2 of them will be able to survive when FPX started to get aggressive and push everyone into just positioning away from that team. JL, unfortunately, going to have to be a little bit quieter, but JDG also being very quiet at the moment, waiting for FPX's run of terror to run out. They're on double digits. FPX 3 kills behind, being able to tie with the current lobby lead. Here's JDG, and another reason why they're being incredibly quiet is because they have 2 players still on blue armor. They cannot advertise the fact that they have 2 blueberries inside when we're heading towards a final zone. And you can see OUG also having SS playing much more forward and just playing bodyguard for his 2 other players, considering they've also got a couple of blueberries still left. JDG, Kiki having that flame and just putting pressure onto OUG so they can't start to step forward and take advantage of the lack of sustain that is available to this team. FPX now wanting to start getting more aggressive, holding onto this high ground as long as they possibly can. Huge charged R&B on the fifth place, managing to find a gorgeous connection onto the players around them, pushing them into the corruption, take damage. GG having to go for an early Karumi armor circle onto the low ground so they can put pressure onto JDG, utilizing that cleanse effect of the Karumi to be able to ignore the flamer presence coming on out from JDG. T also going to be utilizing a Karumi ultimate as FPX start to get much more passive up onto this high ground. More than happy for everyone around them to burn out of ultimate.
The drop down, the massive drop down.
Kakashi coming in with that classic Viper V1 nuke from the high ground. Lobby pauses.
And another one! What is that?
One comes on out from XLY. Exxon also putting the lobby on pause, but there is no kills that comes through except one onto ASE's Lemon as there just wasn't enough follow-up damage. FPX now deciding to start making their move. Jonah with that Skater ultimate has 1 more shove left. Zhao also going to be utilizing the Karumi armor circle to keep everybody sustained. Zhao is still holding onto that Tumult ultimate, waiting for the zone to collapse to push everyone into those wind walls and sap all of their stamina. GG going incredibly low. Jonah able to go back into his Karumi, get the tether, get the armor circle, keep all of the pressure up onto the players. 14 still alive. We're about to go into a full heal-off situation. Who's going to be able to come out on top? FPX getting so many kills back to back to back as Jonah is able to keep all of the pressure so quickly, picking up the soul blooms. Kakashi, an absolute sliver, is going to go down, and 3-3-0 will be the last team standing for GG, but I don't think he's done enough to pick up MVP. 14 players were alive, Dunk. 14! Twice we saw Viper V1s putting the entire lobby on stop, but it's FPX who put the entire lobby on hold ever since they picked up that Spirit Well.
Indeed, FPX. Hey, there's a little bit of a correlation here, guys. Whoever gets the Spirit Well buff seems to do kind of well. I wonder why.
Thinking that having 6 ultimates to your name in the space of under a minute could be incredibly strong.
Just might be a little useful. You know, who knows? Who knows? Well, I'll have to give it over to some analysts to figure out for us. But hey, regardless, GG also managing to secure that first place placement. Definitely a very nice little bit of boost in points for them. And if correct me if I'm wrong, I am pretty sure that we are playing with the new rule set, which means that nobody gets kill multipliers except for the team that comes first. So not MVP, the team that wins and is the last man standing, the last team standing is the only team that gets multipliers for their kill points, their elimination points, meaning that unless you come first, you're not going to be able to translate the kills that you have into a few extra points. So it's definitely extremely important. It's a huge objective for a lot of these teams. However, if you're able to put enough kills on the board leading up to that point, even if you don't get the first place finish, you can still come away with the MVP. As we just saw, FPX didn't come first, however, they do get the MVP. And hey, it's time, you know the drill, ladies and gentlemen. The answer for treasures, if you want to have a chance of getting your hands on a Summer Split random gift box, you have to put your answer to this question in the chat, and one lucky winner will be added and whispered to get their hands on this gift box. And the question is, how many kills did Team JDG get in game number 2? Was it A, 10, B, 11, C, 12, or D, 13 kills? And make sure to put your answer in the chat, and to stay at your PC or your phone, whatever it is that you are using to watch this series, as you don't want to miss the announcement of the winner and miss out on having won. Make sure that you stick around. But back to NARAKA, as I said, you can still get the MVP for a lobby, even if you don't get first place. But you have to get quite a few kills. However, FPX certainly managed to get quite a few kills. I'm still very sad for JL. It was looking so good for them. They had 10 kills. They were doing a great job. They were fully scaled, but one Tumulk Wisp can be the end of it all. And that is exactly what happened. I think perhaps they could have survived if VVV had had the presence of mind to not only use the Hardy Cube that his teammate put up for him, but also to immediately use his own ultimate as soon as he came out of it, so that when the Viper stun came through, he wouldn't be killable because you have that invulnerability. Yeah. However, taking a look at the scoreboard, 14 kills. God damn. OUG 11, Zone on 10, JDG on 10, 9 for DRG, JL 10, GG only 5. But they do get the kill multiplier. As you can see, the kill points, they get 6 kill points instead of 5 as they would have normally gotten because they came first.
Yeah, huge play coming through from GG, but FPX, and it's really good to see FPX like back to their former glory, because this is a team that when they first came to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League, they were one of the teams. It was FPX and TE were always the two that were vying for just full control of the final zones. And you can definitely see in the way that they were controlling that final lobby in game number 2 that like this is old school style FPX, where they just had such inherent knowledge and understanding of how to be able to exude that control. The second that Spirit Well popped up, the second they didn't get contested, they were able to all in, especially since they have the Tumult. They can drop that Tumult ultimate, they can block off the Spirit Well, they can guarantee that they can pick up the buffs, and the second that they do that, no one else in the lobby can get aggressive. They just have to dance to the strings that FPX put them on.
Indeed. I do think, though, that some of their potential success was prevented by the terrain and all the trees and just like the area that they were in, as having all of those trees that and the two everything, you know, it was, I think, a lot of their potential kills that they could have had, a lot of the snowball potential was prevented just simply because of the terrain and the spot they were in. It was just made it extremely difficult. It was very, very fortunate for those of Viper teams, for the blind date compositions, as that is possibly the one end zone that you want as a Viper composition, being able to have all these trees to go up and down, kite around. You don't have like your comp is to sort of like pull the trigger and go crazy. Although Tessa does have multiple uses, Viper and Wu Chen, you know, that you just pull the trigger and you have to get some value, and if not, then it's kind of bad luck. Being able to put the Wu Chen port at the top of a tree, perhaps, drop down with that Viper ult, just get a huge stun, as we saw. I think that second Viper ultimate, that was the most purple beams coming out of a Viper ult that I've ever seen.
I think I've seen one larger one. I saw one that was like 24. They got 24 people. The entire just final zone was just a blanket of purple. They weren't like strings attached to the Viper. It was literally just someone had gone into Paint 3D and just color blocked the entire screen purple. As we can have a look and see how exactly that final zone panned out. The fact as well that like FX didn't get all of the last kills. X1 were able to get a couple, TE was able to get a couple, I saw Leo being able to grab a few poison splash, indeed, as you pointed out, doing its job, being a very petty soldier, but a soldier that still bags you kills even beyond the grave, as it is going to be the Takeda walking into play of the game. Jun coming on through, we got to see him utilizing those fist blades to devastating degree, just putting so much pressure with the charged RMBs onto everybody, getting to use the movement as well to keep himself in and out of the fight, so slippery that you weren't ever really able to lock him down.
Indeed. Fist blades, they're pretty good. However, with the most recent patch that we did just get this week, day ago or so, the new patch, we did see some nerfs and reduction in strength going over to the fist blades. So not only did its damage get nerfed, but also the startup frames on a couple of the attacks and the stagger duration on a couple of the light attacks as well. I think it's the vertical, the light attack vertical and the crouching horizontal as well. They had their stagger reduced slightly. Cloud Weaver also got a damage nerf. However, I will say that it's still going to be prevalent. It's just one of those weapons that once it's in the game, once it's been created, and it's always going to be good, you know, unless they make it literally do 0 damage. It is always going to be good.
Even then, I think you'll still, especially in trios as well, where you want to have like everyone running different types of weapons, not just so that you have like different abilities to control the spacing. So like some person goes for a weapon with cleave, someone else goes for one where it's really good in terms of like the one-on-one, but also the speed, right? So you can constantly 24/7 have that pressure. That being said, we will be back with game number 3 right after this break. We'll catch you on the other side. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Summer League. Oh, Dunk, it's been a whole 2 games. We haven't got to see any Farrier. We haven't got to see any Aurora Burst, but we've traded those 2 things for Kylan and Fistblades. And you know what? I think we got a pretty fair trade. I'm really happy to get to see already a lot of the pro players getting to grips with everything new that's come to NARAKA in the downtime between, well, spring season, Koi Cup, and summer kickoff.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was surprised when we had Koi Cup going on that Fistblades weren't seeing all that much use. I'm glad that we're seeing it now because it's pretty good. As we said, we're probably going to keep talking about it for quite a while. It's just one of those weapons that does almost everything. You know, it doesn't necessarily have that much height on its uppercut, but other than that, it's pretty solid in every other regard. You know, it's been nerfed. However, it still has that utility, being able to do the black dodge, as a lot of people are calling it. When you charge blue focus and then tap dodge, you do a slightly different dodge, which allows you to then immediately just let go of the button and just go boom, just explode into a blue focus attack and do 1 billion damage. It's extremely hard to maneuver around, extremely hard to counter, extremely hard to parry. Everything. It does extremely well in almost every scenario. And as you said before, you know, team compositions, these teams, they have set roles for their different, you know, their different teammates, their different team members and characters. You know, there's been a lot of time has passed where pole sword, longsword, and spear, or pole sword, longsword, and dagger if you have the jades or something. It was the setup. You know, that was the optimal setup, as pole sword allowed you to have that big damage burst. You could kite, you were hard to deal with, allowed you to save stamina by using the charged vertical blue focus hold to maneuver around in the fight. You could turn it around, and the longsword allows your support character to sort of sit on the outside and send beams of longsword wind slashes into the fight from afar. Even if they get parried, they can typically dodge out as long as they space it correctly, and it does quite a lot of damage. Dagger with certain J's is just an abomination, as we all know. You know, there's so many different things that you can do with certain weapons. However, Fistblades kind of does it all. That you're able to sort of sit on the outside, immediately explode into the fight, engaging with those dodges. You have a crazy amounts of damage, as we've seen. The jades on it, the Cloud Weaver is just crazy good. You know, it's extremely good for kiting with, as you have more stamina than you typically would when using a different kind of weapon. As some of you may or may not know, in your glyphs with the stamina tree, if you opt to go for the stamina tree, it gives you reduced stamina cost on your dodges. However, alongside dagger and fistblades, you have increased stamina cost reduction on that glyph as well. So you have even more stamina to play with when you're using the short handle weapons, so dagger and fan, and fistblades. So it's just such a good all-rounder weapon that up until now we haven't seen get too much play in the professional scene.
Yeah, there's also like the fact that you can keep up that pressure even when like you tap dodge away. If someone throws out a focus strike instead of like going for that parry, you can just tap dodge and then come back in with another focus strike when they're recovering, which is crazy. But do you know what is a little bit crazy? It's game free. We're on Mars.
Indeed.
It is traditional NARAKA. This is the first ever map of NARAKA, and that is going to herald the return of Tianhai. It's not going to be traditional Transformer. It is alongside, as we talked about, a composition which we could potentially see the Takeda alongside that Karumi, but Tianhai is very much going to be coming back to the front of things. Whether it's going to be a niche pick that only comes from the first group, we'll have to wait and see, as the second phase is now picking their heroes. JL going to be opting for the hardy Kylan Ziping coming on through from actually a lot of teams. in this phasing. EWG going to be opting for that Xiphon composition. So no real surprises coming through until we have a look at what everyone's going to be running in phase 3. I would expect it's going to be the Tesla, Viper, Wu Chen, all coming from these 4 teams. No increased Firefly spawn, but this is still a very strong all-round composition. No matter what map you're on, it's very, very good for being able to third party to grief a lot of these teams inside and outside the realm of Yang entrances. Not so much the Spirit Well, considering Tumultuous and Tian Highs do make holding down Spirit Wells a lot harder in comparison if you're running the Viper, Tessa, and Wu Chen, considering the Transformer teams take advantage of the fact that the damage that comes through from the players outside of the dome doesn't actually connect to the players inside of it, and they sort of use it as a pseudo Tumult ultimate to act as a big old buffer for a Tian Hai sitting in the middle.
Indeed. I think we're starting to see this time and time again where Viper, Tessa, Wu Chen that doesn't get picked unless you're forced to pick it, it seems.
Yeah, it's the damage control pick.
It's like, okay, we didn't get to play Kailin, we didn't get to play Takeda, we don't get to play Monk. Alright, we gotta play the Viper, Tessa, Wu Chen, you know, it's the consolation prize of compositions right now. It's, thing is, like, even though that's seemingly the case at the moment, it is still a very solid comp.
Yeah.
If you can play it well, you know, like you have to recognize your team composition's objectives, your win conditions, and its strengths. And with this composition, you want to be looking for those third parties. You want to be looking for those timing attack situations where you can jump in and just absolutely annihilate 1 or 2 players from a team and potentially close out and finish them all off with the remaining cooldowns, or just let the third one go and just let them run off and try and res their teammate, and then look to re-engage on a different team. It's the perfect example was shown in game number 1, where we saw the Tessa Viper Wu Chen team just absolutely assassinate that Zai, who just won that fight, and they went back to the body. Went back to the body with no armor, and then disappeared within a matter of seconds. You know, it's that devastating when this team pulls a trigger. It's insane.
Oh no, it is. I was gonna say, is it Morris Island GG's not landing Secret Tunnel? But I believe the logo was obscured by DRG, who are going to be potentially contesting GG on their drop locations. Interesting things to note about the abilities. JL's still going to be running the Kylan with the F2, but we've got Rosemary, who's on the Tianhai, who's going to be running the Parry Bell, the F2 variant, as opposed to the other Transformer team, who is going to be running the more common F1 usage. So keep an eye for that one to come into players. It is, yeah, there it is. GG and DRG both dropping Secret Tunnel. So that is going to be a fight immediately off of the rip for contesting into that space. Everyone else except FX and TE very much scattered around the map. No surprises, FX and TE do land near each other, as GG and DRG going to be heading off into a fight immediately before Secret Tunnel can even come into play. Alex taking an opportunity, manages to grab a longsword to be able to come through with those airstrikes that you were talking about. That player in the support role able to just keep up the pressure even on the sidelines, sending on through. Kakaishi's going to be taking so much damage as a result, especially since I believe his Tesla was able to get some halberds, managing as well to pick up enough damage and rage as a Firefly too to come through with that first iteration of the Tesla ultimate. Managing to grab that 3-second enchantment stun window long enough for LXM and he to be able to just shred through the health bar of DRG. One of the advantages of Tessa being that she does not need full ultimate charge to cast that ultimate out, as opposed to some of these other heroes like that Zai. As it is going to be OUG now going head-to-head against ASE. Corki getting hit up into the air by that dagger, not getting hit into with the following Matari thrust though, as Jinyu now comes up with the charged LMB, looking to put pressure. Tessa combo breaker off the F1 already going to be utilized. Jinyu still trying to put pressure in the 2 versus 1 against Water, will be able to deal enough damage off of the Stargast set up from his teammate to be able to claim the kill. Doesn't push the Tessa ultimate. might potentially be able to get out of that one. Note the 3-second stun window, because he got parried, is going to connect onto the Matari, and as a result, he has to grapple away. As here comes JL with the third party VVV with that hang sword, putting up all of this pressure onto ASC's Lemon. The next combo breaker from that Tesla going to be utilized as VVV with the Skirmish looks to just shut down any disengagement options that Lemon has available to him. With that kill now picked up, they'll immediately return back to the bodies and start looting up, as with a third body position, they had very little loot to their name. It was just the fact that they were able to come in and prey on these teams that were already low and burn through their ultimates that allowed them headway in that fight.
Indeed. It's this 1v1 now, the isolated 1v1, Matari versus Wu Chen. I have to say, it's likely that the Matari is going to take this fight, considering also now that they've turned up, the rest of the team
not so much the 1v1 now.
Yeah, not a 1v1 anymore. It was for a second there. I was hyped. But no. Is that a dreadful whale I see? Did I just see a dreadful whale this early on in the game? I'm not sure. We'll have to wait for a second to see if we see it get used again. But GG scrapping it out over here up against TE. Han having healed up, having also seemingly used all of those Tessa ult charges, and now being committed on by the Viper ult, unfortunately not able to stay alive, a break line of sight as his teammates were forced to leave him behind. And GG, they're not going to be letting this team go so easily. YZZ is getting chased down, but CJS has actually lost this fight in the 1v1. YZZ managing to claim the kill straight up 1 versus 1. Now LXM, narrowly avoiding that Viper ultimate, and now sending those blues just back to back. Oogly boogly LXM, he does not care, just sending it like a machine. Leo now up against 3-3-0. GG seemingly losing all of their 1v1s here, unfortunately, and now forced to disengage. LXM on his own now. Zone ZDI looking to engage, going fully in with this Kylin ultimate onto SS1, trying to get as much damage as possible. Unfortunately, only a blue weapon rarity here, so not going to be doing as much damage as he possibly could. But still a menace. Here it is, manages to find one dash, a second, forcing them out of the Kurumi circle, a third, continuously trying to get them out of this spot, but it is not to be, unfortunately. The peel's going to come through for a second. XLY trying to keep his teammate alive with that cavalry bloom, but not able to do so, unfortunately. But now SS1 are getting engaged on by TE, the Tessa ultimate coming through, and now Rosemary gets taken down. SS1's Kurumi as well is also going to be eliminated, but OUG is lurking on the outside. GG has come back, now 3-man strong yet again. They might be able to find something here, but we'll have to see. TE happy with those kills. 4 eliminations under their belt. They're immediately running for the hills, having used their cooldowns and not looking to extend the fight further. What a skirmish we've had here.
OUG and FX may well take a fight here instead. SS definitely looking for one. Entries in with that Zai free. Now charges up the Scare Rush, decides not to send it, instead goes for the V2. Viper ultimate now comes out. This is the V3. And SS immediately gets hit into with all of that CC. Immediately having to utilize the next use of that F3 thanks to the Matari ultimate activation to reposition before he can get cleaved into by that spear coming on out from the Tessa's hand. Kurumi Armor Circle is going to keep everyone topped up, but the Bane's Breath is going to make it incredibly hard for OG to keep their position. SS has done something to Bane Breath. Oh my goodness, I have never seen a more targeted AoE track on a poor player. That was almost 4 back-to-back AoE splashes. Every single place SS ran was not safe. FPX, with the drop of that Bane's Breath, will be able to pick up the fallen player, as I believe it was that Wu Chen who had gone down, therefore would not have been able to port the players out, as Jun now moves forward to start putting more pressure and stop any other team from stepping up to the plate and trying to third-party ASE, drawn in by the seeing of that Bane's Breath, thinking about going for that third party. Xiao does have one Tesla ultimate to use at the moment, hasn't thrown it out just yet, now goes for the catch.
No.
Doesn't manage to find anyone though, and that is going to herald FX surely having to back on off. Unfortunately for them, here comes the third party. ASE see their opportunity and seize it with both hands. Viper ultimate locks down Xiao Hu. Dual Blades take him out. Jun at the same time goes down to the bow shot coming out from Corki, and OUG just decide to get out of there. They've utilized ASE coming through to turn FPX's head, and they are not going to squander that opportunity. They are off.
Indeed they are. They are out of there. Holy moly. Back and forth. Just, third party after third party. But looking at the leaderboard, it looks as though GG are the victors of this early game, having 8 eliminations under their belt already. I did see another team with 4, and sadly SS1 has in fact been fully eliminated now in this lobby, not able to pick up all that many kills, and just getting both of their lives taken out very early on. Looking at the top left of the map, the western side, JDG, Bowder, JL, and EWG all very, very close together. It looks as though we're going to have a bit of a scrap here as soon as this Spirit Well opens up. But who will be able to make it in? Who will get griefed? We shall see. JL just managing to get in, taking this fight. They're ready to go. They're ready to get Oogly in this fight. I want to see it. Let's see it. The line with this composition. How is it going to work? How is it going to go? They're up against Bowder. We're on the Takeda, Karumi, and... wait, what is that? What is that third one? Is that Monk?
Yep.
Yeah, there's Monk composition. This actually has been said to be one of the strongest compositions in Yang at the moment, I believe. We've heard from a few Chinese players that over in the Chinese region, they seem to think that this is possibly one of, if not the strongest Yang composition at the moment. So let's see if JL is going to be able to push through, surpass their limits here, and take down the strongest team comp. BVV doing a great job of CCing these teammates, but it's not enough. His zipping, is going to be taken down. One Feng already eliminated. BVV now in a bit of a dire position. Bowder, he does have this Karumi tether. It's not the... Wait, it's not Takeda. I thought it was Takeda. Oh, wait. No, it is Takeda.
It's Takeda.
Oh, it's not Tianhai. That was it.
Karumi.
I got very confused here. I'm sorry. I knew there were a few Takeda, Karumi,
This is the Monk team.
Tianhais.
This
is the Monk team. This is the Monk team. This is the strongest comp. So Sand Siphon does kill Hardy, Kylin, Zipping, apparently, as we've won. I mean, we assume that this was the case.
Grab.
That looks as though that might be the double grab coming through onto EWG, is going to explode the fight, finishing it off very quickly. JDG coming away with the Realm of Yang win.
Legendary dual halberds coming through as well. And that's going to be going on to Tutik on the Takeda. As we're going to see all of the teams that were successful inside the Realm of Yangs getting those buffs and getting stay aggressive. All of the teams that lost, unfortunately, getting hit by Yang depletion, forced to go aggressive. As OUG are going to be able to come out on top of their Realm of Yang as well. JDG and Bowder taking a very early fight. Tutik putting a lot of pressure. Unfortunately, potentially going to go down. Jing tries to go for the Tianhai transformation to be able to cover for his teammate, but it's not in time. His Takeda has gone down. Kurumi might be able to find the revive, however. As Jing has been able to find one grab, doesn't look for a double. Instead just goes for the punt. Manages to find the Reaver onto Yiran, and here's the double as well, accompanied by the Ballista shot from a player, I believe that's JL, who were on the Ballista, and Jing, as a result, is forced to just de-transform and go for the F1 to save himself. It's not going to be able to do much of anything, though, because the second he burns that F1, he gets burned by Liu Wei's F3 coming out onto the side, as here comes the Kylan team. We were interrupted before he can find the charged vertical on this spear. Gets the Matari ultimate to be able to reset into another F3. Reposition before going for the V2 activation to try and find the kill onto JL's one thing. The Z-Ping has been found and isolated, and Liwei is going to do everything he possibly can to deny that support from having any form of value, with as much fire tick putting the pressure onto the Zip as possible. Hardy, as a result from JL, has already gone down. And EWG have bought their lives, but unfortunately for them, they have not bought the soul glimpse that they needed in that fight. 2 ultimates were used. The Kurumi still holding on to that armor circle, but it is not going to have any kill potential for a composition that just rotates fully around burst uptime of ults.
Indeed, EWG trying to disengage here, desperately trying to get away. FPX not going to let them go so easily. However, I think but just off of that one grapple error, not able to get it to go the full distance, whiffing the grapple, they are going to hold off on the chase down. However, X1 might have picked it up where FPX left off, trying to see if they can find a window of opportunity to engage here. EWG still lurking on the outside, trying to buy as much time as they can before they are literally forced to engage this, as they still have this Yang depletion. They only have it on 2 members. The Matari is fully cleansed. However, preferably they would like to get it all cleansed as opposed to having to go for those rebirth charms and resurrect their teammates later on, as that's always a risk. If you're letting yourself die, it can always be a bit risky trying to bring them all back. But OUG with the Vermilion Bird's Might are going to be very happy to go down to the storm damage here. It looks as though they deliberately went deep into the storm, looting up an area that hadn't been hit just yet, and letting themselves go down, keeping all of their loot, as they do have the Vermilion Bird's Might here. EWG looks as though they might actually simply have to go for this rebirth strategy. Luoye is going to be going down to the zone, and EWG's one is ready to pick up that rebirth charm the moment that he does, and they're going to resurrect him immediately, cleansing one of those Yang depletions via death, so to speak. However, the Kurumi is still afflicted with this debuff, so they might be only they might be only 2-man strong for at least a little while. JDG spotting out Bowder in this exact same spot.
Potentially?
Maybe.
That would be a fun one. Yeah, both of them are drawn in. They both want to try and take control of these points of interest. You can see it was Realm of Yang as well as Spiritwell, both in the area. JDG unfortunately getting caught a little bit short and being able to rotate over towards there. Pushing 82% to the ultimate. Barrett managing to find the entrance that they were not. GG, no surprises where this team is going to be camping on out. It is going to be the Spiritwell. There's other teams in the area potentially looking to contest. GG have gotten there very early on, and it's going to be JDG versus Bowder. Who's going to be able to come out on top? Both of these teams have been able to find victory already inside the realm of Yang, and this is going to be a mirror versus Takeda, Kurumi, and Tianhai. Who's going to be able to force the Tianhai to transform? First of all, early Kurumi Tether comes on out from Bowder so that Takeda can start to take point. JDG also going to be utilizing that Kurumi Tether to start to get aggressive as Jing utilizes that F1 on the Tianhai. Remember, Bowder are running the Parry Bell variant. As that first transformation comes on through, Tumult Ultimate gets dropped to make it harder for JDG to be able to find some of these grabs onto the players, as Bowder put themselves behind the pillar to escape the grab. But Yiran unfortunately gets caught out. The Kurumi Tether does come through. As a result, that damage reduction is going to mean that the swap over to Repeating Crossbow does not do all that much damage. In deterioration to his health bar, Jing is about to fall out of his ultimate and has found very little. Bowder still holding on to theirs, but T-Ran is coming under so much pressure from Tutik on this Takeda that he might not be able to actually get the ultimate off in time. Jing coming on through, forcing the Kurumi to have out onto the Takeda. You unfortunately going to be running out of shelves in a matter of moments. Tries to come in with the staff. Jing's going to be able to dodge out of the damage. Follow up with the F1 before coming in with charged R&B on that pole sword to keep up the damage and pressure from the sidelines. Jing going incredibly low now, has to back on off with the charged R&B pole sword, looking to carry him out, but it's not going to be enough, and BIWEEK1 come out on top.
BIWEEK1 are just absolutely gaming right now. It's I don't know. Is Tianhai Takeda Kurumi really the strongest comp right now? I'm not too sure about that one, as we've just seen it lose to the Sand Siphon. However, it could just be that BIWEEK1 is absolutely goated on this comp. Who knows? We'll have to. We need a bigger sample size. We need more games. We need more tests of this theory.
He's still haven't capped the spirit well.
Oh my god, they like doing this, and hey, it's optimal. You know, it's optimal.
It is. I mean, it's not just GG that do this strategy. JL as well. Like, I remember seeing it in Koi Cup. They literally just like set up a campsite. They got the marshmallows out. They started up a bonfire. They got the s'mores going. Grabbed some sleeping bags.
Very nice. Very relaxing.
So much time passed with them just camping out that spirit well that we almost went from noon on Morris to Starry Night on a Hollow.
Indeed. Well, also interestingly, BIWEEK1 actually opted to go for the Draco Storm pickup. Now, we've only seen this a couple times. It is rare to see that a team that does go contested, so a team that does fight in the realm of Yang and uses their ultimates, you go for Draco Storm. As Draco Storm, although it is an extremely good buff, very strong combat buff, it does not give you your ultimate's charge back on pickup. However, Mystic Might, White Tiger's Prowess, Vermilion Bird's Might, all of those buffs do give you your ult charge back. So after you finish a fight in Yang, you typically want to go for one of those so that you can come out of Yang and immediately have your ultimates ready to go so you can take another fight. However, BIWEEK1 opting to go for the Draco Storm, I think this could potentially be due to the fact that the realms of Yang now last longer than they used to, meaning that these teams, when they do finish a realm of Yang fight, even if they do end up fighting, if they use their ultimates relatively early on, by the end of the fight, they're likely going to have most of their ultimate charged back up regardless. So they don't really even need the buff to actually regen their ult for them. And that could be potentially why Draco Storm is now becoming a more popular choice in this scenario. But who knows? I mean, that's the only logical explanation, because it's not something that was ever done before, I don't think. It was never done before, unless the team went uncontested.
I mean, it could also be that they understand that picking Mystic Might doesn't have as much value because everyone's going to be hiding from you.
True.
And just staying very far away from the realm of Yang, as it's going to be JDG and TE going head-to-head. TE going to have to utilize.
Oh my god, guys, come on. It literally tells you where they teleport to. What are you doing? What are we doing, guys? Come on!
It's rather unfortunate as JDG lose track of TE are going to be. JL also in the area, potentially looking for a third party in. They don't have to fight. JDG do have to fight. Are they going to take a fight against JL? They know that this isn't the team that they just run into because they're not running a Wu Chen. So they do understand that JL are going to have ultimates active. And JDG, as a result, call it off. And instead start moving over to actually, TE have position too. They're also tracking towards the Forbidden Seal. As TE, without that Wu Chen teleport, have also mobilized towards the Forbidden Seal in the hopes of stopping a fight from breaking out. But YZZ just gets caught between every single player in JDG's formation and goes down immediately. Forbidden Seal probably going to be popped. Yeah, there it goes. JDG now putting pressure onto everybody to make sure when they have to start looking for some of these other kills to cleanse the team of full Yang depletion, they're not going to get third-partied by everyone in the lobby. Banestrap also coming into play. Jin going to be utilizing the transformation on the high ground to try and grab some of these players when they look to disengage. Yes, manages. Oh no, he cancels the Viper ultimate. The Wushen teleport means that he doesn't find the slam, but the Viper ultimate was cancelled regardless. JDG with 40 seconds left and no transform available for that Monk. Have to just get aggressive in terms of weapon combat, throwing themselves at any team that they can see in the hopes of being able to do enough damage before Yang Depletion finally takes them out of the lobby. But it looks a little bit hopeless. Jin can absolutely find no one. He gets the Kurumi Tabi, he gets Kiki's armor circle so he can try and go more aggressive and scare us directly on top of a player. But they've got less than 10 seconds left, Dunk. It's going to take an absolute miracle. And the player who goes down is one of their own team. The worst possible outcome.
That is indeed unfortunate. JDG just not able to find those soul blooms to cleanse that Yang depletion. However, Tutik is still alive and kicking. The one member who did manage to find a soul bloom to cleanse that debuff is still alive and on his feet. He's trying his best to do as much damage and be as big of a menace as possible. And he's doing a good job of it as well. He's got that gold fan. He's just getting crazy with it. That parry coming through onto Xiaohu as well. Getting that soul bloom. He sends the blue, but immediately gets punished for it. And now the Viper roll is going to come through. It looks as though it's V1. He scale rushes away, but he still gets clipped by the stun. Unable to make it out in time, unfortunately. Extremely good effort, my friend, but it is not to be, unfortunately. However, ASE might get punished for overcommitting here. They run straight into JL. However, JL hesitant to pull the trigger. They're waiting. They're biding their time. They're trying to find a better opportunity, and here it is. But EWG are going to be the team that takes advantage, immediately engaging with that F3 of the Zai onto Ace Water, taking him down very, very quickly. VVV scale rushing around. JL trying to reposition. The zone is pushing them forward. The storm is creeping in. EWG now under a lot of pressure. GG taking it upon themselves to try and engage. The Viper F going to come through, and now Lemon is left on his own, taken down. Water has been resurrected, but to no avail. He is going to go down immediately afterwards. Well, actually, I don't know if they can. They're going to immediately disengage the last remaining member of Ace, forced to disappear into the night. Corky's trying to make his way into the Moonbane, trying to Moonbane surf around and stay alive. It looks as though he might be able to do so. GG not looking to risk the Moonbane surf just yet. It is not worth it. Oh my, EWG! The ballista.
Gets 3 direct ballista shots. 2 onto Louis and then 1 onto Cookie, and then manages off of the pressure from LXM, kiting Juan to get another hit onto another player from EWG, and then another hit onto Cookie, who's inside the Kurumi circle. This is crazy. No. Preview gets another hit onto ASE's Corky, who was trying to hide out in the Bane's Breath, and GG have been an absolute menace on the DOG's Kakashi takes down
taste of his own medicine
as Free-Frio indeed gets the taste of his own medicine on that Wu Chen. Drops the F, will be able to utilize that one to block any projectiles from coming through as DOG saw the amount of pressure Ballista was putting and take up the one parallel as GG now put themselves behind Terrain Spirit, while also going to be starting to pop up into play. DOG as a result not going to be able to put pressure onto the players in the middle of that dome. Unfortunately, GG have lost possession of the ballista. Zone has pushed them off of it, and DRG now dance around the one that they can still occupy, making sure that GG are denied it. CGS comes in with the Tesla ultimate, making sure that DRG don't get to put themselves onto that ballista and put pressure onto GG as they have to rotate away from the corruption. Here we go again. Free-Frio puts himself into the hot seat and starts putting more pressure on the players around him. CDI comes in with that Kylan V2, looking to try and cleave down these players players as well as run away, get someone low so that GG turn onto them instead as LXM with a huge Viper V1 sets up the kill onto EWG's Cookie, who is going to go down. Ballista now out of play, but GG still deciding how all of the teams around them have to try and rotate through. ZDI is going to show off the fact that he has that jabbing, making sure that no one is going to come close to him alongside that Phantom Step, as GG wanted to start taking away some of their territory, coming on through with the pressure of the Tesla ultimate before they're able to get another kill onto OUG's SS. WX98 with that Kylan ultimate is going to be running out of dashes in a matter of moments, but he's still going to be able to find all of the cleave on the players inside the central belt of the zone, and as a result buys his team that little bit of safety. No one looks at them as they rotate and try to stabilize, as the jabbing comes on in full motion from ZDI, trying to catch on to these players too close to the corruption, take damage. Unfortunately, the team that he turned onto was Bowder, and Bowder are absolutely stacked in terms of resources and are able to hold their own. LXM with another Viper V1 looks to shut down the lobby and sets up the kill, but it's Bowder and JL who are able to capitalize, as here comes Sand Siphon.
Indeed, they do. Bowder absolutely stacked to the teeth. Double gold armor, double gold weapon, Dragon Roar on peak, purple fist blades on Yeran, and gonna be doing devastating damage. Unfortunately, LXM had been left on his own. The Lonely Viper is not gonna be able to survive in this open end game, and neither is One Fang. Bowder's U immediately engaging. The lawnmower's coming in. The double parry. XLY gets knocked back. Pulls out the greatsword, but not looking to push the issue. Bowder's U has now, his ultimate has now expired, but 56% on that timer. He's gonna be having his ultimate back up relatively soon. JLVVV on the outside, getting pushed by Dong Q. ZDI now coming back online with this Kylan ultimate, knocking every single one of these players out of this area, trying to push them aside, trying to claim this center area for themselves, pressuring the entire lobby, but Bowder is not going to let them do it so easily. Yu and Yeran immediately engaging, pushing him back. Zone trying their best to do something here. They were the team who got the spirit well, they got the buff, but they might not be able to take the win here. DRG still on their feet. Kakaishi trying his best. WX98 getting bounced around. Kakaishi's gonna go down. Bowder still dictating the pace of this lobby. The ultimate is online. The dual halberds doing devastating damage. DRG desperately trying to stabilize, trying to stay on their feet, but it's so unbelievably difficult in the face of Bowder. JL lurking at the edge of the zone. VVV does go down. 2x1 ZDI. ZDI now immediately pushing forwards, getting parried, using that F1 combo break, and now unleashing with the Kylan ultimate. The crashes, the slashes through, slashing through Bowder, sending them into the zone. They don't have their cooldowns available. They're trying their best to stay inside of it. The Kurumi does have Kurumi Circle now being activated. They're gonna have to try and stay inside, but it's so unbelievably difficult. They're answering back with the Takeda ultimate, the Tumulk ultimate, keeping them alive. Bowder have managed to claim back the center zone, but the Hardy in the air, knocking them down, knocking them across into the zone. TXJ is still kicking. JL will not go quietly into the night. The poison splash doing damage. Bowder's piece gonna go down. XLY is gonna go down, and JL is going to claim the first place finish. But I don't think it's MVP time just yet for them.
No, I
Oh
think
my goodness.
6 kills. It's Bowder who's going to be walking away with the MVP. But that would have been such a tasty damage multiplier if they'd just been the last team standing. And they get so close. And you can see like the teamwork that comes into play every single time Bowder's Takeda wants to just back off a little bit and take the time to stabilize. Peek on the Kurumi, comes through with the Dragon Sword and just full sends it to buy his Takeda all of that space. And as a result, they just have so much CC. But at the same time, they're contending with X1, who's coming in not just with the Kylan V2, but they also had a Dreadful Whale in the back pocket. So every every single time the Kylan dashes through somebody, they either get the full cleave of the Kylan slash, or they have to avoid it and go directly into the Dreadful Whale. And that was the thing that was really struggling for BIWEEK1 to have to contend with. They had to do so much to be able to peel all of their players when those two things just careened into the Takeda over and over and over again, just overlapping with pressure and threat. The Kurumi Teva having to come out almost immediately, snapping for the 90% damage reduction, and unfortunately it just meant that every single time, like that CC just over and over and over. Yes, they were able to claw back a little bit of space with the Kurumi ultimate coming through as the zone itself collapsed, but then no one had actually spotted TXJ, and Hardy is one of these heroes that these teams will prioritize living over everybody else in the composition for the reason that you saw TXJ showing off that Hardy ultimate, the ability to cleave through the players, mobilize himself out of reach without having to burn through grapple supplies, and also relying on terrain, allowing him to be able to hold himself in the air as long as possible above everyone else on the ground. But also that triple charge slash knocking players back, pushing them into other attacks, pushing them away from him into the Corruption 6 damage, just meant that he was able to police the entire remaining lobby. And when some of those bodies got left behind with Soul Blooms, even though he was contending against a Kurumi to try and live that heal reset, he was the one who still had mobility. He was the one who was able to grab those Soul Blooms and give himself the extra needed burst of health sustain to outlive everybody else.
Indeed. I mean, it's no solos Hardy. You know, solos Hardy, we see the V1 being picked up. Oh no, sorry, V2 rather, with that burn damage that gets applied by the triple charge in Hardy Ultimate. They're still using the cube to good effect, I might add. The cube is definitely more worthwhile in trios as it gives you and your teammates a secondary combo break which cannot be silenced. You can do it with no line of sight of the cube as well. It's insanely good, extremely good utility. It's just a shame that the fire tick doesn't come through with the Hardy ult. I mean, if it did, that would be a little bit overpowered. I feel a little bit overpowered to have the cube and the fire. Can you imagine? It'd be absurd. But yeah, still, you are absolutely right. The Hardy being able to stay out of reach until those very last moments, able to come in, send all of those players packing right into the storm, able to police that, as you put so well. But here we are with the standings. BIWEEK1 giving JL the one up. Hey, you know, you got the 20 bomb. Let's put up the 21 bomb. Let's go, boys. Unfortunately, though, as you said, they weren't able to secure that first place placement, so they weren't able to get that multiplier on their kill points. So only 21 kill points. JL, thankfully for them, they're able to squeeze out a couple extra points by coming in first, getting that slight multiplier on their 6 eliminations, and then on top of that, getting a couple extra points with the placement itself, securing 4 on top of that. But taking a look here at the stats of BIWEEK1, Peak with 33,000 healing, 4 eliminations. Yeran with 28,000 damage, 6 eliminations. But you with 42,000 damage and 11 elims. What a machine. Just mowing through the competition with those dual halberds, showing them what's up. Hey, I said it early on in the game, BIWEEK1 was absolutely gaming in that lobby. They were running it. But taking a look at the total standings now, SS1 unfortunately not having had the best day so far, sitting at the bottom, but over at the top end, JL still looking strong, 49.7, 14 points or almost 15 points ahead of OUG in second place at 35, GG with 32 in third, X1 with 31.5 in fourth, JDG with 29 in fifth, and then BIWEEK1 coming in and sniping away sixth place, having not had the best first 2 games, but bringing it back with a banger 23-point game, going up to 27 points and securing that 6th place in the total standings. That's definitely going to be big for them today. It's going to be
Speaking
big.
of bangers as well, we have a banger of a second half of the day because it's gonna be back-to-back-to-back Fireflies. So you think that you've seen the aggressive NARAKA? You haven't seen anything yet, as we're gonna get to have a look at some of these replays, especially from Yu's POV. Like, Yu is, in my opinion, one of, if not the best Takedas. He's always been up there in contention for that title, and you can see it in all of the time that he's played Nbpl. He has just such a good understanding of the character, such a good understanding of when to use the Fury shoves, and Thaida have been able to really put him to devastating effect of being able to play either incredibly aggressively or just peel for his teammates. As Skater can be that aggressive position player, but he can also be used as a more sustained unit, a more supportive role for your Tumult to be able to take point. That being said, in all of these replays, it is just you going absolutely ham with those Fury shoves, setting up for his Tumult to be able to follow up inside the realm of Yang, as we can get to see those Fury shoves now being put into motion to set up for those dual halberds to come on through and translate into the charged vertical follow up, as well as setting in for the Dragons from peak on that Kurumi, putting himself into the air, managing to use the pressure of the Fury shove into the charged vertical to keep everybody in the zone as long as possible, before unfortunately getting hit by a fair chunk of damage from the Kylan ultimate. There it is, X1 just cleaving on through. V2 into Dreadful Whale into V2 follow-up as you manages to find another Skater ultimate activation to knock everybody away from him, clearing the space for Bada to hit in with that Kurumi V2 armor circle, as well as the Tumult ultimate, managing to just catch everybody into the wind walls with that spear and shove, sending every single one of them into the form of CC. And it would have been enough if no one had spotted TXJ.
Yeah, it would have been enough, but just short, unfortunately. But here we are, the MVP of that team. You know who it is. It's Bowder's Yu. What a gamer. 13,000 damage with the fan, 8.6 with the dual halberds, 6.9 with the staff, 11 kills, 8 assists, 42,000 damage. And look at that, 3 attack jades, Universe Slash, Soul Slash, and Blistering. He didn't even use those weapons, he just wanted the attack damage. The Poison Splash, even he's got Universe Slash and Octa Slash, both for dual blades, but he had dual halberds. Feels bad. Unfortunate. Only 2 melee resist, or rather melee resist, damage reduction soul jades, as it is now only 1 stat. There's no range resist, there's no melee resist. It is just damage reduction.
Which is nice. I really like the fact that in the previous patches, like, so much has been combined. We got a little bit of a taste of it when some of the attack soldiers, things like Flame Breath and Rupture Gale, got combined. But now that we have just universal sap jades, universal damage reduction jades, like all of those things being combined, leaves much more room for other soldiers to come through and much more expression as well. It feels like you're not limited to just having one weapon loadout, one soul jade loadout for one specific weapon, and maybe just cramming something extra special in on a secondary weapon. Now it really does feel like you can be a sort of Swiss Army knife and go through your weapon list and pick out specifically what type of weapon you want for which scenario, which benefits all of these players incredibly well. Like NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League obviously has players where you can see specific specialists in terms of weapons, right? Some players love their nunchucks, some players love their fans. Feng is super famous for his dagger, but it is really nice to get to see that just expression being utilized. That being said, what's also really lovely to see is one of our wonderful interviewers. We have an interview with you with one of the pro players. We'll catch you after that interview with game number 5 after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jaeger, and thank you all to Caster, and I would like to say long time no see. Okay, welcome to the post-game interview, and today is the first day of the Churros game of 2024 Summer Split, and now I'm standing here with 俊贤. I'd like to say hello to our audience. 来吧，俊贤也是我们新赛季的新面孔，先和我们的观众朋友们打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是俊贤。
欢迎俊贤，也欢迎你来到了我们的 NBPL. Okay, so first I would like to say because you are new for the NBPL, so I would like to say how you think about like now in the team or like your performance in the matches. 那我们首先要来聊一聊啊，因为俊贤其实对我们来说也是一个新面孔。那么来到 NBPL 之后，目前呢感觉队内比如说磨合怎么样啊？然后今天第一天来打3排，现在目前为止感觉打得怎么样呢？
今天有点运气不好，然后
运气不太好。
磨合的话还有待提升。
Okay, so I think we have bad luck today, not very good. And like for the team together, I think we still need to have more games and to cooperate together. Okay, so also because we know that you have the screen room, so I would like to know, so how you think about like comment on yourself because you know in game 2 you got the MVP. 那我这边要问一下啊，因为俊贤其实刚才第2把的表现是非常亮眼。我们也知道呢，俊贤其实平时是有自己的直播间的，对不对？
对。
哎。在赛场跟在直播当中，感觉打下来有没有什么不一样的地方？
没有，就是赛场太热了。
Okay, and I would like to know so the difference from the screen room and also on the venue. And he told me don't have too much difference, just a little bit hot today. Okay, so let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 好的，我们也到了俊贤要今天给我们发下福利了。那先给大家观众朋友们，我来介绍一下游戏规则。Okay, so I think our old friends, you already know the rule, but because it's the new season, so I would like to repeat again. Okay, so you guys can see the question on screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. So pay attention. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, it's different from like game 1 and game 2. So after Junxian counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot. And don't just leave the screen room because the lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, so let's see today's question. How many scores did team FPXEQ got in the total scoreboard? OK， 那今天的题目呢是到目前为止你们自己的战队目前拿下了多少分？哎，那我这边又想问一下俊贤，因为其实前面讲到说来到了 NBPL 之后，目前现在跟自己的老队友还有自己的新队友，其实还是会有一些意见不合，对不对？
对。
哎，今天感觉场上前3把打下来，感觉怎么样？
就是运气不好。
就是运气不好，第3把的失误，哎，第2把打得很好之后，第3把怎么突然就拿下了？就好像分数不是特别好呢。
就是地下服放了不炸人，然后放第2张被另外一队看到了，就给我们劝掉。
Okay, so let's talk about the total score, and we would like to mention about like the game 3 because you guys just have the winner of the game 2, and after that, why they have the game 3? They are bad luck, and he told me because in the game 3, at the beginning of the game, they used the charm, but it's not usefully in the game 3, and after that, they just met the Young application, and that's why they are be killed, and it's not like have a good scores in the matches. Okay, and I think all players prepared. 那俊贤应该准备好了吧？OK， 我们准备进入倒计时。Let's counting the numbers.
B.
You can say you counting the number. 你给我们倒计时一下好不好？OK。因为倒计时之后我们要进行一个截图，我们来选取一下幸运观众啊。OK， 准备。
3, 2, 1
screenshot. Okay, and we already know the correct answer is B, and we would like to say congratulations to the lucky guy. Okay, I lost because I saw your social media and you say there's some pity because last time the GG just got the championship, and I would like to know so for the new season, what's your ambition? 那这边最后要问一个，也看到俊贤其实也是非常在意成绩啊，上次也是发了说，哎，锦鲤杯的时候惜败于积极了，怎么样？新赛季有没有说法？
就努力训练，然后夺冠。
Okay, I will try our best, and I would like to make the championship as our ambition. 好的，再次感谢俊贤来到我们赛后采访，也是今天其实也是夏季赛3排的第一天，也祝你们接下来会有一个好运，赶紧加油起来，好不好 ？Okay, thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to go into the second half of the day. Game number 4. We're going to be going over to Holleroth Firefly map. It's going to be a lot of uptime on those ultimates. I see a lot of oogliness, perhaps. However, this is a tendency which I've spotted in quite a lot of trio series and even solos as well. Funnily enough, even though there's more uptime on ultimates, even though there's fireflies, there is somewhat of a tendency for there to be more people alive later on in the game when fireflies are up. And I'll talk more about that in just a second. But again, you know the drill, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to get your hands on some juicy Twitch drops, make sure to have your NARAKA account linked to your Twitch account to make sure that you've done exactly that. Head on over to the top right of your screen on the Twitch webpage. Click on your icon, your profile picture, and the drop-down menu will appear. And then there is an option that says drops and rewards. You can go to that screen, make sure that you are accumulating progression on the drops, and it also allows you to claim the drops through that window. Don't miss out on some free goodies, especially when it comes down to those bi-weekly finals. But yeah. Those are the real good goodies. Those are the really nice ones. That icon
for week 3. I have my eye on that one. That one looks particularly gorgeous because I do like the week 2 one, the avatar. But I also I have my animated avatar from Showdown that I use.
I see.
So I'm not going to be changing that one for all. That banner, however, oh yeah, that is 100% going. I feel like the color scheme would work really nicely with a Liam behind it. I don't think we're going to see any Liam in Trios, but you know something that I am thinking that we might see in Trios now that Fireflies has come back? Potentially Faria, because otherwise, where is she? We need to get like the search out. We need to get the milk cartons and just plaster some Faria faces on the back of them. Have you seen this hero last spotted in 2024 spring season? Because it feels like we haven't. Straight up, it isn't like it feels like we have not seen a single showing of Faria in Trios, which is so strange because she hasn't been nerfed. And she hasn't been buffed. She's just exactly the same that she's been left as. But it feels like all of these teams are just pushing towards more viable compositions. The Sand Siphon, the Xiphon. And if you don't manage to get that Xiphon or the Kylan composition, then as you talked about, the consolation prize is just Viper Tessel Wuchen because it has the most boxes ticked for the most aspects of the round.
Indeed. Well, I don't know. I think it's theoretically possible that the reason why we haven't seen so much Faria is because Faria, at least for the recent series that we've seen her played in, has been played alongside Yueshan and Hardy in the Aeromech comp, right? So it's possible the reason why we're not seeing so much Faria is because Hardy, instead of being picked alongside those two characters, is now being picked alongside Zipping and Kailin. So it could be. I mean, it's relatively logical. I'm not sure. It's hard to really say. Another thing that could be the case is that because the realms of Yang have been extended, so the time that you have to fight within the realm of Yang has now been extended. You have more time. Having a Faria isn't as valuable, or at least that is definitely the case in solos, where in solos Faria is just not being seen at all. It hasn't been seen for a while, and it probably won't be seen considering that the Yang is now that much longer, which means that Faria no longer has that sort of timeout pressure, so to speak, when it comes to fighting in the realm of Yang. And it could be a reason why. However, I have talked about it with Raven again. I asked him, do you think that this really affects Faria, the cannonball composition, like the extension of the realm of Yang? And he said that at the end of the day, it's not the biggest difference, because there are benefits, but also disadvantages to the change. But I don't know. Considering we haven't seen very much Farrier at all, it might be the reason.
Yeah. No one has picked her.
Unless OUG brings it out right now. It's
This is a Farrier-less lobby. Yeah, that's a Wu Chen. They're not gonna run Farrier with the Wu Chen. Like you said, I think it is probably due to the fact that the Hardy is getting picked in other compositions. But it is a little bit sad to see because Cannonball is was one of my favorite compositions to watch, especially because like the Farrier being able to just utilize the uptime of the V3 so crazily well. That might be something else that a lot of these new compositions are punishing, right? The fact that there isn't really anything that can cleanse or live through a lot of the burst damage. Like, yes, you've got your Yushan, yes, you have your health reset on that. But if you go for traditional Cannonball with the Yoda composition, Kylan does everything that Yoda does, but better. Without being super reliant on the Farrier V3 mech drop coming through and bailing your Yoda out. And then who would you even really use the Farrier mech to keep pressure onto, because everything is just so mobile? It wouldn't be the Zai, it wouldn't be the Kylan. The Molt coming back as well means that a lot of the time with the cannon projectile is minimized in terms of value that the Farrier can find. As well as the fact that if you're not going up against other Cannonball compositions, you don't really need the Farrier mech to be able to stagger other Farrier mechs. So all of these teams are just prioritizing other more viable and compatible compositions as meta moves
GG
leaves Farrier past it.
The double Zai? GG.
Well, this is a new composition.
Matari double Zai. It sounds oogly. I like it.
Instead of having 3 resets of every, you now get 6. I'm pretty sure that is going to be a mispick. I mean, it's not a mispick. It's probably just a misimage of one of the avatars. I would assume it's going to be either the Zeeping or the Kurumi variant that GG are going to be running alongside. Nothing super surprising or out of the ordinary either. We've got a couple of these teams going for the Kylan composition with the Hardy and the Zeeping. As we've talked about, it can be incredibly strong, especially since the fact of it's a composition that doesn't burn through your Kurumi hero pick, which is really, really important considering how many compositions Kurumi can be slotted into. No one's going to be dropping directly onto Salvation Podium, but teams are going to be landing close about, so there's probably going to be a lot of timing attacks. GG is going to be, not going for Imperial. They're instead going to be landing towards Ruins to be able to pick up into those portals and get the Fireflies and Ultimates online as quickly as they possibly can. It is going to be a race against them and potentially JL, who are also going to be in the area, as X1 and EWG. So I believe that is JDG are all going to be landing just northeast of City of Tang, probably looting through that area and then heading on over to the side to be able to pick through the city, which has so many good loot pops.
Indeed it does. And here we are, JL up against GG off the rip. The Zai F3 coming on out. CJS doing a good job trying to lock down these players. And it looks as though... it's going back and forth. TXJ has taken down one member. It looks as though LXM has been taken down too. CJS now extremely low HP. TXJ coming in with that overhauled. CJS not able to dodge away or parry. TXJ now using that Matari F to get the uppercut, and JL are going to come out victorious in this engagement. Speaking of coming out victorious, it looks as though Bowder might also be taking the dub in this early game fight. Now in a 3 versus 1, Kiki, unwinnable situation, not able to survive. Bowder taking 3 kills early as well. So many people are dead in soul form right now. There are 15 people, 16 people in soul form at this current moment in time. 15
we said
now.
It was aggressive. We said it was going to be aggressive with the Fireflies.
Yeah.
And that's probably going to be a 17 because SS is going to be joining everybody else in soul form. FPX managing to come in with the Viper ultimate lockdown. It is going to cost them ballista shots, however, but they will be, with the help of Zhao's Tesla ultimate, able to lock down another one as Rico. uses the R&B on the pulsar to reposition off of Ballista Tower, potentially turn and hit onto the Viper from FPX's Jun, who comes through with that Viper F ability, catching him around that corner and sets up for the kill to come on out. 3 kills to the side of JL, 4 to the side of FPX, 3 to the side of ASE. This is something that we did need to talk about whenever we have Firefly lobbies. There's either one team that just rolls through everybody and just uses all of the momentum to steamroll every single person in the lobby, or all of these kills get very split apart and just piecemealed out between every single team. And as a result, we're not going to see huge scoring rounds potentially coming on through if it continues the way it does. BIWEEK1 going to be setting up to try and solve Salvation Podium. They've got a Bane's Breath out in the area. T have also purchased a Bane's Breath, but since there can only be 1 on the board at any point, it is going to be BIWEEK1's favor, and as a result, they are going to, off of the information given to them from their players below, solve that box and potentially pick through something that was found therein. DRG's also longsword in the area, and it was a golden longsword into the hands of you. One of, as we've talked about, if not the best Takeda in the entirety of Nbpl. I think they know there's another team around as well. They have to have seen DRG. As DRG have headed further to the south of Salvation Podium, understanding that they're not going to be able to timing attack a team that has that Bane's Breath, and is also looking to deny them from being able to sequester themselves up onto the ballista that police the outer edges of Salvation. And as a result, the call has come through to just reposition. BIWEEK1 looking to cut off their rotation, though. Peak going incredibly forward to get the scouting information and relay it to the rest of his team. You on the outer edges of the composition with that longsword does not have the ultimate used just yet, but does have it in the back pocket if he wants to. And that golden longsword, you can see it in how far that purple has been charged up, already very close to hitting into the golden form of the ult. Now we're going to see the fight going head-to-head as DRG run out of places that they can run into. BIWEEK1 putting themselves into the corner. The jump horizontals from this legendary longsword doing so much to set up as well. You coming through with the charge horizontal this time. Takeda ultimate knockback shoves everybody from DRG out of position for BIWEEK1 to be able to capitalize. Grapple bump into charged vertical comes out from the Takeda, and it is just absolute chaos against this poor Zai, who can do absolutely nothing but try and reposition with the F3. Even that is only going to be temporary as BIWEEK1 are able to find isolation after isolation. Takeda ultimate, Tumult ultimate, all used perfectly to split apart DRG and just stop them from having any say in the fight.
Indeed, BIWEEK1 putting this golden weapon to good use. Unfortunately, they weren't able to close out all of the eliminations, not able to kill all of these players. However, they are bound to be happy with the one that they did take down. WX98 did get eliminated, and it appears as though he does not have an extra life either. So they are going to have to go away, lick their wounds, and try and find a rebirth charm to get their team back into the fight. OUG now lurking in the northwest of the map, lurking around this snowy biome, looking for loot, looking to see if they can find any teams lurking on the outside. However, I don't think there is anyone in the vicinity. However, they are probably pretty happy just looting up and preparing to find a timing attack opportunity onto some of these teams once the Realm of Yang does start to spawn in. Now, something I wanted to touch on when I was talking about a little earlier was that it's been a tendency for Firefly games to have quite a lot of people left alive in the end zone. However, obviously, we see the early game chaos with all of those Firefly spawns, these teams trying to land on the Fireflies and try and scrap it out early on. I mean, we had 16 players in soul form at the very start of the game, but now there's still quite a lot of teams. Like, every single team is alive. There are a couple players who are down for the count for the moment, and there might be a few in the very near future. Looks as though FPX has managed to lock up XLY, unable to use his ultimate. The silence coming through, just being used to excellent effect. Jun X able to lock down this Togator, prevent him from using any of his abilities. But yes, as you said, the third party coming in from OUG. OUG might be able to lock down zone here. The Dagger LMB coming through, the Assassin's Lunge coming in as well, but it's not going to be enough. ZDI is going to be eliminated as well. LYD now on the outside. FPX trying their best to lock him down, and there it is. LYD also going to be eliminated, and Zone or X1 is fully down for the count this early in the lobby. OUG only picking up one elimination, but able to pick up a purple armor. Definitely going to be happy with this skirmish. FPX might be the next target. OUG definitely has the agency to go for this if they so choose. However, I don't think they're going to be given the room to do so. GG, looking in this deserty area next to the cactuses, the exploding plants that you don't want to be fighting right next to, I don't think. Definitely a very grief area. It is, you get hit by one of those, you can get bounced around and just infinited off of the plants. Flora can be dangerous, chat. Be careful. But we're going to be heading into the realm of Yang now. GG up against JDG. All ultimates ready to go. Grappling up into the sky. CJS trying to find an opening onto these players. The scale rush coming through, not able to parry in time, or parrying it a little bit too early perhaps, but the damage reduction from the Kurumi is going to come through, keeping him alive, keeping him topped up. Not able to find a moment to heal just yet. However, where is he going? Wait, the Matari's just left on their own and it almost gets bursted down completely. However, the Kurumi coming in with that armor circle, able to keep him alive. And now they're on the front foot. GG trying to close out this fight relatively early. JDG Singh in that Kylin ultimate, sending out the car crashes, the dashes through, and following up with those ghost forms. Extremely hard to avoid, especially if he has seemingly infinite numbers of them. It looks as though it's not going to be... Oh, wait, he's not really going to get too much value. However, it looks as though GG is going to be coming out the losers in this engagement. It was looking so good for them, but JDG able to clutch it up. Tutik having the ultimate in the back pocket at the very end just to finish off the fight as well. JDG picking up Vermilion Bird's Might, and there we have it. Our first Realm of Yang victors.
Ooh, this is going to be an immediate fight. JDG and Bad are both going head-to-head now. And both of these teams have Vermilion Bird's Might, so this fight is going to go until one of these teams is taken fully out. Jing gets hit into with the grapple. Stoneform going to be forced out from this Kylan, so he can't do anything to help his team. Hardy now utilizes that cube to be able to reposition him so that the pole sword can start to come into play on the outer edges of this fight. V2 now gets popped. Jing just waiting to come through, but unfortunately in the meantime his zipping has already gone down. Barda able to find the isolated target, utilizing that Tumult ultimate, stopping any potential follow-up punishment coming on through from JDG and taking a numbers advantage. Now against Jing, they're going to be able to take the Kylan down before the third party attempt comes out from GG, who utilize that Kurumi Tavern, start trying to get a little bit more aggressive. Barda's you still with this legendary longsword, able to keep putting up all of the pressures. Here comes ASE as well onto the scene. All of the teams in the area wanting to come through for a piece of this action. You going incredibly low, doesn't want to throw out a focus hit in case he loses that longsword. Knows he still has Vermilion Bird's Might. Knight in the back pocket will be able to revive with all of his loot intact as a result. And GG are going to be able to cleanse one Yang depletion from one of their players. Now turning on to JDG's 2-tick, that is going to be the combo breaker utilized from the Hardy so that GG can try and find this kill. BIWEEK1 are going to be able to claim it, but would GG able to pick up the Soul Bloom and cleanse themselves? Yiran still has a Vermilion Bird's Mite to his name. He's got over a minute left, so he can absolutely try and take one of these players from GG down before he goes. Does look like he's going to go incredibly low, though. Now tries to reposition with the charge arm beyond that pulsar, but does go down to a bow shot coming out from Free. Oh, does GG now turn on to having to deal with ASE as Zone show up for a fifth party, catching on to ASE's back with, I believe that was a Tessa ultimate opening, and as a result, GG are going to be able to take advantage of the players who are already fighting them, as here comes JL back into the mix.
Oh my lord, there's just back-to-back fighting right now in this mid-game. These players heard what I had to say. They said, okay, Duncan, let's flip the script on you. We're gonna make it so there's only like 5 people in end zone and everyone's gonna die in the mid-game. And it's okay, just
Yang depletion. If you remember, every single
Yang
team
depletion.
that has Yang depletion has to take a fight, and as a result, all of the teams on third-party positive compositions have all of the opportunity to come in and do hits like this, as TE just butcher JL hand coming through with a huge hit of that Zai V2, catching on to so many of these players. JDG also in the area, going to be able to take down one thing, as it is just going to be kill after kill, aggression after aggression coming through. This is the situation that Yang depletion forces upon this lobby. If you compare how aggressive all of these teams in this match are being to the match where literally no one went into second realm of Yang and JL got one for free, and as a result, like, no fighting occurred.
Indeed. And JDG Jing pulling out the Kailin ultimate. Does have quite a few slashes ready to go, but it looks as though he's going to have to cancel. He's not going to be able to make full use of his cooldown just now, and better off canceling now so that he can immediately start generating more rage for the next ultimate timing. We're grappling up here. A lot of players in the vicinity. JDG, GG, JL, SS1, all of these players are very, very close to each other, and they're all making their way into Plumed Castle now. They could find themselves in a bit of an engagement, but we have the Realm of Yang coming up. We've got a lot of players looking to go into this Realm of Yang, and a few players looking to come in and grief the entry of a couple of these teams. OUG, speaking of, with that Yang grief composition, instead of going for the Yang, actually gonna head on over to the Spirit Well, it seems.
Yeah.
As, I mean, hey, if you can grief Yang portals, you can grief Spirit Wells. There's definitely
Yeah, but not if
of an
FPX
equivalent.
are already in it.
Yeah,
That's the problem.
They could jump in. They could maybe go. They could maybe grapple up and drop down with the Viper ult.
Yeah,
there's just no
could
terrain.
be wait for the zone to get capped for FPX to be able to break dome and then come through with CC and try and grab some of the loot. But GG are also in the area thinking about going for the third party. EWG on a Yang composition are going to be looking to enter into the portal, but they're a little bit reluctant to go immediately in, given the loot disparity that this team currently has. 2 lots of blue armor. There's a reason they don't want to immediately go in, and that's because if they went immediately in, they would go up against JL, who have legendary armor and 2 lots of purple, and is going to be kitted out even more, because that is a legendary katana coming through. We'll have to wait and see what buff this team decides to go for. That is
Draco Storm, surely, right? There it is.
Draco Storm, indeed it is, and off they go, because they know that there was a Spirit Well around this area. They know that a lot of teams started heading towards Plumed, and as a result, they're immediately going to be able to turn ahead. An iota to the right away from that Yang and take a fight against Zone, who have the Wu Chen teleport, will be able to reposition. Unfortunately, the blue beam should immediately give away where they teleported to, and you can see that JL are just immediately on top of that rotation. They know exactly where this team has tried to kite into, as Rosemary is still taking heat. VVV looking to find any form of information, whether or not they're hidden up inside that room, and they've been able to catch on to Rosemary, who has been left behind. The Viper V1 doing anything that it can to stop JL from getting aggressive onto one of their players, and it has done enough. Rosemary didn't have the ultimate to be able to follow through, but did have the ultimate to buy the space for the team to rotate away. Unfortunately, it looked like Gen 1 wasn't able to take advantage of that. Does go down to JL's One Feng, as GG are also in the area, but now they're the ones coming under fire. JL see the 3 teams stacked around them and go straight for the kill. Kurumi ultimate comes out early from GG's side. VVV getting to utilize that Matari ultimate to go much more aggressive, even though he's lacking that Zai V2. Now it's going to be the recast coming on out for GG to keep themselves topped up, but if this fight goes long, it's still going to start swinging into the favor of JL, who are going to have those burst of ultimates coming up, whereas GG have just lost theirs. Huge parry from CGS is going to mean that he keeps a little bit of value and damage that JL are not going to be able to collapse directly on top of him once that Kurumi sustain has been removed from the side of Rui. Oh, but here's JL's Kurumi sustain and the Teva coming through, and surely JL are about to get their Zai ultimate online as well, and CGS is just about to lose his. VVV coming in with the Spear Staggers, looking to set up even more damage AoE off of that Draco Storm, but GG have done a very good job of understanding that the fight is now in JL's favor and looking to try and find an out. That being said, VVV is not going to make that disengage easy. Here comes the F3, here comes the third party from Zone, and here comes the absolute chaos that JL were wanting.
Indeed, the musket shot coming in on to CJS. Unfortunately for him, just caught between a rock and a musket. It's just it's a bit of an unfortunate situation, unfortunately for him. JL immediately having the presence of mind to activate the Forbidden Seal, the 3-ban zone, if you will, cutting off all of those ultimates, not allowing anyone to use their ultimate within that dome, and essentially covering for the potential eventuality of them immediately getting hard engaged on by that team, by SS1, having been the third partiers of that skirmish. TE still on the run here. Leo trying his best to disengage. He does have the staff, an extremely good kiting weapon, as we all well know. Leo now using that Kurumi tether very nicely, but One Feng following him with his own Kurumi tether. Like, hey, come back here, boy. I got one too. Let's go. Just immediately chasing him down. Leo now tries to go over to the Firefly, but it doesn't look as though it is there, and unfortunately has no grapples to his name, and he is going to be eliminated but not by the hands of JL. GG is actually going to be able to come in and pick up the kill, sniping it away from JL. GG,
that's
however,
the GG special.
Yeah, the
That's
GG
not the valid
special.
composition. The GG special is GG yoinking your kills with ranged weaponry.
But hey, I don't think we're gonna see the full engage coming out from GG, even though JL did use Kurumi Circle. Oh no, wait, no, they didn't use Kurumi Circle. They'd used Zai Ultimate before, but they don't have it at the moment, but they might get it soon. However, GG is unaware of this fact and not looking to push the issue just yet, especially considering that they are slightly underlooted in comparison. DRG looks as though, speaking of being underlooted, not looking too good. He is able to resurrect Kakaishi, but Dong Q has been spotted out. The corruption has fully stacked, and now it looks as though he is going to be taken down. Rosemary gonna pick up the kill here.
He got his Matari out though.
Yeah, he did get the Matari out.
Matari didn't die, and also, like, speaking about people able to get back in, some were actually able to get Gen 1 back. They took advantage of GG occupying JL's attention and must have just either backtracked back or brought Gen 1 back, but then I haven't seen the pop-up of a Reaper Champ, so I think they just backtracked to the body and were able to find the revive. And that is how you deal with teams looking at you. You send one person to either kite them fully away from your team, or you just kite them into another team entirely and use that sort of sleight of hand, that attention shift, to be able to make your way back as about as you makes his way around the Bane's Breath rather than directly through it. They could potentially find this fight against JDG's Kiki, and it does look like that is who they're trying to find this engagement onto. As you can see, Tutuk just seeing whether or not he has to posture up, getting ready to try and just take that little bit of step forward to stop them from being able to collapse onto his zip. As we have talked about, looking at the Ziping, the Hardy, and the Kylan composition, it very much does feel like the line that all of these teams have against this team is just put enough pressure on a specific player to bait the Ziping into having to play a little bit more forward than she wants, and then just collapsing on her immediately. As GG still a little bit undiluted in terms of what they have available, especially in terms of soldiers that they have active. As there is a bounty that is currently in the area, all of these teams drawn in towards Imperial for the prospect of the Spirit Well. Who is going to be able to capture the dome? Jing is going to make it harder for EWG on the other end, having that blistering edge attached to that pole sword. Just trying to find the attachment of the fire tick as quickly as possible. That being said, EWG are able to hold themselves strong, and they do force the reposition Karumi Tava, allowing the Staccato to be much more stalwart in the position that he's able to take. GG, however, also having that Karumi Tava starting to move forward. This is a composition that needs the loot. They've got blue armor on their Zai instead of their Matari and their Karumi, which is not something we traditionally see. But in this instance, it's much more helpful for the Zai to hold further back and the Karumi and Matari to move up, seeing as they're the one holding that first position, wanting to get that armor the second that the dome breaks. And as a result, CGS will be able to scoop up the legendary armor and reposition with the usage of his F ability so that he doesn't get punished for having stuck around. JL now also going to be looking to try and find where some of those other teams have run off to. EWG below them playing a little bit quieter as Zone with the repeating crossbow, putting pressure onto JDG to try and kite them into Bowder and spark off a fight that they can third party.
Indeed. One thing I did just think of is that SS1 or Zone has they were sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard. They had single-digit points going into this game. However, in this game, 7 eliminations now, and going strong. It really speaks to the thing I was talking about earlier about how certain teams simply do better or worse depending on whether or not it is Firefly map or not. You know, there are some teams that excel greatly on daytime maps, and there are some teams that excel on Firefly maps, and it looks as though SS1 might be one of those teams that just does well on those Firefly maps, as this game is definitely a contrast to the games that they've had leading up to this point. JL able to pick up a kill onto Kiki from JDG here, left out in the open, a lonely Zipping, unable to stay on her feet, unfortunately for them. This is a rather interesting zone. Another thing to note, EWG lurking inside this big tent, the glamping tent, if you will, with the traps at every entrance. You know, the front entrance and then the 2 back entrances all have those little bear traps. They've been using them to their advantage, activating them and just sitting inside the building and fending all of the aggressors off at the front door. You know, you want to come in here, you gotta go through the bear trap and eat a blue focus to the face, good sir. You know,
I mean, not just the bear traps, they've got twin shot bound shell as well.
Yeah,
anyone who tries to come near that opening just immediately just full hit. That being said, JL are still, in my opinion, in prime position. Like, Bowder, yes, are on 12 kills on a really good composition, but JL have Merciless Havoc and they're using it to just clear the space off the Spirit Well entirely. It's going to be the exact same thing that we saw previously. Utilize the Kurumi ultimate to be able to get that down so that one thing gets it back immediately once the buff comes through. And off we go, immediately taking all of the aggressive plays of this poor JDG who get caught into it. As a result, Jing had to go for that Kylan ultimate, trying to put the pressure onto another team. Looks like he tried to turn it onto GG, who unfortunately for him have that Kurumi tether, and as a result just live through everything. EWG not wanting to make their move. JDG trying to run into the tent that EWG were holding into is immediately going to punish them as a Wuchen teleport comes through from FPX just out of that corruption tick damage for them to reposition without anyone noticing. JL going to get caught into by that Tester ultimate, will be able to interact with the Soul Urn, and that only temporarily slows down VVV with this IV2, the F-root being utilized to chase down these players from FPX. That fire tick doing so much damage, melting through the health bars, melting through any heal efficiency. Coming on out as EWG now taking that fortification one step further, but unfortunately for them, VVV is still able to keep up the pressure. That being said, he's out of Zai ultimate. He doesn't want to keep contesting the space, has Rampage attached onto that Hengso that he's now showing off in full as EWG, the glamping tent, has done its job. They might not have stable Wi-Fi connection, but they do have stable health bars inside that setup. And as a result, everyone has actually turned their attention to other teams entirely.
Indeed. OUG still looking pretty healthy, thankfully for them. Unfortunately, haven't been able to pick up a huge number of kills. 6 though, still pretty solid. GG also on 6, Bowder on 13, JL on 12, FPX on 6, and EWG on 3. However, FPX is only one man strong. They only have their Wu Chen alive. Unfortunately, there's not really the character that you want to be the last man standing on your team, as Wu Chen's power just like gets lower and lower, worsens as the game progresses onwards, as there's less space to really make use of that teleport. GG now getting it forced onto by this team, by OUG, getting caught up by the Tessa ultimate. 330 thankfully is able to use that Kurumi circle before he goes down and is immediately resurrected, as the remaining members of his teammates are able to just sit there and res him as the Kurumi circle is still active. Bowder looks as though they're now coming online as well, running rampant at the edge of the zone. LXM does get eliminated. CJS in the sky trying to stay out of harm's way. Bowder, he's pulling out that golden longsword that we saw him get early on in the game. It is time. His ultimate is online, engaged. He only has one push left, and I think that was just it just now. EWG lurking on top of this building, on top of this straw rooftop, trying their best to lock down VVV, but the damage reduction coming out from the Kurumi tether, it seems was just too much for them to burst through. Unfortunately, EWG now, Takeda going to the sky, using that F1, trying to stay out of harm's way. VVV taking the time to heal up, but instead opts to go for the armor swap, and now using that ultimate while he has only a couple seconds left. This huge Viper ult could be super impactful. It's coming through. There's a Tomok ultimate in the way though. Is he going to be able to make use of it? No. Run is going to come in and steal away the kill, although Rico did manage to pick up a kill. TXJ goes down to Run as well. SS and trying to pick up the Soul Blue, but not able to get over there. The Takeda ultimate's in the way. You with the Phoenix Blast as well, running rampant, but he's getting knocked around. The Zai ultimate as well. The fire damage pushing him into the zone, not able to stay in place. CJS with this Zai ultimate is just doing so much. Cookie now bouncing him around with that fan, with those little wind pushes, locking him down for a second and able to keep him out of the fight for the moment. I don't know who won. I don't know who had the most kills. That was insanity. The little sort of gondola just sort of in the way. Couldn't see the last person's tag. But there it is. Bowder is gonna come out victorious at the end of it all. And there it is. The big damage numbers. The big kill
Did they get the kill multiplier?
They didn't. They did not get the
didn't?
kill multiplier, and they're going to be
Another
miffed about that because
MVP.
OUG were the last team standing. And the reason why like BIWEEK got so close and just fell at the final hurdle, it was all about just the fire tick. They had the Z-Ping, they didn't have the Karumi. So when GG came through with that massive fire hit and all of the heal efficiency reduction, that 50% heal cut, just meant that BIWEEK's zipping disappeared in a puff of smoke. And as a result, all of that sustain just went straight out of the window. They may have picked up, I believe it was 16. It was either 15 or 16 kills that BIWEEK were able to pick up. But they still have been unable to convert into a last place standing, or rather a first place standing. So they don't manage to get that kill multiplier, and as a result, again, what would have been a really clean score has been soured somewhat, and I don't think that's going to actually give them a large enough score to be able to contest JL and push them off of JL's standing.
No, I mean, JL were doing extremely well as well. So it's, yeah, no, unfortunately not. However, still another MVP where they didn't get the kill multiplier. It really speaks to how many kills they're really putting up on the board. And this might be the new meta. Just get oogly as all hell in the early mid game, get as many kills as you can, and then coming first doesn't really matter all that much. If you can get it, nice. If not, no problem. You know, like, it's not the biggest issue. But we'll see. BLADEPOINT definitely putting in work now. But again, you know what time it is, ladies and gentlemen. It is Answer for Treasures. If you want to have a chance at getting your hands on a Summer Split random gift box, make sure to get your answer to this question in the chat. Was it... Oh, wait, sorry, the question first. Who was the MVP in game number 4? Was it A, BLADEPOINT U? Was it B, BLADEPOINT Run? Was it C, BLADEPOINT Peak? Or was it D, JLVVV? Make sure to get your answer into the chat if you want a chance at getting your hands on this gift box, and to stick around as you will be added and whispered if you do happen to be the lucky winner. Don't go away and miss out on your reward. But back to NARAKA. What a game. It got really spicy at the end there. The final zone with all these little, with the buildings and the slight cliff, the glamping tent below it all, you know, it was very funny. I never even thought of that until I just happened to think of it in that exact moment. I've been in that tent a million times.
I call the Spirit Wells glamping, like glamping spots.
I mean, yeah, true. You know, it's like the golden dome. Yeah,
the golden domes, the places of safety. A lot of the time, players just like camp out there for as long as possible. That being said, that's your answer. BLADEPOINT didn't get 15 kills, didn't get 16 kills, managed to make it all the way up to 17. So if they just had that first place, unfortunately for them, it was denied as GG were able to scoop up 13 kills, a huge chunk of them coming at the tail end of the round, as GG are accustomed to. JL also, like you said, doing very, very good. 12 kills coming through from them. So unfortunately for BLADEPOINT, it's not really going to oust JL's position in terms of the scoreboard. However, I'm pretty sure it is a safe bet to say that Yu is going to be picking up his second MVP of the day, given the amount of damage that he was able to do, as well as the kills and assists that he was able to accrue. Considering that when we talked about, you know, micro and macro, BLADEPOINT's macro plan was clear from the beginning, right? Get a Bane's Breath as quickly as possible, slap it on Salvation Podium, guarantee that you can solve the box, get the legendary weapon onto your Takeda, and then murder everything whenever Takeda has ultimate.
Exactly. Yeah, literally. Thing is, you know what's funny as well? I'm not sure if they even had the legendary scaled Takeda ultimate going into that end zone, but I think he did by the very end. I think he must have picked up some golden weapons, or one of his teammates must have picked up some golden weapons in the fray while everything was going down to scale it up for the last ult activation. But as you said, yes, JL is still sitting atop the mountain, 62.7 points. OUG in second with 49.8, GG in third with 47.5. But BLADEPOINT, they are creeping up there. They're slowly clawing their way to the top. And here we are with the replays. Bowder's U, big damage, big stagger onto these players stuck at in the corner. The Tumult ultimate coming in as well, perfectly placed by Yeran to section off this side of the fight. Bowder's U able to catch this Zai even in stealth. Unfortunately, he didn't have any more grapples, but still, due to the corner, was able to maximize the damage here. The Kurumi ends up being the one who gets taken down. The follow-up there off of the longsword wind slash with the fist blades, very nicely done. And now into the realm of Yang Yu just being a menace. He gets taken down so unbelievably low, but the zipping ultimate coming in clutch, keeping him alive, and then immediately unleashing the ultimate. Kylan trying to do something, but the Tumult ult just stopping him in his tracks. And this, I think, is probably why we were talking about earlier how Sand Siphon might just be the comp that takes down the Kylan Hardy zipping. You know, it's if Kylan can't do anything because of the Tumult ultimate and because of the Cicada, then you know, I don't know if it's really winnable in a lot of situations. However, I think if the Tumult ultimate gets forced out early, it's definitely possible. But we'll have to see. Again, we need more of a sample size. Here it is, the final ultimate unleashed into the lobby. The Phoenix Blast going crazy. But this Zai wave right after that
that's
was massive.
That's where it all fell apart for Bowder. And there it is. I really do feel like he doesn't have any competition at the moment. Yu is just, in my opinion, the best Cicada in Nbpl currently. With the Sword setup that we know he had, we saw the Phoenix Burst coming on through. It is one of the reasons why he does almost 20,000 damage with the longsword coming on through.
He also had Juggernaut as well.
Yeah, he also had Juggernaut, and you have to remember as well, like, he probably got that fairly early on. And it definitely, again, like, makes sense why they were feeding him kills so that he could start stacking that Juggernaut to the max. 8 kills coming through from him, 8 assists, definitely in terms of comms. Everyone on Bowder's end was just funneling that last little hit over towards that Cicada to make sure that Juggernaut was stacking. And I think, like, a huge part of it can be accredited to the roster that Bowder has picked up over the last year. But just as we were, you know, praising the macro, we also have to give huge props to the pickups that Bowder were able to make in terms of the coaching side, because they actually, at the beginning of this year, picked up XEG's old coach. And XEG, back in 2023, were the team that we sort of referred to in the NARAKA BLADEPOINT pro scene as the kings of consistency. And it feels that since then, Bowder has sort of slipped into that role, especially when you look at today, like you said, when we were looking at those replays, slowly but steadily climbing their way to the top. No real big splash, no huge game where they just rocket to the top like a JL or GG, but they've been up there. Every single time they have been up there.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, they did have that 21 kill game, which compensated for their early, you know, not so great performances. The first 2 games weren't so great, but then making up for it in the 3rd game, and now again getting another MVP. It's solid performance. I think if they are able to keep it up going into the 5th and 6th game, they could definitely be contenders for that first place spot at the end of the day. But yeah, as you said, you reminded me the coach being picked up from, well, the old XCG coach being picked up by Bowder was what breathed life into this team at the beginning of the year. You know, Bowder, for the longest time before the first split of the year, wasn't seen really. Like they were an old household name back in the very beginning of Nbpl. We used to see them all the time back at the very start, but then they disappeared for quite a while. But now they're back and they're ready to take the cake in this Nbpl season. And hey, I hope that they can, because it's nice to see them come back and come back with a vengeance, so to speak. It's not all JL, even though JL are currently sitting at the top and performing extremely well. Being able to consistently do well, or as well as they have done, is very impressive. And I think the only game that they didn't do insanely well was that one game, was the other Holoroth game in game number 2, where they were on 10 kills but then just got caught out in the open by that Tumult Wisp and had their game shut down, had the snowball stopped in its tracks. So we'll see. I mean, that kind of thing, it does happen. You know, it's a battle royale. A lot of different things can happen. It's sometimes it's the luck of the draw. You put yourself in a potentially risky situation. Something like that can just cut your game short. But I'm very excited to go into our next game, and I think we're going to be going into Morris Isle Night with more Fireflies. So, is this the game that we finally see Feria? Who knows?
I know, I'm looking all around for her. I'm like, have you seen Feria?
She's hard to miss. She's in a mech. You know, it's...
I feel like we're in like one of those kids' TV shows, you know, where it's like, can you point to the Feria? Can you see the Feria? Where is she? I don't know, like, it definitely feels with like the hero points as well, that at some point Feria has got to make an appearance, even if it's just damage controlling around your hero points. But that was the Holoroth with Fireflies, now headed over to Morris. And I mean, Feria has showed up on Morris, that's for sure, but it very much feels like we've seen far less of not just Feria, but also of Yueshan too.
True, yeah. I don't think... Wait, there hasn't been a single Yueshan today, I don't think. No, not a single Yueshan, not a single Feria. That's actually quite strange. You know, Yueshan
especially because he got his role. Like they gave him that buff where he has team utility that he can bring to the table, not just spear staggers and slapping people around so that they don't get to set up. But again, I feel like maybe it's just because better compositions have come through that does everything that he does but better, right? Because think about it, Kylan doesn't need the babysitting potential that Yodo did with the Ferrying Cannonball, but he also has all of the stagger potential that Yueshan brought to the table for himself. So that's essentially him doing the work of two heroes for one hero slot, which is huge retail value.
I am just thinking though, it could be because of the rule change. You know how now, unless you come first, you don't get kill multiplier. You know, the fact that so much more weight is now put into the number of kills that you have. And of course, Cannonball and Aeromech has been a very strong team composition, and it's not like it can't get a lot of kills. But if more teams are going to be running other compositions, you know, if you're the odd ones out, it could be the result that you just don't really end up getting all that many kills, as there aren't as many kills to be had, as all of these other teams that are more aggressive are able to pick them up before you are. And
Cannonball is very punishing as well if your ultimates get forced. Like if the Feria V3 gets forced early or the Yueshan ultimate gets forced early, the punishment is immediate, and the follow-up is just devastating because you have nothing to give you that lease of life that some of these other compositions have. They're like just cycling into a cooldown and being able to reset or soft reset a fight and give yourself a little bit of stability. That being said though, with the amount of pressure I think for these kills, it also puts into perspective how, as we've theorized, a lot of these teams are sort of not prioritizing coming first, because one thing that Yueshan brings to the table, one thing that was really strong for Cannonball and was a reason why GG sort of shifted over to the Valda variant of it, was 2 health resets, Valda V2 and also Yueshan ultimate, giving him that full health reset. But if these teams are prioritizing finding kills more than living and being that last player standing, as you've said, Yueshan definitely falls somewhat out of favor and pales in comparison to what some of these other heroes can bring to the table in terms of that aggressive outlet.
It's like if you like, thing is, the Yueshan can be extremely good for like winning heal off situation, but if you win and you come first, then it doesn't really matter that much if you don't have the kills to back it up.
Yeah, 0 times kill multiplier is still
it's
0.
Still 0, exactly. Yeah, like we've just seen multiple games where the team that actually comes first isn't the one coming away with MVP. You know, Bowder's proved it. They've done it twice now.
Yeah,
so
it's the team just coming in with above 20 kills, which Yushan doesn't really let you set up, especially since I think Ferrer as well, now that a lot of these teams are moving over towards Siphon, Ferrer has lost a lot of impact because one thing that Ferrer struggles into is the fire tick. The fact that that burn damage goes through the mech and directly into your health bar means that that mech that was seen as a sort of place of safety for either your Yodo to be able to fall back into, or like your Hardy to be able to fall back into once their ultimate uptime has gone, that's sort of moved away. You don't get that point of relief if you just continue to be spammed down by fire tick.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I think I don't know. I mean, the Hardy as well can be extremely, like, if you're going into Hardy and then also Kylin, it can be really hard to actually do all that much on Yueshan as well, because I'm pretty sure both of those characters actually stagger the Yueshan even in his ultimate form.
And it's also the mobility as well. Like, what are the chances if you as a Yushin is going to be able to lock down a Hardy? I feel like all of these reasons are just conspiring to sort of eject Cannonball a little bit further down the list of priorities, to the point that we might not actually even see it. And like, it might just be gone from Nbpl and only sort of trotted out from time to time, just the way that we see Transformers.
You know what? I think I'm gonna make a prediction. That Yueshan is going to make a comeback in a composition. I mean, probably not today, but at some point in the future, I predict that we will likely see a Kylin Matari Yueshan comp.
Oh.
I think that would actually be pretty goated. Just because Matari, like, it will offer Siphon alongside the Kylin. The Yueshan would be able to allow for the Yueshan would facilitate the counterpick into Tumulk, as well as Zai, which would help them deal with the both Siphon comps, the Xiphon and the Sand Siphon, and then the Kylin, it would still be good into enemy Hardys.
Well, the Matari would still be incredibly strong into enemy Hardys, with the backstabs being able to just stop
and
the Hardy
ultimate. And it would be good into Viper as well.
Yeah, because if Viper tries to you just hit Matari stealth and everyone says we don't care about the...
Yeah, and if they silence the Matari, then you have the Yueshan to come in.
Or the Kylin to be able to utilize either the F1 or the F2 to be able to grab whoever's on top of your Matari and play peel.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Or just use the ultimate and just send them flying. You know?
True. That being said, it would be very weak if those ultimates got forced to being third party.
True. I think
it would be very strong inside Realm of Yang and in isolated areas like that, and also Spirit World too, with the amount of sustain that you have with your Yushan and stagger potential with both the Yushan and the Kylin being able to control the space, plus Matari ultimate just being what Matari ultimate is, the absolute juggernaut that she has become in both solos and trios. But if you ever got third-partied, I think the problem would become things like the Tessa Viper Wuchan.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. It was just a thought. I think it will probably see something like that at some point, because that was... I don't know, I was thinking about where Yueshan would fit at the moment.
Yeah.
If Ferrier and Yueshan is not going to be played anymore, because that's seemingly what is happening. This composition has just faded away into history. Then but the Yueshan is still an extremely good character. It wouldn't make sense for him to completely disappear. So I think that if he would make a comeback, it could be something along those lines. However, we're gonna have to wait and see in future. For now, we have got our 5th game of the day, ladies and gentlemen, about to begin. And look at that stacked hot drop over there. How many players?
I think it was 5.
I think that was 5
also,
teams.
I think, taking on 2 teams over towards Secret Tunnel. I know they're definitely taking... No, it's just DRG.
Wait.
DRG and GG gonna be heading for Secret Tunnel.
5
It
teams.
is. Yes, it is 5 teams. FPX gonna have all of Sunwings to themselves. Everybody else going to be fighting immediately, but the team that we're going to be looking at is DRG, who go immediately towards Secret Tunnel. GG actually go towards the Fireflies below so they can try and grab those and all of the loot we're in. As it's no fight fully breaking out just yet. They know that they're being contested. GG don't want to actively try and take this fight until they find something to work with. That Kurumi's already got purple armor. That being said, I think we're going to be looking at those 5 teams, potentially 6 teams as well, if FPX decide to drift down onto the south side of Sunwings, as DRG have been able to do something that not a lot of teams have done. Get to Secret Tunnel before GG and start looting up. Here's the fight between TE and Zone coming on through. X1 ZDI unfortunately going incredibly low very, very quickly. TE getting their hands onto a Firefly for their tumult. YZZ as a result able to just drop it down, isolate one of those players, and allow TE to start shredding through the health bar. ZDI, however, has been able to get this Kylan V2 online. Had to use it to just reposition himself and try and live, as LYD has gone down in the meantime. TE now having to deal with that Kylan, knowing that the ultimate is offline. Going to be able to keep up the pressure. YZZ with the staff on the outside, just trying to go for that coordinate charge. RMP catching on to these players, pushing them onto the ground so that TE can come in with the punishment after they finish up before they can hit the resound animation.
They just had, none of those players had anything really. It was a white weapon, no grapples, no armor. It's just a bare bones fight here. However, on the other side of the map, we have JDG, pretty looted already. A purple armor on Jing. And they're chasing down Bowder. Peak has been just knocked away. Year Run and are popping this ultimate as well, trying to chase down these players. They do find the stun as well onto the Kurumi. Jing perhaps jumping the gun a little bit with that Monk ultimate, the transformation. Not a iframe the stun, however, I'm not sure if it's going to make too much of a difference. Year Run is still going to get grabbed up and eliminated by JDG. And there it is. I'm not. I think it was 2 members of, no, 1 member of Bowder got, no, I don't know. 2 members of Bowder got taken down. DRG now up against GG. LXM in a 1 versus 2. I think used his F already. No ultimate available just yet. Tessa ultimate ready to go at a moment's notice. WX98 is going to be holding on to it though. No need to use ultimate in the 1 versus 2. And now JL up against ASE. Wait, I thought it was another team, but no, it's just these 2. VVV in ultimate now. Only the white ultimate, the first stage ultimate, but still pretty solid. But he does get parried here. Coming out now, his ultimate is going to be expiring relatively soon. He has one push left, 1 Furin Blast ready to go, and there it is. Furin Blast now down. Lemon getting a parry onto VVV. I'm not sure if he has a weapon, able to pick up the blue spear just in time to try and follow up here. Lemon now getting locked down, but still alive. Oh, the grab coming through. Lemon just absolutely diffing VVV in this mirror matchup. TXJ, though, coming down with a pixel of HP. It's all or nothing, he says. He comes down, he takes him out, manages to pick up the Soul Bloom, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough in the 1v2, and the Ace are going to come away victorious.
Yeah, heading over now to Sunwings, we've got a Moonbane currently in play. Not sure which team dropped it, as Zone are putting pressure onto TE, defend them away from the area. This is IV2 managing to catch TE's Leo, who just goes down the second at rest, is able to turn their attention and follow up with that fan. Forestry able to find the Soul Bloom, is going to be able to get a little bit of stabilization before coming in with that F3, putting pressure onto YZZ. With this fan still managing to catch on to everyone, goes for the slap as well to make sure that poor TE's Han just gets locked into position. Like you said, Dunk, it is indeed optimal. And we won't get to find out who dropped the Bane's Breath. I feel like it might have been TE, given the fact that Zone were just kiting them away from that fight as quickly as they possibly could. There's OUG going to be taking a little bit of downtime to go for a shopping spree, picking themselves up some nice little bits of kit. 2 lots of purple armor already for the side of this team. all ultimates available, yet to properly be challenged. In fact, yet to take a single fight. They've just been very slowly looting, scaling up for that first realm of Yang to spawn on in, as everybody else has just been scrapping it out over all of the loot and all of the fireflies. FPX now on the hunt, wanting to potentially try and run into some of these teams. Finds purple armor for their Zai as they spread on out. X1 going to also be looking to try and find any team that they can take on. They're in a really good situation loot-wise. Purple armor for the DI, but also a lot of purple weapons as they're going to head on over towards one of the Rift Dealers. Potentially pick themselves up some Soul Jades so that they can start stacking up on a win condition when we head into first realm of Yangs. Is over in Shipwreck. JL having to also find themselves on the back foot. They lost their first fight and as a result lost all of the loot and had to head over towards Shipwreck and just pick through anything that was left. VVV at least has purple armor to his name, but that is not a position you want Educator to be in, especially when Realm of Yangs are starting to be spawning up in a matter of moments. X1's going to be taking on Sohn now over towards Graveyard. That's going to be another Bane's Wrath drop from Rosemary's team, trying to just keep everyone locked into this position so that the Zai can properly set up and start pushing through into that burst window. But it does look like the reposition was in time. No one was locked down before the Bane's Wrath came through, and as a result, Sohn are actually going to pull away from the fight, probably prioritize positioning to put a plate in for the first Realm of Yang portal.
Indeed, you definitely think that would probably be the best option here, and especially considering that they were forced to use that Hardy ultimate to disengage once they were aggressed on by SS1. Again, though, another thing I want to point out that SS1, again, having not done so well in the first half of the day on the daytime maps, is now again actually currently in the lead in terms of kills. They have 5 eliminations, more than any other team so far in the lobby. But
it could just have taken them some time to climatize. They are one of the new teams that has come to Nbpl this season. And as we talked about, like, these teams, they haven't had the same level of experience fighting one and another as the rest of the teams in the league. So taking a little bit of downtime and learning not just, you know, how everyone plays around you, but also how fast everyone plays around you is really going to be very important if these teams want to be able to climatize and find themselves doing better as the days and weeks go by and we progress through the season. As we're going to be progressing through the round, and it's going to be heralded by the first Realm of Yangs starting to spawn on up. GG and OUG probably going to be vying for the attention of this one alongside FPX, who gets to go through. FPX don't go through the portal. They actually grief OUG's entrance as everyone plays footsie around the entrance. No one wanting to full commit. FPX have gone through. In the meantime, OUG and GG still not making that play. Both of them waiting out the other team. And GG slipped past and managed to take on all of that, just dancing around. And it's OUG versus GG. The two teams meet each other regardless.
Indeed. Like, oh, you ready? You ready? Let's go. It's you and me. Let's go. CJS, go into the sky. They're a bit underlooted in comparison to OUG, but they're ready to go nonetheless. OUG SS immediately using that Hardy ultimate at the start of the fight, putting down that cube and cancelling the ultimate. GG330 taking a lot of damage, forced to use the Kurumi ultimate now. CJS chasing down OUG Jinyu with the fist blades. Unfortunately does get parried here, but immediately getting a weapon back with the F1, the over-the-shoulder RKO, taking down that zipping. Get down here, give me that weapon, come here. CJS trying to chase him down, but the Hardy cube is ready and waiting for OUG to disengage. CJS, though, he does have his ultimate ready to go, but Jinyu has his ult in the back pocket as well. It's going to be Takeda versus Kailin, edgy versus edgier. Jinyu trying to find the moment of opportunities, looking to jump in. CJS is coming online now, the ultimate, he's matching it. Jinyu trying to come in and lock down CJS, prevent him from getting any value out of this ultimate. Jinyu staggering all of these players. CJS getting taken down extremely low. 3-3-0, now getting taken down already. CJS now not going to be able to find a moment to heal. He's also going to be eliminated, and it looks as though Jin Yu is going to be the Demon King. He's going to take them all down. OUG, it's just a formality at this point, are going to take this Realm of Yang dub and secure themselves a nice golden weapon for Jin Yu to make full use out of.
So interesting as well that now the Takeda sort of has to hold the ultimate as long as possible, so that the Kylan also has to hold the ultimate, and it means that the Takeda doesn't really get to use the Furin shoves in the way that we've seen previously for Sansiphon with the Peel. That being said, we're not going to be seeing X1 for long, as DRG with a huge Viper V1 are going to be able to lock down XLY long enough for the Halberds to be able to shred through the player, and now it's just a matter of cleanup. X1 inside the zone. ZDI throws out a focus strike, gets parried very quickly, joins his teammate in waiting for the next lobby. That is going to be a clean bundle of kills. Picks on up for the side of DRG. They haven't managed to find the full team kill. LYD is still going to be in the areas. We are now going to see them turn on to EWG's Cookie. OUG managing to hunt down a straggler coming on through from the team of EWG. And unfortunately for them, that was the Wu Chen, which means they're not going to be able to teleport the body and find that revive. Jinyu goes past the other player from EWG, who I believe was crouching just below the rock face, and as a result was ever so slightly out of LOS, but he's been spotted now. No. Juan, unfortunately, with the Viper throws out the F, does manage to catch on to Jinyu, but he's just going to be trying to delay. He's actually kiting close towards his teammate, realizing that he goes for the skirmish to put himself further into the corruption tick damage. But here comes GG for the third party, and as a result, EWG have actually got the opportunity. You can see on the left side, they're actually reviving Cookie to try and fourth party into this fight as GG and OUG spend all of their ultimates. This is such a dangerous position for these two teams to be in. Smolch ultimate has come through. OUG trying now to find a value with this Kylan ultimate, but it's made even harder by the fact that the space has been shut down by GG with this tumult. Jinyu managing to put a lot of players low, but not able to find a kill just yet. That Kurumi circle doing a lot to be able to stabilize as they're still putting pressure, but here comes EUG. We talked about the fact that this team was using the opportunity to stabilize. Tessa ultimate interrupts the fight, and it's EWG who walk away with the first kill. OUG now on the back foot. GG trying to disengage as well, as here comes Sone. They've been drawn in by the four teams fighting in the area and want a piece of the pie. CJS, unfortunately, under Yang depletion, is going to be caught under the attentions of multiple teams. His teammates having to try and fall in and help him peel away. He just doesn't have Furin shoves or the ultimate to be able to activate him by himself the space. And the two teams that came for the third and fourth party, Zone and EWG, are actually the ones taking advantage of the attention and lack therein. The fact that GG and OUG hard murder goggled on one another instead of going after the teams that were stabilizing in the area.
Indeed, this is such a rough situation to be forced into. I will say, though, I think GG may have jumped the gun a little bit. You know, although forcing a fight in the zone isn't always the worst idea, it's just like you're always going to run the risk of something like this happening. You know, like the third and the fourth and the fifth party coming in and just locking you down, you know? And if it goes wrong even a little bit to start with, then it's so hard to recover from, as you are constantly taking health damage, you're constantly taking storm damage, and it's really hard to come back from. I think perhaps they may have had group heal, and that's why they went for it, because I saw that they weren't necessarily taking all that much time to heal their health, except for the Kurumi.
Yeah,
and I think the group heal may have been what allowed them to take this, or gave them the reason to be able to go for this fight, you know. But I think if instead they'd opted to go for the wait and see and sort of lurk at the edge of the zone angle and waited to try and to catch them at a weaker state, they could have potentially come away with those soul blooms and cleansed that Yang depletion.
I think that was a huge deciding factor on why they went that fast, though. Like, they had the Yang depletion, they wanted to take a fight when they thought that they weren't going to get third-partied, and unfortunately it just meant that they didn't have all of the information heading into the fight, and ironically, by trying to avoid getting first-partied, set themselves up to get fourth and then fifth-partied. As over in Celestra, it's no team looking for the Yang entrances. Instead, it's going to be DRG scrapping it out against a team who just want to try and grief, as it's going to be JDG and FPX who are going to be the ones taking that Yang fight. Xiaohu with, I believe that is a legendary fan, going to be fully kitted out for all of these players. Fistblades on Jun, on this Matari, already utilizes the F ability, trying to catch on to these players of JDG. Now has spooked them into already burning the Karumi Tower, which is huge for the side of FPX when the Zai ultimate starts to come into play. Dreadful Whale as well as that Matari ultimate now coming online. We are going to see so much sustainability. JDG are going to pop the Tian High transformation as a result, and he's already been able to grab one player. He's looking potentially for the double grab. No, FPX are going to be able to LOS with the pillar, and as a result, he has to just console himself with going for the one. Doesn't manage to find a follow-up. Has to be careful that the Zai doesn't stop melting through his health, but with that V2 at his feet, he's going to be able to find the grab onto the Zai as a result, and finds another reverb onto Xiao, pushing the player away before the pulse or charge. Stop melting the health bar into the Dreadful Whale follow-up, and that is huge. Lots of damage that FX are just not going to be able to sustain through. Jing now utilizing that F1 to buy himself a little bit of respite, but FPX is still going strong with Jun on this Matari with those purple fist blades doing so much damage. Unfortunately gets caught climbing onto that pillar by the uppercut charge LMB on that dagger from JDG's Kiki, who will interrupt before he can try and scourge his way out. And JDG will be able to come out on top just barely.
That was spicy. Jing got overheld multiple times by that Karumi. Just it was a little spooky for a second there, with the poison splash coming through, and then it was just a 1 versus 2. But the damage, the fist blade damage, chunked that player so unbelievably much. It was actually, it looked doable for a second there. It looked doable.
It looked like that 2v1 was about to become a 1v1.
Yeah, literally. But unfortunately, he wasn't able to pull it off. It is what it is. Looking on over, DRG looking at the edge of the zone. They're pretty happy with their performance so far. You know, how many kills? 6 kills already. They got a golden weaponry, you know. Not too bad of a spot to be in. It's going to lurk at the edge of the zone and bide their time during this Yang depletion situation. FPX are going to be a team hunting desperately, looking for those soul blooms to cleanse that Yang depletion. Ace, again, also lurking at the edge of the map now with their buff that is about to run out. FPX, it looks as though they may have spotted out OUG. OUG are hiding over here at the edge. And they spotted them. The immediate engage. They're fully going right now. Why are OUG even here? I'm so confused.
I think OUG were recovering. I think OUG were recovering from a fight against Zone. And FPX in Soul Form were able to spot out the fact that they were there. They're going to be able to potentially get the kill into Jinyu. Unfortunately, OUG's players, they're all on heroes that are just so incredibly mobile, but FX has no choice but to double down. Matari ultimate, Zai ultimate, everything is being poured into this fight so that FX can try and find a second lease on life. Unfortunately for them, that lease might be very short, as it's not just OUG that they're facing down. Zone are in the area. I believe GG also just flashed up on the left side of the mini-map. And this is where it becomes really problematic for FPX. They've pumped all of their ultimates in to try and stake a fight against OUG, who have the heroes that can just kite away and wait for the ultimates to be done before turning back in. and just melting through the side of FPX. But if they didn't look at OUG, they were going up against teams that just wouldn't allow them to find the full team wipes. There are so many teams, neither the Wu Chen or the Kurumi, that just would not allow you to melt through 3 players in the space of the seconds necessary to stop the third party. And it is just going to be a harsh reality of Yang depletion as OUG, in the meantime, run directly into EWG, who capitalized on the fact that OUG burned through their entire ult pack, living through that fight that FPX put at their doorstep, and as a result, they lose their Kylan.
Damn, EWG finding the right timing on this third party, coming in and picking up that kill. SS1 somehow just able to not become the targets here. To only like 2 of them have purple armors, but RSS having white armor, I'm surprised that they haven't been aggressed on all that heavily. Jun X trying to get some loot here, grabbing a couple things, given the chance to do so. Zhao, though, now getting fully engaged on, having white armor himself. TE spotting it out, trying to full engage, trying to lock this player down. Jun X now forced to use the Matari ultimate to try and peel, but Zhao, there's only so much that can be done for him. Jun, there's only 2 of them. He can't peel all 3 of these players, and Zhao is in such a dire situation that it's not really doable at this point, unfortunately. He is going to go down to Han, and I think Jun X might end up going down to Yang depletion as well, considering that he hasn't managed to cleanse it just yet. SS1 now looking to come online. DRG getting the brunt of it. But it looks as though they're turning it around. Zan, the Matari, does get saved by the zipping ult, but it's not going to be enough. Just barely. So unbelievably close to getting that F1 proc from the zipping to come through and healing him up. Unfortunately, just not able to do so in time. He does go down. But are they going to get the rest here? Rosemary,
no.
Going for it.
It just gets interrupted, and then Arsas tries to return to it, and immediately his health bar just tanks, and he has to give it up. Actually, nope, it was FPX. FPX come in and stop it. Huge hurtling meteor comes out from Zhao, that Efri just connecting onto Arsas, and as a result, Son, unfortunately, trying to stubbornly stick that res might have sealed their fate. Jun now alone is going to get taken down. Focus Light being the undoing of another team yet again in the Pro League. Rosemary now caught out. Tessa ultimate enchanted, unable to interact. Wait, they wait for the 3-second stun window before murdering. Oh, that is BM.
Oh my god. that was...
Hello, welcome to your first day of the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. Get hit into by a Tessa ultimate. We're just gonna stand here chomping on some popcorn until that enchantment window hits, and then we're gonna kill you. What a lovely, welcoming hug to the Pro League team.
God, that was insane.
That's Son having to learn the lesson. That is Son having to learn the hard lesson of sometimes when a player goes down, it's better to cut your losses and guarantee that your 2 teammates survive instead of trying to stick the revive and losing the whole team as a result.
And it's such a shame as well because they were on 11 eliminations as well.
Yeah, they were doing really well. They were doing really well this lobby. They'd found their footing. They'd got some serious momentum. They were able to utilize the Yang depletion that FPX were afflicted to turn the heads of so many teams in the air and third-party prey off of all of the commotion. But unfortunately, that little lapse in judgment cost them. As we have 15 players now remaining inside this lobby. TE kitted out with legendary armor onto the Takeda, as well as a legendary fan. Still not up to the legendary variant of the Takeda ultimate, but definitely getting close. As we can see that they're going to be taking a little bit of downtime, utilizing the Kurumi umbrella to block the ranged projectiles so that uninterrupted they can start to rifle through the rift dealers. As JDG, I'm so interested to see how they play this composition. I firmly believe it's probably going to be around the Spirit Wall, just putting Jing into a position where he can go into the Spirit Wall, he can grab players on the outside of it, and they can't damage and pressure him into burning his ultimate early on the inside of it, which is absolutely massive. When Spirit Wells became a thing, it was a huge buff to the Transformer. And we did see Wolves actually were the team that picked up on it the most and started utilizing Transformers in the middle of Spirit Wells to be able to dictate the tempo of late lobbies. Be very interesting to see whether or not JDG do a similar strategy.
Indeed. DRG trying to lurk on the edge here. The Spirit Well is going to be spawning up pretty close by. There's a lot of teams just lurking on the outside.
Love that.
I'm really I'm interested to see if it does go uncontested, because we've seen it quite a few times now in each one of these games that these Spirit Wells just haven't gone.
Are you gonna contest it when Jing is in Transform and they've got a Dreadful Whale and a Phoenix Burst at his feet? I mean, how did JDG get this stacked?
I don't know. But then again, like, they just need to. I feel like these teams could very easily look to position a bit closer to it initially.
Yeah. Especially if they have the Viper and try and come in with silence before the Transform can come through.
A well-placed silence can shut them down.
High. Like, DRG have the Viper, EWG have the Viper. It's interesting that the teams aren't doing it, but maybe it's the fact of, like, if they go for that aggressive play, yeah, they're going to be the ones that stop the Transform team from taking it, but they're also just putting themselves into that place of being aggressed onto immediately afterwards, and as a result, they just don't want to take the risk.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, well, it's possible that they're looking to try and close them out here now that they've already gotten the buff, but I feel like, considering they already have the buff, this is going to be so much harder to take down. Like, they could have done pretty much exactly what they just did before they got the Spirit Well, and now they're opting to engage, or perhaps they were forced to do so. And they're now in just a really rough situation. You know, a well-placed silence could have prevented this from happening.
3 legendary armors.
3 legendary armors, Mystic Might, legendary weapons. You know, golden
Phoenix
cannon.
Blast. I'm not sure if they have Merciless Havoc. We haven't seen it come through just yet. But that Dreadful Whale is doing such work, just setting up. That being said, huge Tumultuous does catch on to Jing, but legendary armor and Karumi Taba means that everyone from JDG is still going to be topped off and healthy and hearty to be able to keep up the fight the second that they've recovered. And recovered they have. This is JDG's lobby to lose. And it very much feels like every other team, by just being that silent bystander when that Spirit Well came through, has helped them do just that. ASC's Lemon gets the Karumi Teba, has the legendary variant of the Decatur ultimate that gets hit into by the Tessa V1. And as a result, loses a lot of uptime. PE's Han now trying to come through and shove everybody into the Corruption Tick damage so that they take that dot, as well as have to run further away from the Skater and deeper into that charged vertical follow-up onto the fan. But it still feels like it's just JDG waiting to decide that this is when the lobby gets aggressive. This is when they make that play. Dreadful Whale is going to be that calling card immediately coming through, and EWG are the ones who fall beneath them. Out comes the Karumi Teva, out comes the cannons yet again, melting through the armor bars with that flame strength, just absolutely tanking the resources that ASE have available to them, as Jing using the purple focus on that staff to cover for his 2 teammates before going in to that Tianhai ultimate. Tumultuous ultimate immediately going to be dropped from every team surviving in the area to stop the grabs from coming through. But Phoenix Blast is still meaning that JDG have a say in the fight. Jing pushes through the wind wall and puts himself into a position where he can still look to find the grabs. ASE taking cover behind the Karumi umbrella, going to be able to dodge out of the grabs as a result, but EWG's Cookie is going to be the one that has to try and take the bullet for his team and put pressure on the monk around his feet. No kills comes through, but JDG is still living, still sitting on the Karumi ultimate sustain, as well as that Takeda ultimate. Once the zone collapses, it's all going to be JDG. Sustain CC kill potential. They've got 12 kills and counting. Surely this is the lobby that they take MVP.
Surely, right? You would think. Tutik has that golden longsword with the Phoenix Blast. and ult ready to go with the golden ultimate as well. Here we go. It's coming online now. Tutik unleashing that Phoenix Blast onto Lemon. Lemon forced backwards, now used the F1. Tutik goes, gets a kill, gets that Soul Bloom, gonna extend this ultimate as much as he can. Lemon getting caught up at the edge of the zone, bounced around, likely going to get taken out as well. The zone damage finishing him off finally. Tutik just sending out the Phoenix Blast willy-nilly, the Dreadful Whale. It is just an unwinnable situation for these players. Corki now the last man standing in the sky, trying to buy time, but it's not going to matter. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. JDG are going to take home the MVP off the back of a first place finish as well. Very nicely done, just absolutely stacked to the teeth. Takeda, Tianhai, Karumi doing work, ladies and gentlemen.
And again, it feels like all of these teams that are able to just control the entire momentum of Final Zones just do it off of snowball potential picked up from these Spirit Wells, from these late Spirit Wells, from the fact that they get multiple ultimates. And it does feel like some of these teams are going to have to start tuning into that fact and making sure that they're contested, because you saw, like we talked about it, right? JDG running this composition, the second that they saw where the Spirit Well was going to be geographically, they positioned themselves to be right bang in the center of it, so that when teams started trying to think about potentially rotating over and contesting it, they already saw JDG in position. And it was that horrible question that they had to ask themselves of, is it worth us putting ourselves into the danger of being able to knock this team out, but then ourselves getting turned on to by everybody else in the lobby? And the answer, it feels, was no. These other teams, they didn't want to take that dangerous position. They wanted to try and make sure that they had as much time in the lobby as possible to start trying to equalize some of those kills and make it that their scoreboard was a little bit healthier than if they just got knocked out immediately. But it cost them because no one stepped up to the plate. No one tried to contest. And I feel like maybe that's sort of the identity of some of these teams in the A and B phases. We're missing some of the teams that would go for those contest plays. Like I was talking to you a little bit before the broadcast saying like, oh, we don't have KLA, we don't have Wolves today. It's going to be very interesting to see whether or not those Spirit Wells are going to go uncontested, because KLA and Wolves are those two teams who in the past have been the ones that will put themselves into the dangerous positions so that everyone else in the lobby can knock out the threats. That being said, speaking about knocking out, we're going to be knocking out the 5th out of 6 questions that you get for the day, and it's going to be how many kills did Team OUG get in game number 5? Was it A4? Was it B5? Was it C6? Or was it D7? Maybe this is one that you don't know the answer to, because just like us, you were paying attention to the one team that was getting all of them, that being JDG. So best of luck to you. Get your answer into chat, either A, B, C, or D. Keep an eye on your whisper. And if you are the one who is picked with the correct answer, you'll be able to get your hands on a Summer Split random gift.
Indeed you will. Don't be that guy who gets the answer right, gets chosen, and then isn't there to claim it. So stick around, and be sure to stick around to the very end, as that was our 5th game of the day. We still have a 6th one. Taking a look here at the scoreboard, JDG with 17 eliminations, translating that into 20.4 kill points with that first place multiplier, 4 ranking points with a total of 24.4 total game score. SS1, even though they got taken down before the end zone even took place, they are going to be coming in second with 12. Still, that is a big game from JDG. Absolutely massive. And hey, there is a correlation. We're going to say it. I'm going to keep hammering on about this. The team that gets the Spirit Well seems to do pretty well. So can we please stop giving it to people for free? Like EWG, you were in the perfect position to potentially stop a team like that from just fully executing onto the Spirit Well, get a good silence in, be in a position to actually even try doing it, and then you yourselves could be the ones coming away with more kills, with the buff. You know, like a team's really gonna. I mean, a team could potentially try and force to prevent you from getting the Spirit Well
But, you know, like, if you're the one aggressing onto them, then what's to say that the other teams won't contest either? Because nobody seems to want to contest. So take the initiative, look for it, try and get it yourselves, and prevent a team from just being able to fully snowball with double ults and full agency to do whatever it seems that they want to do with the buff.
I mean,
that they...
talking about snowballing, JDG off of the back of that Game 5 have snowballed their way to second place.
True, very true. And it's not like they had big games leading up to this point. They had they only had one game which was double digits, and that was game 2. But now with a 24.4 skyrocketing them up the leaderboard, and JL unfortunately not able to find their footing in this 5th game, only getting 2 points. They're coming for the top of the mountain right now. They want to take it for themselves by the end of the 6th game today. But taking a look, we got some highlights from that 5th game. JDG Jing taking down Yeran with this nice little grab. DRG in this fight here. The huge parry. 3-3-0 getting eliminated. It was quite a few different teams getting highlights here. Oh, this was very nice when Lemon just had the read on the enemy Takeda every single time and would just completely shut him down. It was very nicely done. FPX in the realm of Yang. So much damage from the Zai ultimate, so much CC, just not able to do anything about it. I mean, we've all experienced it. It's so rough when you just can't move because Zai has just got your number. It's rough. It's absolutely rough. I'm still surprised we haven't seen Wu Chen V2.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm sorry. I lost it a little bit over that monk grab. Like, yeah, the stomp and then the uppercut from the dagger into just the soul break and then into dreadful whale.
Yeah.
That was so clean inside the realm of Yang. I've missed Tianhai. I've missed the 12 Tianhai lobbies. Those were always a highlight of trios. But it's always good when you sort of see these older heroes that have been around for a long time get put into new compositions and have this new sort of invigoration to the way that they play. And we're starting to see that with the Takeda because, well, we can talk about it a little bit more in depth. We can just celebrate 2-6. MVP, his first MVP of the season, 34,695 damage coming through from him, 10 kills, 11,800 damage off of the cannon, 7,400 from the longsword, and 5,100 with the dual halberd. This is sort of going back to what we were talking about a little bit before the match, where since so many of these soul jades have been combined, you can see here the universal sap soul jade, you can really pick and choose all of these different loadouts. So a lot of the time, it's not just a huge brunt of all of your damage coming through from one weapon, as opposed to just sort of a lot of different weapons being utilized at different opportunities, either inside Realm of Yang or towards the later ends of the zone, or if you're going to like third-party opportunities, things like Fan and Pulse would become really important, as well as the Longsword. Fist Blades we're seeing really having a huge impact, but specifically for things like the Matari and the Kylan. Those two heroes seem to be favoring the Fist Blades. Overall, everyone else on the support role is going for things like the Longsword, the Pole Sword, very much still.
Hello, and we are back, ladies and gentlemen, back for our 6th and final game of the day. But back to what you were saying before we went to break, it does make sense that is the case. You know, like I'm not gonna lie, I remember the first part of that sentence, but I can't remember what exactly the point was that I was gonna make. But regardless, going into our 6th game, we're going to be going over to Firefly Perdoria, and I'm quite excited because I'm not sure if we actually will see Feria or Yuei-shan, or if we'll see anything that's all that different from what we've seen so far today. You know, the Tianhai Takeda Kurumi composition that did so well just now might make an appearance for a few of these teams, but other than that, what else really is there? You know,
Valda. I mean, we haven't seen the Valda from GG.
Valda.
I would expect that this is potentially where we see the GG Valda come through. Saying that though, if they do want to go the Tianhai route, they do have Free-Free-O, who has been a staple Tianhai player for the entire duration of Nbpl. There's always been like discussions about, oh, who's the best Tianhai, and it's always been between like Pixel, Eagle, Free-Free-O, and Sleepwalker. The four who people like constantly debate between having the title of strongest Tianhai. But yeah, I don't think that we're going to see a whole lot of Feria and Yushan unless they've been holding out until this moment. I mean, Feria can still be strong on Perdoria. There's a lot of places where the silence can come into devastating impact, as well as the fact that the verticality with the mech can be a huge boon for things like the mech boosters, but also Yushan jump to let you just keep up the chase, and a lot of these players trying to run away. I'm thinking about hero points as well. Like, how many of these teams have hero points to be able to afford the back-to-back compositions that we've seen? Although we have seen a fairly even spread with a lot of these teams, only a couple of them running the Kylan. We haven't seen an overwhelming majority of the Kylan. It feels very much like there's been a very even spread of different compositions coming through.
I'm thinking, I don't know. Like, it's hard to say. I think we're probably just going to see more of the same. However, it would be nice to see something else, of course. And of course, it would be nice to see GG out there, the pick. I think more Tianhai would also be cool. It's always nice to see a little bit of a monk action, those grabs. And especially considering that now he has a double jump. You know,
Yes.
they buffed him so that, but well, before you were able to get 2 jumps out if you jumped like the moment you popped your ultimate, and then you would slowly generate charge to be able to jump again by the end of your ultimate. However, now you just simply have 2 charges of the jumps right at the start, so you're able to just immediately double jump if you want, or you can use one, go for a grab, and then use the next one, or whatever. And I think it's pretty funny to see the double jumping monk. Ooh, okay. There is
that's
something a little new.
Yeah,
Zai,
EWG,
San,
Zai,
Siphon.
Hemi, and Zip. We're still waiting to see what GG have fielded for. I believe Son have fielded the Tianhai, Kurumi, and Kada. As we are gonna get 1 pick of Kylan coming through. What is everyone in phase 3?
Wait.
Oh, never mind. EWG went Zai, Tumult, Hardy. There is a discussion going down in the EWG camp about figuring out what composition they exactly want to lock in. GG not going to be running the Valder. It is going to be the Hardy, Kylan, and Zip coming through from them alongside TE. And then it looks like we're going to see the other 2 teams. Still a little bit of discussion. Water, Lemon, and Corky are thinking. They thought about running Xiphon. Now potentially it's going to be back to Xiphon. Yes, still Xiphon.
Yes.
Coming through. A little bit of a debate about what they wanted to play. It'd be interesting to have known what composition they were going between. Potentially it was the Hardy and Kylan, considering that the zipping stayed around as a pick as much as she did when we were seeing all of those heroes blip in and out.
Indeed. But hey, we have our picks for our final game of the day, ladies and gentlemen. And this Hardy Zai Tamulk composition's definitely pretty interesting. And I mean, it makes sense. You know, the Hardy pick with V1 with the cube does allow for the reset potential. It gives you the sustain almost. I mean, it's not actual sustain in terms of healing, but it's pseudo sustain because it allows you to disengage and potentially get a reset off. Especially if you're looking to just cycle through cubes back to back as opposed to actually utilizing the Hardy ult itself. However, that being said, you can go ahead and use the Hardy ult itself for that potential peel. So it does act as a pretty solid support character.
Yeah, but it doesn't have any actual support is the problem. There's no Kurumi, there's no Ziping, and if you think about like the last time we saw teams try and take a Kurumi or a Zip spot with Tumult, it was Sandformers, and it didn't go well. Did not go well in the slightest because the players just like they didn't have that support, and Zai is very strong. Her ultimate lasts very long and does spades of damage, but it doesn't offer damage reduction. Like, that's the reason why Zai is so good with things like the Matari and the Kurumi, because they can cover up one of the huge weaknesses of Zai in that when she's in her ultimate form, you can shred her down still. Like, yeah, she can absolutely blitz you down, but you can blitz her down too. With the Kurumi Tether or with the Matari having that V1 active and giving that Zai the ability of all of the damage she's doing converting into healing, it means that the Zai just doesn't budge in terms of health bar. Like, that is my concern for EWG. They have peel, but they don't have actual sustain.
That is true. However, it brings to mind the glyphs which we have in the game now. They're very different to how they used to be. And one of the glyph trees now, the purple glyph, which was changed after the initial overhaul of the entire glyph, the glyph board, is that one of the glyphs now, when you pick up a soul bloom, it gives, or you parry somebody, it gives you siphon. So
Siphon technique used to be a soul jade within the game. However, with the most recent changes to the glyph system, they removed it from the game and added it to a glyph. So this team composition could theoretically work if they were to play for the Soul Bloom pickup and try and use that healing, that siphon effect after having picked up the Soul Bloom as their sustaining factor in this team composition. However, it's hard to really say, and there's no way of telling, at least for the moment, if they have chosen to go that route. But that could be a reason why they're opting to go for this combo. It could be a reason why it might actually be worthwhile. But we shall see. For the moment, we aren't seeing too much action off the rip. We did get a fight at the very beginning. FPX managed to pick up 3 kills. ASE did manage to pick up 1, but were eliminated. And it looks as though...
Arcadia is always going to be a hot drop. Whether it's Fireflies or not, if Fedora is in play, teams are always going to try and go Arcadia so they can pick up Thunder Coins and go for that BLADEPOINT essence as a...
Yeah.
Imperium is also one of those hot drops, but I mean, Imperium is you can risk it for the biscuit, right? You can either try and get those kills and get the longsword, or you can just say, well, we don't have to go challenge there, and by not challenging that area, we make it harder for another team to be able to grab a hold of it. So
exactly, yeah, exactly. The Soul Jade is definitely more of a populated drop, as it doesn't require other teams to be there for you to be able to get it. In fact, it works better if there isn't anybody there. But we are getting into a fight right now. DRG up against EWG. Dongq9 having taken quite a bit of damage, able to recover using that ultimate and take down Zwan. The Tumulk, having used his ultimate, wasn't able to disengage, unfortunately. Immediately got chased down by DRG. Luo Ye now getting engaged on by the Takeda. The staff RMB is doing quite a bit of damage, and as you said, yes, it does look as though it is not going to work out. They don't have the sustain to stay alive in this fight, and I think although the purple glyph setup, which I talked about, could theoretically work and be, you know, like a reason to play this, it requires you to get that Soul Bloom. You know, like it requires you to get that burst down initially.
It requires you to run into a team that doesn't have a Kurumi. Like, you want to run into a team that has a Z-Ping, because even then, if like they have that avenue of support, you have the Zai, you have that Fire Tick. As we saw, unfortunately, that with the Kurumi, that tether just being so strong at mitigating any form of damage, even if you have some form of peel and a huge amount of damage that you can output with both the Hardy and also lockdown with the tumultuous setup, if the Kurumi isn't the one getting locked down, you're just not going to be able to make the kill stick. As FPX went over to one of those barges to pick up some of the loot, and then immediately turned now on to Bauda, having been able to buy themselves a Bane's Breath early on as well. This is becoming FPX's early game MO. We saw it early on throughout the day, pick up a Bane's Breath, drop it on a team, managed to drop it on a player area of the map as well, which is very much frequented for the loot pathing that it can take. Meguru River being one of those paths that on Padoria allows you to find so much loot. That being said, fight has kited away from where the Bane's Breath is active. FPX now having to rely instead on the burst duration of their ultimates, Matari ultimate and Zai ultimate, combining as bad as you comes to play with the Takeda ultimate. The Furin Shelf is doing a very good job of keeping Zhao Hu and Zhao away from his team, and as a result, the full duration of the Zai ultimate has passed, and he's been able to keep everyone up. Unfortunately for him, he's not going to be able to keep everyone standing now. No more Furin Shelves left. FPX is able to, with that sustainability, live the entire duration, managing to live through the follow-up of the Furin Shelves too, since it's so early in the game. You just didn't have a weapon or damage to be able to follow up on the CC he was able to put against FPX, and they're just not able to find the fight win.
Indeed, sad to see. I think Takeda made the mistake of holding LMB instead of RMB. If he'd sent out an RMB focus with that last Furin shove, he would have been able to potentially secure a kill, but he went for the LMB from the LMB focus, although it is extremely strong, it doesn't have all that much range. You know, a single tap dodge will take you out of range of it. It's unfortunate for him. It's just those split-second decision-making situations that can make all the difference. Zone here in a bit of a sticky situation. Unfortunately, two of the members already taken down. They do have their reses, so it's not the end of the world. SS1, no kills on the board just yet. But they've got some decent loot. Purple longsword on the Takeda. No upgraded ultimate just yet. Oh, there it is. They got the money. They were doing the quest, and it looks as though they might be trying to buy it from the shop before looking for an engagement. Bowder now recovering. Only a couple white armors, a single blue armor. Not looking too good, but they've got some time before Yang comes up. PRG now getting engaged upon by OUG. SS taking the initiative, immediately jumping in with that F1 on the Takeda, catching the uppercut onto DonQ9, but not too much follow-up as the terrain prevented the full combo from coming through. Kakaishi now opting to use that Tumulk ultimate immediately. OUG SS getting knocked down the terrain, down the hill. The Kurumi ultimate coming out to match. OUG SS using that Takeda ultimate, jumping in with those fist blades, trying to make something happen, immediately getting turned onto, but the F3 damage reduction giving so much value. DonQ9 getting stuck in the wall, but able to protect him and his teammate with the Furin Blast. Kakaishi getting the overhold, the Wisp coming down though, the damage reduction is going to save him from the damage. OUG SS, here it is, no F3 from the Kurumi, no Peel, and OUG going to be able to take down two members of this team. Now it's just a formality. Kakaishi on his own is going to fall to OUG, picking up 3 eliminations. Very nicely done.
It feels like meta has sort of moved away from go for the kill immediately to very much pun intended
cooldowns
punches and force the Kurumi F3 out before going in for the actual kill. Like, with how long he held on for those Furin shoves, almost just burning through the entire duration before using them, you can see he was just waiting for that opportunity, wanting to force the Kurumi F3, then able to find the follow-up, especially with those fist blades with the charged RMB doing as much damage as it does. It's gonna be Realm of Yang spawning up on either side of Imperium, as well as one up towards the north by Arcadia. GG gonna be trying to occupy one alone themselves as well. JDG potentially scrapping out another team. Is that FPX that they're potentially going to have to try and fight to be able to gain access to?
It is, yeah.
I believe it is so. As GG going to definitely be looking to try and keep themselves in this portal. Whether or not they're actually going to go through it, however, I'm not sure. They've still got all blue armors. They've got
I think they probably will. They're just not looking to go in first.
But yeah, they don't want to go in first. All of the teams who are super stacked are going to go in immediately. Bowder and ASE are going to go in. T and Zone also. And GG actually pull against FPX. Not quite sure what FPX's loot structure is looking like, as we're going to be watching Bowder versus ASE. You on this Takeda setting up the scale rushes. Lemon having to utilize that side F3 to reposition before he can get uppercutted by those blades. Now has to utilize the F3 again to reposition away from the Tumult ultimate. Not a lot of setup getting here for the Zai as Bowder keep up the pressure.
Oh no!
Now Lemon able to find a huge fire tick. Golden stage set up through the Tumult ultimate to keep up the pressure onto Bowder, who have to take all of this time looking to stabilize as Yu now loses all of his armor. Trying to go into forward position, gets a little bit of sustainability coming through from his Zip. Absolutely gets cleaving into. He's still got Furin shoves. He's got one left to his name. Manages to put himself onto the pillar to be able to scare us. Uses the last Furin shove to try and set up for his player to get out of dodge, but Yuran has still gone down. Peak without armor is also now getting focused. Yu's trying to keep up the pressure onto ASE's Water, who is going to go down to those dual blades, making it a 2 versus 1, but Yu tries to set up another focus strike, and it gets red, gets parried, manages to pick them up yet again. Uses the focus strike to avoid the grapple, but gets parried. out of it by Corky, and that's going to be ASE walking away with the win. It looked like you had done enough to save his team, but unfortunately that ZyV2 just lasting as long as it did was just something that they weren't able to deal with. As in the other realm of Yang, T and Sona still going head-to-head on with this Kyle and throwing out the charge hits off this fan before trying to come in up against the fist blades from Jian, who utilizes the charged LMB and that purple focus to push the Kylan further away. Karumi Teva also comes into play. Handai puts pressure onto the Karumi, forcing the Teva to snap. As like you said, it is going to be a timeout, and both of these teams get hit by Yang depletion, and this lobby is going to go from 0 to 100 real fast, because that's going to be 6 players now who have Yang depletion and have to force a fight.
Indeed, there are. Well, actually, it's going to be 12, as the other two Yang fights did obviously take place. That is quite a lot of Yang depletion. Lemon now being caught up. One of those winners of Yang now getting immediately bursted down, having used the F3 off the rip, almost died, but the zipping F coming in to save his life, and the Matari ult as well to reactivate the F3, now activating the ultimate. Lemon trying to come online here, getting that V2 damage off, but then going straight to the sky. The Hardy Cube coming in clutch, able to take them out of immediate danger. Lemon still swinging, still throwing out these whips, trying to get as much value as possible. Goes for the parry, doesn't find it, gets dropped down on top of by LXM with this golden pulse sword. The fire damage coming through as well. Han now coming into the fray, has that Kylin ultimate ready to go, looking to try and run it through all of these players, but the stun is gonna come down. He hits into the sign. Thankfully, though, no immediate follow-up is going to come through onto him. So he is going to stay healthy, and he did still have his ultimate up. So no danger, but a bit of a blunder that could have cost them a potential elimination here, and wasting time on that ultimate. GG now looking to come into the fight as well. Ace, Corky, Water getting a little bit of damage. FPX coming in now as well with the Yang depletion. All of the teams just showing up. Imperium, Grief City, Planet of the Apes. It's just getting oogly. Zhao trying to take down Water, dashing through. He's trying to disengage, but no, he realizes that it's not worth it. The Million Birds Might is going to save him regardless. So there's no point in trying to prolong the inevitable. JL, however, now turning up. No eliminations on the board just yet, but they do have the Draco Storm, so that may change very soon. FPX now getting hard engaged on. Tessa ultimate coming through. The silence as well, but able to get the ultimate off to use the F3 to disengage yet again. Now trying to kite it out. TXJ still looking for the chase down. Has F2, but only 2 grapples to his name. Not the best place to be trying to take this fight, as with this building being so massive, there are so many kiting paths that are going to prevent the onslaught that is JL in this situation.
I mean, we said when multiple teams get hit by Yang depletion, especially when there's a timeout, that aggression just ramps up exponentially, and unfortunately it's still going. EWG are probably going to lose their Zai. Yep. There she goes, and this is second realm of Yang about to spawn on up, but so many of these teams just blitz through all their ultimates. I don't know if we're going to actually see a proper Yang 3 versus 3 fight, or if it's just going to be people sneaking their way in to be able to grab free buffs and free loot scaling. As there are 31 players left alive in this lobby. We're going to start to see that is Spiritwell and the Realm of Yang spawning up incredibly close to each other, which is brilliant news for teams that want to try and third-party grief some of these entrances. As it is going to be TE fighting, I believe that is FPX, yeah, there's Zhao. We've got OUG and JDG, as well as Zone and JL. all going to be vying over one of those entrances over towards Imperium. Still in this area, VVV with the combo breaker on that Tessa. No ultimate to be able to throw out, just getting hit into by the full brunt of the Kylan V2. They wanted to come and grief some of the entrances, but unfortunately for them, sans those ultimates, they're the ones actually getting sent packing. Witch and Teleport will be able to reposition themselves. No deaths, fortunately for them. Unfortunately for GG, CJS is having to deal with another Viper team having shown up, and that Viper V1 is just not going to allow him to break away from the pack. He is going to go down. TXJ now coming under pressure since he doesn't have the damage reduction. Assassin's Lunge comes out from Free. Oh, catching TXJ, putting it onto the ground. 6 feet under does he go. As DRG is going to be able to find a huge parry onto JL's VVV. Pure and Shoves keeping up the pressure, not allowing JL to slip away and reposition. And as we talked about, second realm of Yang spawned up, but we're only just now cutting to that action as it's just FPX and JDG. I believe Zone actually went into one and managed to walk away with one for free, uncontested, as it is going to be JDG with the Matari Xiphon composition. Matari ultimate already invested. Tutik getting a reset of the F3 as a result. Xiao is going to go down. Feels like this might have been a numbers disadvantage. I'm not sure if FPX
indeed.
were able to get all of their players in with how quickly everyone went down, which is rather unfortunate for this team. It could have been that they made a gamble
trying
play.
to slap him, I think.
I think they are just trying to slap. I think FPX might have made either a gamble play of sending 2 people into Realm of Yang in the hopes of getting a Rebuff Charm off of a free Realm of Yang uncontested win, or potentially they did have 3 players when they tried to make a play for the portal, but one of them got left behind because they got griefed.
I think what they're trying to do here is so those watching at home, you might be thinking, what are they BMing for? This is just rude. This is not good sportsmanship. But in fact, I think this is actually, there is a reason behind it. This is actually optimal, because the longer they stay in the Realm of Yang, the later on they're going to be able to pick up the buff that they get from winning. If they know that the win is in the bag and they can stall it out for a little bit longer, that means that they're going to have the buff later into the game. However, it does look a bit sus, G, obviously, but still, it is actually optimal.
Here's the answer to where the third person from FPX went, and Xiao just didn't go in. Is the answer.
Yep.
He was alive, he was kicking, and he didn't go in. Whether he got griefed out of not being able to go in and just had to reposition, we will have to find out. As JDG's Tutik is going to be showing off jabbing. The only way that we know he has jabbing is that he used jabbing, since it's one of those weapon soldiers that doesn't change the animation until you see it come through. No tell on the charge up. As it is going to be FPX just trying to have Xiao, who no way does Tutik grapple past him.
Lord.
He was crouched behind the pillar, and Tutik doesn't see the shoulder. He just goes after the player in front of him, which is the Matari, who will be able to find a huge jump parry and actually dash away from the fight.
Yoink.
As a result,
Thank you very much. I'll take that golden stuff, good sir.
FPX just really erased. They stopped playing NARAKA and they just really erased the attention from the Zai.
Oh my goodness. This is such there's a bit of a clown fiesta going down here. Xiao, who actually in the background while this is happening is being engaged on and losing quite a lot of his HP, forced to use that ultimate, but still alive. He's over here in the thick of it between JL, One Feng, EWG, DRG, GG. Is just Xiao, who's just gaming on his own.
Yeah, he's not even the first person from FX to go down. He's still alive.
Yeah, I think he got a soul bloom as well. I don't know what happened over here, but he's managed to stay alive. Unfortunately, the Matari that we were watching did get eliminated. The Zai Xiao here, FPX Xiao, is still alive, but does need to cleanse the Yang depletion. It looks as though they immediately went and purchased a rebirth charm as well. So they're able to immediately resurrect Jun.
They're gonna get the
No
kill on
problems here. Get the Soul Bloom and get the loot for Jun as well. They are very happy with themselves. This was just so backwards and goofy, but it's managed to work out for them regardless.
I mean, I'm not sure if it's working out for them any longer. DRG, see
They're
the
pretty
team.
stacked.
Weak.
Yeah, OUG
And
as
fighting
well
in
in
the
mix.
zone. OUG also coming through. Karumi gonna be dropping that armor circle. Still has one recast as well, just to make sure that everyone from DRG are gonna be able to live as long as possible. Corruption takes damage, ignores shields, and just goes straight to health bar. So as a result, when you're fighting inside the corruption takes damage, Karumi armor circle is pretty important to make sure that the armor stands up and you don't start taking melee damage to your health bar directly as well. As off of the back of that, DRG will be able to survive. That being said, the fact that 2 teams showed up to try and contest FPX has brought FPX out, and they've been able to recover all 3 of their players, cleanse the Yang depletion, and continue on their merry way. Not so merry potentially, as Zhao has to utilize the F3 to just try and run further away from JDG, who'd also showed up and shown attention. Zhao, who gets caught in the corruption, takes damage and goes down as a result, and it does look like Zhao is going to be following him very shortly afterwards, as all of the teams who were fighting inside the corruption continue to fight FPX outside of it as well, and where FPX just didn't get a moment to be able to break away and stabilize, except for that one player. As no surprises, Mataru with the dash has the ability to get herself out of dodge and reposition entirely.
Indeed. We've got so many players lurking around here at the edge of the zone. Got GG sitting atop this cliff face, but only with white armors and not looking to take an engagement at the moment. I don't think would not be wise, especially in the face of JDG, who, I would like to add, has now managed to take the first place away from JL, considering that JL has fallen flat this game as well. After having done so well earlier on, they've just not been able to continue onwards in the remaining couple games of the series. DRG now doing extremely well to lock down OUG in this tight situation, but perhaps because of the terrain, they were able to do exactly that. The Takeda all essentially covering the entire area that they were in, but SS1 now taking the initiative, immediately engaging onto this team, having had their ults forced out. They're able to catch them while they are weaker. However, Dong Q9, I think he does have a Karumi. So this is recoverable, and the terrain is decent, so it might be possible. However, I don't know if these teams are going to let that happen. Kakaishi now getting caught. He almost has his ultimate available, but he can't get it off. Just full staggered, fully juggled by ASE's Lemon. The Golden Staff doing quite a bit of damage, and they're able to make it out alive as well. CJS coming to the mix. I'm not sure what he's doing there. I'm not sure if he's on his own either. WX98 does manage to get the res onto Kakaishi, but the zone is ticking away. Storm 4 immediately filling that corruption meter, preventing anyone in the zone for longer than a few seconds from being able to heal up anything. Or, however, they can, technically, you can heal your armor with that debuff. However, you cannot heal your health, but considering that it is, you're in the storm, healing your health is what you want to do.
Don't go into the lava, WX98.
The floor is lava, literally.
I was ready to just facepalm. I saw the Kurumi teleport. I was like, don't teleport into the lava. Don't do it. Oh, he's trying. He's trying so hard. He's got the fan in the back pocket to set up the skirmishes as quickly as possible. Gets another Kurumi umbrella teleport to reposition, but everywhere he skirmishes to, every single corner he crosses, that's just player after player. Bane's Breath also now going to be haunting him, and he gets hit by one full wallop of AoE. You can see the health bar just shatter immediately as he has no choice but to just cling to the side of this boat in the hopes that no one actually spots him out and he can recover and keep his teammates' hopes alive and carrying through the kills that they've been able to pick up. JDG going to be taking a little bit of time to scout their surroundings before trying to take a fight. Legendary staff on that side to take, looking for the drop down, potentially trying to find it against GG, who is going to showcase that they do have Merciless Havoc behind. Also got a Kylan ultimate, I believe, popping off as well to make sure that no one has the confidence to try and keep this fight going as all of these teams get chased dead center through the Bane's
Look
Breath.
at GG.
GG on the absolute edge with danger, really dancing with death, going directly into the middle, having been chased away by JDG, since it was JDG, not just the Zai who was trying to put pressure onto them, but it was also their own Merciless Havoc who was just continuing to apply pressure onto GG, that pressure now being turned up and up against Zone, who are the receiving end of that Merciless Havoc. As a result, Rosemary having to go aerial, but even then, the second he's about to hit the ground, gets hit into it. There's our first showing of Aurora Burst coming on through in the day, and it is going to be off of Rosemary, but unfortunately he gets interrupted by the Merciless Havoc before he can charge it up and use it to keep the Spirit Well uncontested. He will be able, however, to use his ultimate and get that health regeneration. Zone, as a result, going to be able to pick up the Spirit Well, and Rosemary will be able to live another day, but crucially did not have the second cast of that Tian Hai ultimate. That is the sacrifice that Zone had to make. And Rosemary has to instead use the cannon rage generation to be able to rebuild it instead. Every single player pushed inside this building, and that is brilliant news for Zone, who on the outer edges can use that cannon and still keep up the pressure, keep building the rage for that Tian Hai to have that ultimate. As GG and JDG spar with legendary soul gates, Merciless Havoc coming on through from JDG. CJR's just not able to escape as a result. The second he gets hit into it, it's just the follow-up with the bow shot, and there's nothing that they can do.
Oh my
Mist
lord.
Walker as well coming out from those fist blades.
though.
And as a result, JDG are just absolutely stacked. You think you can sit and put in blue focus? No, you get grabbed into the tornado and spat out the other side of Zone, sitting on the top side of this building, showcasing the fact that they have Aurora Burst, making themselves as little a target for everyone in the lobby to let that Tian Hai just sit and hold the ultimate for as long as possible.
Indeed, he's trying his best to generate as much ult charge as possible. Also, is that 2 Aurora Bursts, or is that just the 1?
I think it's just
Or
the
perhaps
one.
they swapped it over to... I'm not sure. I think it
Arcest
might
has it.
actually... Yeah.
Oh.
But Rosemary had it before, didn't he? So unless they
Yeah.
swapped it, they have
Well,
2
Rosemary-
Aurora Bursts.
Rosemary is the Tian Hai, and you don't want your Tian Hai being the one using
True,
Yeah.
true. As he's going to
Aurora
be in
Burst,
his
because
ultimate.
he'll be in his ultimate. You want
Exactly.
everyone below the Tian Hai using the Aurora Burst, so that whoever tries to go on top of the Tian Hai will not be able to take the hit against the Tian Hai when he's in his ultimate looking for the grabs.
Absolutely. This is
It's
quite
Arcest.
an
Arcest
Enzo.
has the Aurora Burst.
Okay, okay. Well, that is, I was gonna say, 2 Aurora Bursts on one team is kind of crazy. But regardless, this end zone is also kind of crazy. YZZ just instantly getting obliterated. I think that was just a drop down from Zone being able to immediately obliterate this
there's a
player.
grab.
But the grab coming through. Rosemary has come online, and Lemon does get grabbed up. But unfortunately, no re-grab as the terrain, the roof, is actually preventing it from coming through. Rosemary trying his best to weave these grabs through the windows. He manages to find one, but no slam. The ultimate times out the moment that it comes through, and he's not able to capitalize, unfortunately. But they are still in a really good spot. They have the ultimate high ground, able to continuously throw cannon shots down below onto the teams on the other side of the zone. Funnily enough, their name is Zone. ASC Corky sitting on top. DRG WX98 trying to stay as inconspicuous as possible. GG just on the lip right below where SS1 is. And then below them, JDG sitting inside the building, looking very healthy with their triple gold armor. TE Leo, the last man standing on that team, goes to the skies with the Hardy ultimate, is going to be able to stay alive for a little bit longer. GG's 3-3-0, taken down extremely low now. Zipping ultimate is in play, but is it going to be enough to keep him alive? I'm not sure if he is going to survive for very much longer. Zen1 trying to make something happen with the Cicada ultimate, and the Fist Blades are assessed with the Aurora Burst dropping down now. They're going to get a big combo as soon as this closes in. Rosemary sitting in the middle, building up that ult charge. He's gonna have ult online in just a moment. What is happening right now? The Zai, everything coming through the Aurora Burst. It just exploded into a cloud of soul blooms. And I think that was SS1 coming away with the dub there, ladies and gentlemen. Or was it? Was it JDG? No, it was JDG.
Oh,
no, they SS1 got the dub. They got the first place, but JDG come away with the MVP.
Yeah, and that's got to sting.
Holy.
That has got to sting if you're Sown, because they had the composition, they had the Spirit Wall, they had the Soul Jade. Unfortunately, the terrain just meant that they weren't able to get the grabs going. That's like one of the grievances that the Transformer teams have. You're so dependent on how the final zone is actually going to pan out for the effectiveness of your composition, because the way that it works is that this is a composition that ramps up, right? At the very, very beginning of these rounds, your Tianhai doesn't have the loot scaling to transform like into and translate into getting kills, because Tianhai, his health scales with the armor that he has, his damage scales with the weapon that he has. That's what Transformers have. And so at the beginning of these rounds, you don't have good armor, you don't have good weaponry. The chances of you being able to actually convert grabs into kills is very, very slim. But the longer in the game that you go, the better and more skilled you are in terms of the loot. So when you get to the final end game, not only is that player upon player stacked up so that a lot of the time the chaos means that they don't have that sort of 3v3, the attention span of being able to figure out when the grabs are coming through to evade them. But you also have the loot scaling to be able to, if you find a grab, translate it into a kill fairly easily. And with the scaling that they had, with the loot that they had, grab into Aurora Burst, like that silent after effect to bounce the players back into a probable reverb grab coming on through from Rosemary would have been devastating. But unfortunately for them, every single thing aligned except the terrain. There was something that just said that no, this final zone is not going to be good for Transformers. And it was just the fact that there were those two arches that acted as brakes for LOS for every single team in the area to just hide and cower behind until the transformation had worn out. So even though he's able to find like 2 grabs in the entire sequence of his ultimate, it's not enough to actually make up the damage and the kills that had already been picked up by teams previously.
Yeah, it was. I think the one grab that they would have really been able to capitalize on was actually the final grab. That as he went for the slam, his ult timed out and the slam didn't actually come through, because they would have been able to combo it with the Aurora Burst. But he was able to get out just in time, immediately use his combo break and dip down underneath the roof and get out of danger. But oh my god! The end zone, when it finally ticked down to those very final moments, I couldn't even see what was going on. That was literally just a mess of bodies of players all grouped up. The Zai V2 that pulled them all together as well into the Kylin. Just
the Cloud Weaver 2 coming out from JDG, just scooping everybody in. And it was like a huge part of like how JDG were able to find the kills that they did, as well as make sure that all of their players lived much longer than some of the other teams in the area. They were stacked in terms of soul jates. They had Merciless Havoc, but they also had Cloud Weaver that they were able to pick up, I believe, from FPX. And as a result, they were able to take cover inside that building, and no one could get a nose in. Like, anyone who tried to go just ate the full force of Merciless Havoc, Cloud Weaver grabbing you in, and then Zai spitting you out. And you can see in terms of the damage, like, it was all on 2-tick.
It really was. I mean, 36,000 damage with 7 eliminations.
13,000 damage with from Jing with 5 eliminations. I mean, thing is, Matari can act as a setup character. You know, you dash in, get the CC, which then allows for your Zai to follow up with the V2, the chains. You know, it can go both ways, but sometimes it's top heavy on one side. But taking a look at the total leaderboard for the day, the total points, JDG atop the board, atop the mountain with 75.4 with those massive games in Game 5 and Game 6, 15.5 in the final game. JL coming in second. Unfortunately, the last 2 games they just weren't able to find their footing, not able to keep up the momentum. 66.2, OUG with 61.8, pretty consistent. GG with 55, pretty solid. Bowder, they found their footing in the middle of the day. Game 3 and Game 4, they were gaming. But then every single other lobby, they couldn't do it. It just wasn't to be, unfortunately, for them. And the thing is, they showed that they can. And they were doing extremely well in quite a lot of fights. They were taking down the heavy-hitting teams. They won in disadvantageous situations, you know, but it is what it is. Sometimes you're just feeling yourself, and then you let it get to you, and then it just goes back to not being so good. It is what it is.
Yeah, speaking about it is what it is, do we want to talk about what was the EWG composition? Because I feel like it has its footing. For sure,
I think it has a reason
strong,
to be played.
And it has a reason to be played. I think where it's really going to be problematic is that you have to run into a team that just doesn't have the Kurumi level sustain. And that's going to be incredibly hard to do so when everyone is trying to play Kurumi. And I think that's one of the reasons why EWG only run it now, because it was so late in the day that Kurumi had become expensive and as a result less pickable as an option for some of these teams who were maybe burnt out of her hero points. But I still think it's going to take a little bit of teching for it to become fully viable, as we can have a look and see how exactly that end zone actually panned out. No surprises, it is going to be the Zai walking away with MVP. I mean, when you do 36,000 damage, it's kind of hard to give a reason not to give you MVP.
Yeah,
it's going to be Tutik's second MVP, and that is 2 MVPs in one day. Huge day coming on for JDG, but also for Tutik. Really happy to see him hitting his stride, as well as hitting a gargantuan amount of players with that cannon. 12,700 damage coming on through off of the back of that one. Storm Stride, jabbing, Rampage, Tuna, Venom Tip / Barb Bolt, and a damage reduction Soul Jade. All for the Zai. No surprises that the Zai gets stacked with damage reduction, because as we've talked about, Zai is one of those few heroes who, even with gold frames, does not get any form of damage reduction when you hit her.
Indeed, it is a bit dangerous, especially if the enemy team that you're fighting against has multiple long swords or sort of long range soul jades that can hit you without you being able to hit them back, so to speak. You know, it can be pretty dangerous. However, one of the things that is nice, however, it doesn't necessarily cover for that weakness per se. As I was talking about earlier, the purple glyph tree, the first glyph in that tree gives you damage reduction when you're holding focus. So when you're holding blue, purple, gold focus, whatever it might be, it gives you a chunk of damage reduction. However, that damage reduction only applies to light attack damage. So, although it doesn't necessarily cover for it, it can be useful. You know, like range weapon damage theoretically is also included. You know, it's still a little bit, but I think the main thing for that tree is the potential Soul Bloom pickup, which then allows you to have that siphon, and also it reduces the cooldown on your F when either you or one of your teammates picks up the Soul Bloom. You know, there's quite a bit to explore in that purple tree. I've even thought about sort of exploring a little bit myself, but I don't know. It's a bit strange. It's very heavily reliant on you getting parries and soul blooms, which isn't always possible, unfortunately. But we will see. Perhaps this composition goes back into the lab, a little bit of rework, a little bit of tweaks. You know, maybe a different character replacing one of them. and it might come away being one of the stronger compositions. However, we are going to be going over to a quick interview to end off the day, so be sure to stick around for that, and we will be back afterwards to say our final goodbyes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview, and this is Jaeger. And now I'm standing here with Tutu and let him say hello to our audience. 来吧，图图先和观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是这支记的图图。
欢迎图图来到我们赛后采访，也是要恭喜啊，图图在刚才这把比赛当中拿下了我们的 MVP。So first, I would like to say congratulations, you are the MVP of the latest game. And also, we saw that in the latest game that you guys have really good, excellent performance in the final circle. And I would like to know how you guys just communicate at that time. 那首先就要问一下，其实刚才这把比赛，我觉得最亮眼的就是你们在整个决赛圈当中的一个运营和表现。图图能不能给我们讲讲当时队内是怎么商量的，包括自己可以拿下这个 MVP 呢？
当时主要我们是以拿装备为主，没有去刻意的去圈边去收那些人头。
Okay, so at that time, our point is to get the good equipment at the final circle instead of to have the killing points in the matches. That's why we can get the winner, and also I can get MVP. Okay, and also we saw that you guys used the hero combination, and like other teams, they choose the Ziping, but you guys choose the Kurumi, so I would like to know why. 那我这边也要问一下，因为其实京东最后一把的这个阵容啊，其他队我看到选择其实是紫萍更多一些，但是我看到你们选择了胡桃，哎，这个是为什么呢？
因为胡桃这个英雄会比印子平很强，因为胡桃有个庇护手，然后胡桃在打经营内战的时候他的假阵可以抵消这边的灼烧效果，所以会比印子平厉害。
就会有一些优势，对不对 ？Okay, so to be honest, we think that when we meet the hero combination, really familiar with us, like using the Ziping Yi and the Kurumi have more advantage. For example, its skills can healthy our teammate, and also the ultimate is stronger. That's why we choose the Kurumi. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. Okay, for the whole day, I think whole night, everyone will know the rule. But here, I have to repeat again. Here's the question on screen. And if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. And please, don't leave the screen room because maybe you will be the lucky guy. And after our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot. So please pay attention. Okay, let's see today's question. Which team is leading the total scoreboard now? 好的，今天的题目呢，就是目前为止啊，哪个战队是今天的领先？这边就要问一下，肯定知道答案对不对？先不要公布，先不要公布。OK， 先讲一讲，其实今天也是作为3排夏季赛的第一天嘛，整一天打下来感觉怎么样？
感觉节奏挺慢的，就大多数都是在决赛圈。
Okay, so I just asked him about for the feeling of the whole day, and he told me today's the speed is really slow and all the fight is in the final circle. Okay, I think our players prepared and let's start counting. 那接下来要有请图图给我们进入倒计时。
3、2、1。
Okay, screenshot and lucky guy will be whispered. Okay, and last, and we would like to know because you guys have the new player now in the team and how you guys just cooperate together. 那最后问一下，怎么样？新队友来到了队内，目前队内的交流啊，整个合作情况怎么样
了？队内的磨合还是有点好的，只是沟通交流方面还需要再加强一些。
磨合。Okay, I think a little bit good, but not too much because I think we still have to progress a lot, on the communication with our teammate. 好的，再次感谢图图，也恭喜你们今天全天啊，也是拿下了一个大的开门红，恭喜你们拿下了今天全天的最高分。那我们也要感谢图图来到我们赛后采访，也祝你们夏季赛可以在这个开门红之下有一个很好的表现。OK， 谢谢。Thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, to say a few final words of the day. Interestingly, it's definitely cool to hear from Tutik there that having had a new addition to the team, that they still have work to do, and yet they're coming away
off the back of today's series in first place. And taking a look at the standings at the end of the day, EWG unfortunately sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard, experimenting with this composition in the final game. Perhaps that was simply the reason why they chose to go for that composition, because they knew that they weren't going to be able to do too much to affect their leaderboard position, and they wanted to test out the comp. Who knows, really, at the end of the day. Zone in 6th, Bowder in 5th with 49.5, GG with 55, OUG in 3rd with 61.8, JL with 66.2, and JDG atop with 75.4. An excellent performance coming out from all of these teams, though. So definitely a good job by each and every one of these players. Also, another thing to note, this is only the first day, Moxie.
Yeah.
It's only the first day.
It's only the first day, and apparently it was a quote-unquote slow day as well by Nbpl stands. Like, it was so interesting that T-Sec was like, it was really slow until we got to final zone, and I feel like that is something that we see in regular week. A lot of teams just go for consistency, and then when we get to the bi-weekly finals, that's where it's just like all-out aggression. That being said, we have the solos lobby. A and B are going to be going head-to-head tomorrow to keep up with all of the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League action, and that's definitely going to be something that you want to keep following, because I believe that Spiders and Mike's group that are going to be going through. And if you want to keep an eye on the pro scene for solos and see how meta is moving along, I cannot think of two better players than to follow, considering Mike has just won everything. It's fair to say he's up to what, 5 titles now? He's going for like his 6th, which is absolutely crazy. We've gone from not having had a player to make off with back-to-back champions, or then both Nbpl championships and World Cups in Spider, to Mike literally just coming through, winning season 1 of Nbpl, season 2 of Nbpl, World Cup, and then season 1 of next year's Nbpl.
Yeah, he's the GOAT. He's definitely the GOAT. He's been, he had the talent from the very beginning, but that does not necessarily mean that it hasn't been a lot of work for him to develop his skill and develop his game. It's like, he's not just God's gift to NARAKA. He's putting in a lot of work, and if you watch him play, he's kind of crazy. He's kind of crazy, but hey, I'm excited, and I think quite a few of you will also be excited to see what happens tomorrow in our second day of solos. But following that, on Sunday, we will also have our second day of trios, and then on Sunday, that will be a little bit of a break until the following week on Thursday. So next Thursday, we'll be starting again, going into the bi-weekly finals that weekend. However, there is another thing to watch out for this weekend. We've got the EU Shadow Jade Cup starting up this weekend, the initial qualifying rounds. We've got solos Shadow Jade tomorrow, and then trio Shadow Jade on Sunday as well. So if you're looking for some good NARAKA to watch, hey, it's an action-packed couple weeks coming up.
Yeah, that being said, we will see you all tomorrow with more NARAKA action. Thank you everybody to tuned in, and we'll catch you next time. Bye-bye.